John Boatman.
Good morning, all. It's 29 minutes past 9. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones are off or on silent, your devices. Let's not disturb the proceedings. Thank you. Please stand.
Good morning, Mr. Skakane.
Good morning, Chair and the Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Loftus.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Chair, just for context, we are continuing with the stream of KZN gangs and the infiltration, or what we contend to be the infiltration of the law enforcement by the KZN gangs in whatever form, but we'll get through that. And the witness that we have today is Mr. Gregory Loftus. And I'd like him to be sworn in.
Mr. Loftus, will you be swearing or affirming?
I'll swear.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a way of background relating to the witness is the father to the late Mr. Bevan Loftus, who was killed in a shootout with police, and his evidence fits within that context. And then as we go through, we'll then see how it fits in the entire stream.
Thank you.
Thank you. You should have 4 files before you. There's a statement file 1, which contains the statement of Mr. Gregory Loftus. I know there were a number of file 1, but it's that statement, if you can locate it. Then there's file 2, which contains primarily the application and the voice recording, and then there's file 3. File 4, for present purposes, perhaps you can pen it away. Then we'll start with file 1, page 1, which is the beginning of the statement of Mr. Loftus. Mr. Loftus, you have that file before you?
Yes, with my statement, yes.
With your statement?
Yes.
Correct. Do you confirm that this is your statement that you prepared for the commission?
Yes, I do confirm.
All right. And is there anything in that statement that you feel, at least for now, that you don't agree with?
No, there isn't anything I don't agree with.
But in any event, feel free to, if there is any issue, to raise it.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Our copies of the statement are not signed. Are there signed copies?
Thank you, Chair. I think, can I request that it be signed after?
During the tea break?
Yes, during the tea break, apologies.
All right.
Thank you, just because of the travel and there are certain logistics
All right.
that we couldn't sign it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Loftus, as we would start initially, the form of your evidence is that we'll give you an opportunity to go through your statements.
Okay.
Thereafter, we will then ask some questions that we have relating to your evidence, and the commissioners will ask certain questions or clarity-seeking questions or probing questions for that matter at the end. But it may be that during the reading of your statement, we also have questions that we'd rather have them at least answered there and then.
Okay.
Thank you. May you then proceed to read your statement starting from paragraph 1.
Okay. I see on the screen here, some stuff is rejected. It's fine if I don't say my addresses and stuff.
Yes, please. In fact, those personal details like your address and ID number, please don't mention, or the names of other persons.
Okay. I'm an adult male, 61 years old. I reside on the Bluff in Durban. The contents of the statement are within my personal knowledge, save where the contrary appears from the context hereof, and are, to the best of my belief, both true and correct. Where I rely on information from other persons, I do indicate where the context so shows. I'm the father of the late Bevan Loftus, who I strongly believe was murdered in cold blood on the 1st of April 2023. Bevan was murdered by the police under the guise of a legitimate police operation and at the instance of Clive Nyka, a competitor of Bevan in the tow truck industry and an alleged drug dealer. I will deal with the incident on more detail below. At the time, Bevan was with other four of his friends, with whom he was hiding because he had been warned that Captain Dina Highland, alias Dina Govender, who is a captain we know as Captain Dina Govender of the SAPS, was intending to kill him. The events that I described in this affidavit occurred several years ago, and I may not recall some of the details. If I recall events after submitting the statement, I will either submit a supplementary statement or elaborate thereon during my testimony. On March 31, 2023, the day before my son was murdered, I deposed to an affidavit in support of an interdict application which was issued that day and which sought inter alia to interdict Captain Dina Govender and the SAPS from murdering my son. If I can just say something here before I go on. It says here in support of an interdict application which was issued. The interdict wasn't issued, it was the summons that was issued. Is a correction there? Okay. A day after the application was issued, Captain Dina Govender and a group of SAPS officers under his command murdered my son anyway. I attach as Annexure GL1 the notice of motion and founding affidavit in the support of the interdict application, which I had issued on 31 March 2023. I confirm the correctness of my founding affidavit in that application. That application, of course, does not deal with the circumstances around my son's murder because I deposed it the day before my son was murdered. For reasons of convenience, I therefore repeat many of those facts in the present affidavit before going on to address the murder of my son. Captain Dina's deposed to an answering affidavit in that application, which affidavit is of technical points and appears to be protecting Mr. Clive Nyka. I am not formally employed. I provide panel beating services on an ad hoc basis.
Sorry, before you proceed, I just want us to go to GL1, which is an attachment to your statement. Just to confirm, is that the application you are referring to?
Yes, this is it. This is the application.
Thank you. Please proceed with paragraph 7.
Okay, I am not formally employed. I provide panel beating services on an ad hoc basis. I am the registered owner of 3 residential properties situated on the bluff. That one of the properties belongs to a trust, of which I am a trustee. I reside at my premises with my wife, and Bevan and his family lived at the adjacent house to mine. My other son, Nicholas, and his wife, Melissa Loftus, currently use the property, one of the properties, as a creche, or should I say a CD something. It's not actually a creche, it's a higher learning. It's for older children. The property at number 1, at where Bevan lived, was occupied by Bevan and his family from June the 20th. I have a history of approximately 20 years of service with the South African Police Service. I joined the police in 1986, where I was based in Langlaagte in Johannesburg. I was transferred back to KwaZulu-Natal in the early part of 1987, where I was based in Wentworth Police Station as a constable. I temporarily left the police from 1989 to 1992. I joined the police SANAB in 1992. SANAB is SANAB, South African Narcotics Bureau. I held the rank of detective in 1992. Later in that year, I joined the Child Protection Unit. I went back to be based at the Wentworth Police Station in 1993. Although I cannot particularly remember the given passage of time, I left the police in 2009 because I had been victimized at the Wentworth Police Station, and that was taking a toll on me and my family. At that time, I held the rank of a warrant officer. After I left the police, I worked in the construction industry for various companies on short contract basis. Bevan did his matric during 2007 and 2008. He failed his matric, and consequently, I sent him to do courses which he could use to sustain himself. The courses relate to welding. After completing the courses, Bevan joined me in the construction industry. He focused on welding testing and worked mostly with me. We were able to sustain our family and accumulated some savings, which Bevan used to buy and sell cars for profit. He was a business-minded person. Later on, with my assistance, he became involved first in the taxi industry and later in the towing industry. During 2005, Bevan bought a towing van which he used for his towing business. The business was registered as First for KZN, Towing, Panel and Paint, and has an office and vehicle storage facility in Clearwood, where he conducts his daily business. I do not know much about that industry. Safe to say, I know that there were the Durban South, the Durban Central, and Durban West regions. He operated in the Durban South region, which covers the following areas, namely the Bluff, Wentworth, Oosterville, Merebank, Jacobs, Clearwood, and Seaview up to the N2. His biggest competitor was the Durban South Towing, which is owned by a person I know as Alan Subramani. The towing industry is lucrative. I do not know details of the industry rules, but I was aware that operators operated within particular regions, not because of routes or permits, but because of understandings.
Sorry, Mr. Loftus, can I just stop you there? I just want to understand. You say the towing industry was lucrative. Can you just explain what do you mean with that statement?
Yeah, there was money to be made. You know, if you had enough vehicles with enough drivers, yeah, you made a lot of money. So it was the lucrative, I say, is dependent on obviously how many vehicles you have. Okay, but there is money in the towing industry. It pays well. Okay. At the time of his death, Bevan had 12 tow trucks, 6 of which were operating. Bevan's towing business sustained him and his family. He primarily relied on it for income. I assisted him with the business on the panel beating and mechanical side. Bevan also used the house, my house, in which he lived, to store vehicles which had been towed and were undergoing repair. We live in the Bluff area, which is, I need to correct that. We live in the Bluff area, which is gang infested. It's supposed to be, we live in the Bluff area, and Wentworth is actually from the area we come from. That is gang infested, not the Bluff. Okay, the Wentworth area was gang infested where there has been a lot of violence. Bevan had friends and business associates that were allegedly involved in gangs and other criminal activities. The tow truck industry also saw a lot of violent crime. Gang violence involving the tow truck industry started in Wentworth during 2020. Bevan, his friends, and his drivers started being shot at by the members of a drug gang called the Cartel.
Do you have any idea why that was so?
At first, no, but we'll come to that. I'll explain at a later stage.
All right.
Okay, his friend Antonio Goldstone, who was 21 years old, was shot and killed by members of the Cartel in his flat in Wentworth. A case of murder has been opened, but no arrests have been made. Antonio had previously been shot in his shoulder at the same flats where he lived whilst walking home. Since 2020, 5 of Bevan's drivers had been shot. In one incident, one of the drivers, Colin Pillay, was shot and killed on the N2 in Isipingo, and in another incident, a passenger of one of the employees, Nhlaganipo Dube, was shot and killed in Galma Crescent, Merebank, on the 10th of July, 2021. No one has been charged with the crimes yet. They were witnesses to all the incidents. However, I have come to know that 2 of the suspects are now deceased. The SAPS police dockets that refer to these incidents are Sipingo Case 14 of 9/2022, and the investigating officer at the time was Detective Bengu, and there was another case open.
Sorry, Mr. Loftus, please don't read out the case numbers.
Okay, sorry about that. In another incident, one of Bevan's drivers, Brenton Capture, was at a shop in Wentworth and was shot at but managed to flee unarmed. A while later, the same driver's father was seated on his veranda with his son and was killed in a drive-by shooting. The incidents were registered under a Wentworth case. A friend of Bevan, a friend of Bevan and his wife were shot in Tiflin Road in Wentworth while he was taking his wife to work. His wife was injured and he was hospitalized for a few months due to the severity of the injuries. He is now in rehabilitation to assist him to walk again. This shooting incident is also registered at the Wentworth police station. In another incident, one of Bevan's ex-drivers, Denzel De Silva, was shot while awaiting his food order in Wentworth. He survived the shooting incident. A colored male by the name of Dion Ismail Wood was arrested for the shooting and is currently in Westwood Prison. A police docket that refers to this case is a Wentworth case. I now turn to the events leading to the murder of Bevan and his friends. The allegations against Bevan. There are allegations that Bevan was involved in drugs or killing people. I deny that. As far as I know, he lived from income received from his towing and taxi business. He did not live a flamboyant life and lived modestly. I have been in the service. I would have had some idea if Bevan was involved in drugs or in the killing of people. I vehemently dispute those allegations. The narrative that Bevan and his friends were involved in drugs were a cover-up by the police to justify hunting him and ultimately killing him. I now deal with the police harassment in the course of them hunting Bevan.
If I may just pause you there. You say you dispute these allegations. Do you still stand by that version?
Yes, let me just elaborate. When I said dispute these allegations, Bevan's been living at the premises next door to me from 2020, beginning of 2020. I can go on to say that as a father, I'm not with him all the time. I can comment on when I'm with him. I don't know what he does or what he did when he wasn't with me, but in my presence and while he was living at that premises, I did not see any evidence of any of the allegations.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, the harassment and intimidation by the police began in 2022. But it is important that I set out the context which I believe is important and basis for the harassment. During 2022, both Bevan and myself received information that there was an assassination contract put on Bevan's life in the amount of 2.5 million. I also received information from a policeman I know that the hit on my son, Bevan, was genuine. The word was that I should be careful because if they cannot kill Bevan, they would kill my son, Nicholas, or myself. My son, Nicholas, was a Bolt taxi operator and had to cease operating because of the threat on his life and subsequently lost his income and the vehicle. Bevan and I were informed that Clive Nyker put up the 2.5 million contract to kill Bevan. On 23rd of January 2023, Bevan called Nyker, Clive, and confronted him in this regard. I have submitted a recording of that call to the Commission. A transcript of that call is attached as GL2.
So before you proceed, can we then turn to GL2, which should be page 112 of that same file?
Yeah, this is it, yes.
This is, and Commissioners, may I request to play this video? I think this telephone recording at this present moment,
Shouldn't,
or should we?
is this not the first mention? Because I think in the statement, the witness says he deals more fully or extensively with the recording at a later stage.
Yes, he
And
does.
indeed, he does do so, and also he does draw his own conclusions about, shouldn't you do it at that later stage?
I'll take your guidance.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, let's do it that way.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Loftus.
I will deal in more detail with the call below. For present purposes, I submit that it proposes strong evidence that Nyker was behind the 2.5 million hit on Bevan's life. Okay, the incident of the 13th of December 2022. On Tuesday, the 13th of December 2022, I was at my home when I saw a number of policemen at Bevan's house. There must have been approximately 20 to 30 members, some in plain clothes, while others were in uniform, including the dog unit, the NIU, vehicle pound unit, and Metro Police. I went outside and saw members of the police walking up my driveway. I took out my cell phone and started video recording them. There were two policemen outside Bevan's gate in civilian clothes. I jumped over the fence into Bevan's yard and approached them at the gate. One of the police officers, who later became known to me as Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu, shouted at me not to record anything. He asked for Bevan's cell phone number and his whereabouts, which I did not know. He told me to open the remote control gate, which I could not do as I did not have the remote in my possession. He told a white captain from the NIU, which is the National Intervention Unit, to arrest and handcuff me. I was not informed of why I was being arrested. However, that could happen. However, before that could happen, I threw my cell phone to my son, Nicholas. One of the policemen grabbed hold of my son, Nicholas, and choked him and took my cell phone from him. I asked the warrant officer...
Sorry, for clarity, you were not arrested eventually. You were arrested twice on later occasions.
I was arrested then. I think I'm still coming to that, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I asked the warrant officer, S. Naidu, why they were looking for Bevan. He told me that they were from the New Hawks anti-gang unit and that they were there and that there were 2 attempted murder cases from the Belair police station against him. I inquired as to who charged Bevan, but he said that it was private and he could not divulge the information. I asked who the investigating officer was, and a sergeant governor stepped forward and spoke to me. He wanted to leave his contact details with me for Bevan to contact him, but Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu shut Sergeant Governor down and instructed him not to give me any details. Warrant Officer Naidu told the captain to force the gate open, which he did with a pry bar. Warrant Officer Naidu knew that I was an ex-policeman, and he then told me that he was charging me for not cooperating and withholding information, hence the defeating the ends of justice charge. One of Bevan's employees, Eckert van der Bijl, was working on the premises and was assaulted by an NIU officer, which incident was recorded by the CCTV cameras. Eckert was also assaulted later on that day by a uniformed policeman, I should say. Sometime after the initial police raid, Captain Dina Governor, Constable Ian Ronnie of the Metro Police, and another captain unknown to me, arrived at the premises. I later
Sorry,
established that
sorry. This is exactly what confused me, and I thought you were not arrested when you referred to just before the arrest happened. And now you say sometime after the initial police raid, and eventually the incident you are referring to now does result in an arrest.
no.
So what's the sometime after the initial?
When I say
police
time,
raid?
I don't mean a long time. It was like a matter of minutes. So it's a very short space of time because I've got a long driveway. I'd say it's about between 50 meters probably and 60 meters. So by the time that I walked, they walked me up to the garage is at the top end of that 60 meters. So by the time I got there, Dina and Ian Ronin had arrived.
Okay,
So it was-
and how do you separate the raids? You refer to an initial raid. So if the people are there throughout and they eventually arrest you, what's an initial raid and what other raid is there? Because if you talk about initial, then there must
let
be
me-
some other.
Where is that? Let me just go back to that.
Paragraph 36.
36 on one of Bevan's employed Eckhart van der Weyl was working on the premises and was assaulted by an NAU officer, which incident was recorded on TV. Eckhart was also assaulted later on that day by a uniform sometime after the initial raid. Okay, what I mean there is when Seven and them were at the gate. That's when it started. That's what I'm implying. Okay.
Can I, I'm sorry about this. Can I take you back to paragraph 34? You say you were asked for Bevan's cell phone number and his whereabouts, which you did not know. I assume it's the whereabouts that you did not know. Obviously, you knew Bevan's cell phone number.
No, I did not. He changed his number quite often. Yeah,
Also, it was both that you did not know, both the cell number and the
his whereabouts.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. Please go back to where you were and continue reading.
Okay, Conservani, Captain Anotimi arrived at there. Okay, I later established that Constable Ian Ronnie from the Metro Police was off duty and had arrived in his private vehicle. There appeared to be no reason why an off-duty member of the Metro would be involved in the police action on that day. Bevan's house, where he lived, was locked, and Constable Ronnie gave the go-ahead for the other policemen to force the kitchen security gate open, which was the NIU captain, and which he did. I asked them whether they had a search warrant, which they could not produce, and I was told that they did not need one. I told them that I do not live at that address and did not have keys to the premises. They insisted I enter the house with them. I asked that only 2 policemen enter for control purposes because I did not know if there were any valuables or cash in the house and did not want to be responsible for anything going missing. Many police members entered and went into different areas of the house without any supervision. A young man, namely Michigan Hippolyte, who was then 19 years old, is now deceased, was asleep inside the house. Constable Ian Ronnie from the Durban Metro picked up 2 Chinese-manufactured two-way radios from the shelf in the kitchen and said that they were police scanners. Constable Ian Ronnie and one of the 7 Naidu took Michigan into the bathroom and questioned him about Bevan's whereabouts. I saw Constable Ian Ronnie push Michigan's head into the bath with water and hold it there on 2 occasions while Michigan struggled to breathe. I interviewed and told Constable Ian Ronnie to stop what he was doing to Michigan. He then stopped. Various other items, including 2 pellet guns and empty cartridge casings, including 9mm shells, a Ronnie rifle frame, which housed Bevan's Glock 9mm handgun, were taken. Later, I was informed that an AK-47 round was also allegedly found. I informed the policeman that both Bevan and his wife were licensed 9mm firearm holders.
Sorry, Mr. Loftus, just before we move off that, did Mr. or Bevan own any high caliber rifle or assault rifle
No, he didn't at that stage, no.
at that stage?
Yeah.
Okay. When did he own it?
Let me just correct what I said. He registered a security company and he had applied for firearms. They were shotguns, but they actually were in the license of being processed, which didn't materialize. Okay, so yeah.
Did he own any AK-47?
No, he did not.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Paragraph 40.
Very 40. Bevan sometimes towed vehicles at his address when his business premises were full. The policeman scanned the disc on a Renault Duster motor vehicle which was legally towed and stored with the owner's consent during the floods storm which occurred in April 2022. When the policeman, called it up and it came up as a stolen on a Brighton Beach case. The Brighton Beach policeman had previously come to the premises with the owner to remove the vehicle. However, the vehicle was left at the premises and had attracted storage charges, which the owner had not paid. We showed the police the legal documentation together with the newspaper advertisement in the independent newspaper on Thursday, 21 July 2022, indicating that the vehicle would be sold to defray costs. After seeing the documents, the police left. I was then forced to open the garage, which I did under duress without a search warrant. My old police issued bulletproof vest and handcuffs were hanging on the wall in a bag, which was covered in dust and insect droppings mess. I informed them that it was my issue, which had been hanging on the wall for the last 15 years. When I resigned in 2009, they only took my service pistol, and I kept all my uniforms and other equipment.
Sorry, just before you go there, out of interest, aren't you under an obligation to hand back all the tools of trade?
Some of them, yes. The bulletproof vest should have been handed back. But if I can just explain how it remained in my possession. When I resigned in 2009, I went to the station commissioner and told him that I'm resigning. I had accumulated 9 months vacational leave over the years. And at that time, I don't know if it's changed now, if you left voluntary or resigned, you lost your leave, whatever leave you had accumulated, and you didn't get paid out for it. So I said to him, I want to resign. Can he please sign my accumulated leave, which amounted to 9 months? He refused to do that. He actually said to me that he won't do it because if he signs it and the 9 months leave is completed, I probably will withdraw the resignation. So I said to him, okay, let me post-date the resignation and he can keep it in his safe. And on that date, he can submit it. So I had my firearm with me. I handed in my firearm. The bulletproof vest was still at home in the garage because we didn't really wear it. So I left almost immediately. I went to Secunda where I had employment. So I hardly came home. It was every now and again on a weekend. So I didn't have the opportunity to hand it in. And to be honest with you, I totally forgot about it. And as well, none of them actually came to me and reminded me or came to looking for it to hand it in. So I totally forgot about it. Okay.
Can I just to clarify, this garage you referred to at paragraph 41, is this at your property or where Bevan
That's where Bevan was
lived?
living.
Okay,
Yeah. But I used to live there previously.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was subsequently falsely charged for obstructing or defeating justice because I did not know Bevan's cell phone number and whereabouts and also could not open the gate. Impersonating a policeman, possession of state property, possession of a stolen motor vehicle, possession of ammunition, which was a .357 Magnum rounds and 1 AK-47 bullet, which was allegedly found on the premises at Bevan's house.
Just on that paragraph 42.5, you say allegedly. Do you dispute that?
Yes, I dispute it. Firstly, if I can just explain further, Commissioners, the .357 Magnum rounds, I'm a licensed firearm holder of that caliber of weapon. And on the day, there was a captain from the Durban Central actually asked me if I have a firearm, which I said I do. So he went with me to my premises next door and he took possession of my firearm. The AK-47 bullets, I know nothing of that.
Let me get this. You were in possession of state property because you had the bulletproof vest, the uniform, and the handcuffs. So why would that charge be false if, even on your own version, you forgot to hand them back?
I wouldn't say that charge is false because I agree with you, commissioners, because it was in my possession.
Yes.
But I'm saying it wasn't maliciously in my possession because the implication on the day was that I read from Captain Governor and Warrant Officer 7 ideas that I'm using it for malicious purposes. That's why when it was taken off the wall, it was hanging on the wall, I actually said to them, please take a photograph of the condition of that bag to show that it wasn't open because there are a whole lot of insect droppings on it in the zip area. So I wouldn't say that's false. It's not false because I was in possession of it.
And the badge, where was the badge?
No, they didn't find the badge.
The badge, did you hand it back, the badge?
No, I didn't. I destroyed it because they didn't take it. And there are other policemen that will tell you the same, that they also left with their badges and they themselves destroyed it.
Thank you.
Just for context, Commissioner Kumalo, I think the photos relating to that raid are in the bundle. Just, I don't know, in the interest of time, whether you want to go through them, but the one of the badge, of the bulletproof vest and the handcuffs appeared page 951, which is file 2. And 952, and then you'll see the rounds going forward. I don't know whether you need to see them physically.
I think my concern with the statement was the allegation that he was falsely charged for possession of state property. And I'm saying the charge can be false if you are in unlawful possession of state property.
Yes, I think the witness has answered it, yes.
So maybe in similar vein, just clarify, the vehicle, the Renault that you say was on the property, it had never, you do explain that how the circumstances in which it ends up there, but you also say that when they checked, they found that it was still reported as stolen property. So at this point, it had not yet been taken off the stolen property or stolen motor vehicle report. Is that what it means?
That's correct, Commissioner, but if I can just elaborate on that. What had happened in this particular case, according to what I was told, why it was in his possession is because it was flooded. It was underwater during the floods in 2022. So that whoever towed it, called to the scene, had to salvage it. In other words, not just tow it, had to rescue it or recover it from that water. And then the insurance didn't want to pay for it. It was some kind of a dispute that took place. So he wanted the vehicle without paying. So this happens used to happen when I was a policeman as well. The owner would go to the police and report it stolen, so that the police can come and recover it, and he doesn't have to pay the cost of the salvage, recovery, and the storage as well. And this is what I think happened on this day. That's why because I didn't witness the transactions between them, but I was kept up to date by Bevan about that vehicle. And he said to me, this is what's happening. Insurance doesn't want to pay the owner, and he doesn't want to pay cash out of his pocket as well. So in my understanding, that's why he went to the police and reported it stolen. So it actually wasn't really stolen. And if I can add on to that as well, this used to happen quite regularly when I was younger in the police, that owners used to come in, open cases of vehicles can be recovered. Then at some stage, there was a circular that was sent to stations to say that the police are not to get involved in those transactions anymore. That's purely civil. So we stopped doing that.
Thank you.
If I can, I don't know if your commissioners, if you're interested in knowing about the impersonating a policeman. If I give you the background on that. That charge is, when they came, dinner and 7, when they entered the premises at the garage, dinner governor related to me that he knows about me. He knows I was working at Sanab with Warrant Officer Swanepoel, Warrant Officer Jones at that time, who's now retired. He retired as a colonel. And another gentleman who worked with us as a reservist. His name was Sunil Kara. That was our team. And he even said, you know, he watched us and we did some good work. And he knows that I've left the force, and he knows everything about me. Before he came, he did an inquiry, and he knows that I own the 3 houses. So with the impersonating, they implied that I said to them that I'm still presently a captain in the police. That's how that impersonating charge came about. Yeah, okay. I protested against the charges because I do not live on the premises and have no keys or remote to enter the premises. Captain Dina Govender, Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu, said I was being charged because I owned the premises. They took me and I was detained at Durban North Police Station from Tuesday, the 13th of December 2022, and I attended the Durban Court 10 and Thursday, the 15th of December 2022, and was remanded to Westwood Prison for 7 days, for a formal bail application, that is. On appearing at Durban Court 10 on the 22nd of December 22, I was released on a 3,000 rand bail, and the case was later withdrawn. Early this year, in 2026, I was visited by Sergeant Koluse from the Hawks, who informed me that they are putting the matter back in court. They asked for a copy of my registration confirmation of the property situated at the address where Bevan lived. He said there was a search warrant and the court wanted to know whether they had searched the correct house. He also asked for a copy of my firearm license, which I later sent to him. It emerged from Sergeant Governor that the raid on our family homes on the 13th of December 2022 was ostensibly related to the 2 Belair dockets, which are both Belair cases. Bevan had no knowledge of these cases and was never contacted by the Belair police officers who were assigned these cases. I later established that the Belair cases had been signed out by Captain S. Naidu and assigned to Warrant Officer T. Naidu from Durban Central Detectives on the 4th of December 2022. The dockets were returned a week later. Bevan was not contacted in that time, and we have never seen any evidence suggesting that there was any case against him.
Sorry, just to clarify certain things, you talk of Sergeant Govender. Is that someone different to Captain
That
Govender?
is somebody totally different to Captain Governor.
And then there is Captain Naidu.
It was Captain Governor, it was Warrant Officer Naidu,
Okay.
and Sergeant Governor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please proceed at 46.
At 46. Whilst I was in custody at Westwood Prison on December the 22nd, I received a message from Bevan's best friend, Marlon Stewart, who's known as Sticks, that's his nickname, and another male known to us as David, who is a tow truck driver for Durban South Towing. They were shot and killed near Moses Mabhida Stadium. Bevan knew both deceased as he grew up with them, and Marlon was his best friend. According to Captain Dina Governor and Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu, Bevan and his manager, Hendrik Nunes, were persons of interest in the matter. This was mentioned to me and Bertie Lang, who was my attorney, by the officers. The allegation was suggesting that Bevan was involved in the murder of Marlon and David is fanciful. Marlon and David were his close friends. Moreover, Bevan was in Johannesburg when they were shot and killed. Okay. Sometime in January 2023, Bevan came home one day and told me he got a phone call from a friend that is in the Sydenham Taxi Association together with Clive Nyker. The friend told Bevan to be careful because Mr. Clive Nyker had put a hit on him. Apparently, no photos of Bevan or details of his appearance had been circulated, but word was out that Bevan lived in the Bluff area and drove a white BMW and a white Toyota Bucky. Bevan informed me that his friend had advised him not to drive those vehicles and stay off the streets. On 25 January 2023, Hendrik Nunes was at Bevan's home as he had just returned from Port Elizabeth, having purchased a motor vehicle. He, Hendrik Noonans, came to talk to Bevan about Captain Varley, who works at Brighton Beach SAPS. He's a captain in the detectives. He was bothering him about a motorcycle that one of the drivers recovered at an accident scene and was now in storage at Bevan's storage yard. Captain Varley wanted the bike released free of charge. Bevan indicated that he was going to call Captain Varley. I advised him not to do so. I told him that Captain Varley was working with Captain Dina Govender, and Varley didn't like Bevan. He had issues with Bevan on previous occasions. I advised Bevan that the Hawks had failed to arrest him on the Belair cases because there was no evidence, and by calling Captain Varley, he would start something. I told Bevan that he must be careful of what he says to Captain Varley because he will open an intimidation case, and that will give Captain Dina Governor a reason to pick him up because there was no other reason to do that. Other than that, Bevan nevertheless called.
Sorry, Mr. Loftus, let me ask. At this point where you are warning Bevan about Captain Govender, or Colonel Govender, what did you know about Colonel Govender to do with Bevan at this point when you give him this warning?
Not Captain Varley, the warning?
So you say that you warned him not to call Captain Valley?
Yes.
Because if he does that, then it would give Dina Govender
Yes. Okay, I see
a
that.
reason to pick him
I
up.
see
So
that
my
vision,
question
yes.
is, what did you know about Govender's attitude or position towards Bevan that you found it necessary to give him that kind of warning?
Okay, what had happened, if I can just go into a bit of depth. Captain, far as I was concerned, because what was happening, I was concerned about Bevan's life now, because there were threats made against him. So I started conducting my own inquiries to see who Captain Govender really are. And then I established that after they had come there in December, obviously they didn't return until February. I established, from my police experience, the cases that were from Belair. As an experienced detective, I have an understanding of how it works. When you receive a docket for investigation, you have to, within 24 to 48 hours, you have to do some work on it. So if there's evidence in the docket, you'd obviously approach the accused person or the suspect in that matter. Should there be any witness statements, corroborating witnesses, etc. And I established that there weren't any of the above. So I took it from that is why Dina Governor and his team didn't return for Bevan, because had it been such a serious case, they would have been relentless to arrest him. Because I asked the question, why would a specially formed anti-gang unit go to a small station in an area and draw 2 attempted murder dockets, which the investigating officer hadn't pursued or made any attempt to contact the alleged suspect? So I thought it quite suspicious, why this can't be falling in their mandate. And then I established that Captain Govender was at Brighton Beach Station and at Wentworth Police Station trying to find dockets where Bevan is implicated, outstanding dockets. And the information I got from my sources was that Captain Varley was working with him, looking for dockets so that they can arrest him. So in my opinion, I was saying, if the cases were so strong against him, why are they going further to look for other dockets? So I was of the opinion that there was no real evidence to arrest Bevan on those 2 Belair cases. And then Bevan had issues with Captain Varley in the past. And just the fact that if he calls him, when he was a captain at Wentworth, Captain Varley was a captain at Wentworth Detectives. He was a group, because the detectives are divided into groups and they have a captain in charge of each group. There was an instance where Bevan was arrested with some of his friends for a firearm charge. Okay, I'll give a background of that. When they on the street, the tow trucks sit on what they call a patch, where they sit and wait for calls for accidents. It was late at night, and he says he was coming home, and a friend of his from the area asked him where is he. So he indicated where he was. So he said he's going home. So the friend asked him for a lift home because it was on en route to Bevan, to us, where Bevan lived. And he knows the boy is naughty. So he said to him, there's a roadblock opposite the police station. Went to the police station. He says, I'm going that way. If you have anything illegal on you, declare it now because I'm going through that roadblock. He says, and the guy said, no, he hasn't got anything illegal. So he says, when they got to the roadblock, just before the roadblock, the youngster says to him, hey, I've got a firearm on me. So Bevan said he told him, I'm not turning back now, because if I turn back, it look like I did something wrong, something to that effect. So there were 5 people in the vehicle, and everybody was arrested. So I got a call that he's arrested at Windsor Police Station. I know most of the detectives at Windsor Police Station because I worked with them. So I established who was on call and who would have the docket. So I made a phone call to say, what is the way forward, what's the charge, etc. So the detective said to me, no, I can come see him in the morning. So I said to him, look, must I get an attorney? He says, no, it's not necessary because he's going to be releasing them because there's no evidence. They can't place the docket, the file in anyone's possession. So fine, I went to the station on the Saturday morning and I spoke to the detective and he was now going to process all the cases that came on overnight. So he went to the cell. I followed him. I didn't go in. So he said to me, no, he's going to release them because Bevan and them were shouting and saying they don't know what they're going to do, etc. There's cameras in the cells. The policeman that was in charge, I won't say his name, he received a phone call from Captain Varley because he fell under Captain Varley's group. And he said to Captain Varley, he's releasing these guys because there's no evidence against any of them, and there's no chance of a successful conviction. The phone was on speaker. Captain Varley said to him, no, don't release Bevan. He's going to take that docket, and he'll handle the docket henceforth. So Bevan and then went to court based on that. He took possession of that docket as the investigating officer, which is not normal as the captain of the group to investigate the matters. And the matter, I'm not sure if it was thrown out or it wasn't placed on the roll. I need to confirm that. So yeah, so Bevan had said, even in the conversation, when he phoned him, that's why I said to him, don't phone, because back to where we started, because Dina is after you and Varley is not a friend of yours. So let's leave it as it is, because based on my experience and my inquiries, there wasn't enough evidence in the docket to arrest Bevan. And when Bevan found that they were looking for him for these cases, he came to me and he said he related to me that, hey, there's 2 dockets that they're drawing at Belair for him to come and arrest him. And he said to me, I've got no cases. I don't understand this. And henceforth, my inquiry started. I forget which number we were on. 51. Bevan nevertheless called Varley and asked him, Captain Varley, to stop harassing Hendrik Nunes, who was his driver and his manager at the time. The phone was on speaker so I could hear the conversation. Captain Varley wanted the bike released, but Bevan refused because he had released vehicles in the past on Varley's word that the client would pay, but the client ended up not paying. Bevan told him to stay out of his business and do police work. Bevan told him that they were both men, and the only difference was that Captain Varley has a badge.
Sorry, just on that last point, what did you make of that statement?
I want to elaborate on that. The words actually used was, look, Bevan was furious because he was under such pressure. He's getting pressure from these guys for a case he says he knew nothing about, and Varley now. So the words were something to the effect of, Varley, you're a man, I'm a man. You've got blood and bone, I've got blood and bone. You're a policeman, I'm not. You've got a badge. You do your police work and I'll do mine. Stay out of my business. It was to that kind of effect. In other words, stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine.
Sure.
After calling Captain Varley, Bevan called Mr. Clive Nike of Roadstar, towing again against my advice. The transcript of the call has already been referred to above and is GL2, as stated above. I've sent the recording to the commission and I believe it will be played for all to hear. Again, this call was on speaker and I could hear the conversation. I wish to highlight that the following.
So, sorry, just before that, I think I'd like to take up the chair's invitation to play the recording at this juncture. Chair, Chair, it seems that as it would happen, we
You
have
were,
some
you were
technical-
ready and raring to go quite some time back. Should we, let's just carry on, perhaps you'll come
Yes,
back
can
to
I
it.
request if indeed we get there, we'll
Yes,
play it. But
yes.
it's quite
And-
important for the context of,
All right,
I
all
think
right.
also for the question that was put to Mr. John. I don't know whether I can request because my colleague tells
We,
me.
I don't even think it's necessary for us to go to the transcript because we went through it and I think it was read into the record as well. We can proceed so long. I'm not saying you should not play when you are ready with it, we can always go back to it.
Can I perhaps just offer an explanation why I need to go to the transcript to explain?
I'm not even stopping you, but please, if you want
Okay.
to explain it.
It's because there was an issue about identification of Bevan and Mr. Naika, and Mr. Loftus was in that room. So I'd like him to explain, and perhaps if you have a question or the commissioners have a question, they can come from there.
Oh, so are you suggest, for example, in paragraph 52, just before the sub-paragraphs, Mr. Loftus says he wants to highlight something and then we have the sub-paragraphs, which are what he highlights. Are you saying we should not even go there until we've played the recording?
Perhaps I just want, maybe, I don't know how the technical issues will be, but at this point, not to lose
Yes.
the point, I'd prefer that at least he explains 52.2.
Okay, maybe let's just go to paragraph 53 then. We'll come back to the recording and then Mr. Loftus's observations.
Before we move on 52, I didn't include it yet. Before Bevan made the call to Clive, I said to him, why I advised him against it, because I said to him, Clive is a powerful guy. They haven't got anything on you. He'll definitely open an intimidation case against you. I said, you can guarantee that. And later on, okay, let me leave it there. I think I'll cover it later on, but I forgot to say that there. All right, and I'll explain further.
You said something similar about, I forget the rank, Officer Valley as well.
Captain Valley, yes.
Captain Valley,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, all right.
Right, I just forgot to include it here.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to 53 then, if that's fine, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you. Let's proceed to paragraph.
I
50.
point out further that just over 2 months after this call, Bevan was murdered by the SAP officers under the command of Captain Dina Governor in an operation led by him. On the 3rd of February 2023,
Just before you proceed to that, if you go to file, well, let's just stick to the same file rather. In the founding affidavit to the application, paragraph 18, page 38 of the same file. This is the founding affidavit that you deposed to, at paragraph 18.
sorry, just say that again.
Can you go to page 38 of the same bundle?
38. Page 38, I don't see pages. You mean the ones that are written on the top in pen?
At the top in red.
Say the number, 80.
Paragraph 18, which should be at the bottom.
18.
18.
Okay, this one. The one that starts with on the Friday.
No,
No, it starts during 2022.
Yes.
Both Bevan,
I
red
think I'm a bit
38,
mixed up,
red
yeah.
38 at the top.
38, just help me there. Thanks. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, Can I
Are
go
you
on?
there? Can you just read that entire paragraph 18?
During 2022, both Bevan and myself received information that there was an assassination contract put on Bevan's life in the amount of 2.5 million. I also received information from a policeman I know that a hit on my son Bevan was genuine. The word was that I should be careful because if they cannot kill Bevan, they will kill my son Nicholas and myself.
Thank you. I just want to probe just two things there. So you, according to this, you received the information in 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember when about?
No, I can't remember.
And this information was in what form?
Verbal
From a source.
from a source, yes.
And in terms of this, was it at the same time you at Bevan, or you received it separately from separate sources?
It was more or less around the same time. Yes, because we discussed it, yes.
So
I think the question is, was the source the same person?
No, it wasn't the same source. Mine was, if I can recall correctly, Bevan told me that the hit was put on him. And then we were discussing this all the time with people. It was a thing that was going on in the area. And then this friend of mine approached me and he said A, B, and C, which now corroborated with what Bevan had said to me.
I just want to make sure that I understand. So you're saying that Bevan tells you for the first time that this is in 2022,
Yeah.
that there is a hit on
Yes,
him,
yes,
and he tells you that it's for 2.5 million.
yes.
Does he say who it is, who's the person?
At that time, no. I don't recall that he said who was the person. At a later stage,
At the latest?
at a later stage, the name came out of who it was.
Okay. And then you then get information, or you confirm independently from a policeman.
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the discussion on that from that policeman?
Well, all the policemen in the area knew what was going on. So it was basically a straightforward conversation that be careful because there's a hit put on you. He had heard about it and he confirmed that it's true from his sources. It was a very short discussion.
And it was also, the confirmation did not mention the name.
No, at that stage, no.
Okay.
The name wasn't mentioned at that stage.
Okay. And in that, now that you know there's this thing, did you take it up with the authorities?
No, I did not. I did not. I can tell you why I did not, because I know the workings of the police, especially with our local police stations, etc. In my opinion, they're not equipped to handle issues such as these. They're really not. And a lot of the time it's because of lack of knowledge and also because of no interest. I've seen that while I was a policeman.
Please explain what you mean they are not equipped to handle matters like this. And I ask because when Mr. John was the IPID officer was testifying yesterday, and he said you went to court for an interdict.
Yes.
The question that I didn't ask, but that was in my head, was why would you not lay a charge of conspiracy to murder or to kill? Why didn't you lay that kind of complaint? So answer my question about why do you say the police do not have the capacity to deal with these kind of issues, together with my question, why did you not lay that kind of charge?
From experience, being in that environment, cases like that, people don't generally want to come forward, first of all, and give statements because they'll have to name names, etc. Secondly, there's also a lack of interest in pursuing cases that from the local police as well, detectives as well.
You say so even after you've had the telephone call between Bevan and Mr. Naika, which you have interpreted in a certain way as you were listening to it. You say there's an acknowledgement in that he doesn't deny that he's put a price for Bevan to be killed. Even with that information, you still say you couldn't lay a complaint.
I've spoke to some policemen regarding that that conversation, that transcription. None of those police even picked up what we did, that his name was mentioned without him saying his name, and it was only when the hit of 2.5 million was put on his head. They didn't pick that up, and they didn't pick up what I would call a motive, where he says, "You killed my uncle." They didn't even pick that up. I had to actually highlight it to them. This is not policemen at stations, people that I knew, policemen that I knew. There's really no interest there. If I can elaborate, when we work as detectives, complainants will walk into the charge office, and generally speaking, the charge office personnel, in my opinion, a lot of them are not equipped to even write proper statements. That I can tell you because I've witnessed it. We have to go and retake the statement. So a lot of the times, like what we did, we established what we call a crime office, so the detectives actually could interview the people, the complainants, and take the relevant statements in a proper manner. A lot of the detectives and the uniformed policemen, they've got this, I can call it a thing, where they say, kill the case. So when a complainant walks into the charge office, there's a persuasion. They try and persuade the complainants not to open a case. If you can understand what I say, they try and inform that they can't open a case because there is no case, etc., etc. They find some kind of way not to help them. I've witnessed it. So,
Thank you.
I'll elaborate a bit more. There were times when this started, where youngsters would be intimidated at the flats before it escalated. When I say flats, it's where we grew up in Reykjavik, where this cartel was operating. These youngsters, two of them that are deceased now, and Antonio was also deceased, they're from there, they were junior youngsters. They were being harassed, intimidated. I personally, and a lot of those youngsters had single-parent homes, single mothers. I was very well known in the area. So I took some of the mothers up to the police station and had a meeting with the station commissioner, with the mothers, to say, from experience, this is going to escalate. It's starting as threats and little assaults, but I explained how I could see this escalating from experience of the past. And there was no interest. We had those kind of meetings on about 2 or 3 occasions to try and get the station commander to intervene. I can't remember the station commander's name. He was a white gentleman. He actually said to me, and he sent me a document with the Intimidation Act, where he actually said the Intimidation Act doesn't exist anymore. So we did make efforts at that stage. So following that, there was no sense in going back there, because if the station commissioner could say something like that, there's no way that his juniors with no experience could pursue it.
Just 2 questions on that. One is, what is, I think a lot of your statement contain the words or the phrase that word in the street was, but I'd like to know, to explain what does that mean generally?
Let's talk amongst people on the street, people, groups, just general talk. I mean, it's like social media. People thrive on activities or events that take place. So you pick up something that you hear and you pass it on like a grapevine story, you know, and that's how the word gets around in the street, you know. And it's a lot of the time what you hear is true. Not all the time, but a lot of it. And a lot of the time, some of what you hear is true, and it leads to other things, you know. So it gives you some kind of something to grab onto, some of the stuff, and you can investigate. How investigation starts, and you can pursue whatever said, and you can actually find a lot of it is true most of the time.
Okay. Then the second point is just to follow on what Commissioner Baloyi said, and what you then responded by, is that what do you think is the reason behind the police seeming apathetic or not willing or killing cases, as it were?
That's a tough one for me to say. I'm going to get into trouble for this. I think it's just laziness. That's what I believe.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson, I am advised that the sound is back. Can I request that we play that recording and then go back to the file, to the statement at page 15, paragraph 52.1, but we'll start with the recording.
The roadster, Mr. Clive himself. How are you?
Yeah, who's this here?
Like a lot of money, 2.5 on my head now, eh?
Who's this here? Who's this here? Evan, you.
Yeah, how you can
You
phone
my
Dane?
uncle.
How you can phone Dane to tell Dane to set me up? You can the roadster. The roadster, Mr. Clive himself. How are you?
Yeah, who's this here?
Like a lot of money, 2.5 on my head now, eh?
Who's this here? Who's this here? Evan, you.
Yeah, how you can
You
phone
my
Dane?
uncle.
How you can phone Dane to tell Dane to set me up?
iPhone Dane, I don't even
Yeah,
fucking
me,
know.
I never ever fought with you. I got no problem with you, but look like you after me. You paying dinner, governor, you paying all the carols, you and Park to do all these things to me. I never had nothing to do with you. I never minded your business. I got no flop with you. But Bali, you went out of your way to do all these things to me. You wanna kill me and all. What kind? Bali, where's the numbers?
Are you making allegations against me or are you telling me the facts?
I'm asking you, where's the numbers, Bali? I never
Let's
do
start
fuck
off
all
now.
to
Let's
you.
start off.
Check your word. I'm
Firstly,
fuck all to
you were
you.
telling the people I killed Regan.
See how Bali? See how check that? No flop. You wanna kill me, right? No flop. The fastest lives the longest. Right? Laka.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think, I'm not sure whether it was audible enough for your purposes.
Yeah,
In any event, the transcript is at
Yes.
page 113, just to contextualize things. Now, this is the recording, is this the recording that you were referring to earlier?
That's correct. That's the recording.
And at page 130, 113 is a transcript.
Yes,
Is that an accurate?
that's inaccurate.
Okay. And you were present when that call was made?
It was made presently. It was his phone was on speaker.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the call?
After he phoned Vali, or let me say before he phoned Vali, he was agitated and he was quite angry and he was under a lot of pressure because he was tired of this. You remember, he hadn't been out of the premises for a long time. Because when he heard that there's a hit on him, he said to me, they're not going to get me because I'm not going to leave the premises. So, like he says, he can't go out.
Sorry, just repeat that.
He couldn't leave the premises. He says he's going to stay in the premises because there's a hit on him, and if he stays at home, they can't get him. Henceforth, Hendrik Noonan ran the operation in the yard and on the street with the tow trucks, etc. So he was angry. So when Hendrik Nunes came over, he was on the phone with Vali. Vali phoned him a few times, harassing him about this motorcycle. So Bevan was agitated by that, so he said, no, I'm going to phone him. I need to put him in his place, kind of, He didn't use those words, but that was the gesture, so to say. And then afterwards, he said, you know what? I don't know this Clive Nika. He says, I'm going to phone him and ask him why he's doing this to me. And that's where the phone call came from.
And where did he get the cell phone of Mr. Nika, if it is Mr. Nika?
Yes, to be honest with you, I was quite surprised that he could get the phone call, but he was resourceful. What happens, you get a tow truck driver that drives for the operators on the bluff. And from time to time, they jump areas and they go and drive in other areas. So obviously, they make connections and friends with the guys that work for the different. So those guys have the contact numbers for their employees or their bosses. So he didn't tell me where it got, so I'm assuming that's how he got it. Because you hear conversations when guy would ask, one of the would say, have you got so-and-so's number? Then he'll be like, no, let me phone so-and-so, and that so-and-so will phone so-and-so, and the number will come with the information, so to say. Yeah, but I wasn't present when he actually got the number.
Okay. Yeah, I think I can't take that further with you as such.
Yes.
Then you confirm or seem to confirm that on the call was Mr. Nika on the other end.
Yes.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Well, look, okay, let me retract that. I can't say that it was him because I don't know him and I've never met him and I've never heard him speak. Based on the conversation and the phone call, I'm assuming that it was him.
And why is that?
Well, from the conversation, when Bevan called him Mr. Clive, Mr. Roadster, he acknowledges, he continues the conversation acknowledging, I would say that is an acknowledgement that it's him.
Do you know whether his company is Roadstar?
Yes, I do know that he owns Roadster Towing.
Okay.
Okay. Can you then read paragraph 52.1, which are the points you wanted to highlight?
52.1.
Page 16 of your statement.
Page 15, yeah.
15.
Yeah,
One
okay.
five.
52.1.
Yes.
When he answered the phone, Mr. Clive Nyker was not able to identify Bevan at first. As soon as Bevan mentioned the 2.5 million hit, Mr. Clive Nyker instantly, immediately identified him. And the accused, sorry, let me say that again. He immediately identified him, Bevan, and accused Bevan of killing his uncle. When Bevan accused Mr. Clive Nyker of paying Captain Dinner Governor to kill him, Mr. Clive Nyker did not deny the allegation.
I want to take issue with that. I think you should listen to the recording in the context of everything that was said. Let me take you to page 113, 113. Read 113 at the top.
Okay, I've got it, Commissioner.
Yeah, the fifth entry where Bevan is speaking says yes, and then how you can phone Dane to tell Dane to set me up. Then the response by Captain Nyker. I'm sorry, Mr. Nyker. I phoned Dane. You see, even the fact that is asking a question there. I phoned Dane. It should tell you that implicit in that is, it may in a sense be a denial. I don't even effing know who Dane is. So it becomes clearer. I've never, so your source about me having called Dane to set you up, that's false. So that's a denial. But let's go further down. So yes, it's not, it does not directly deal with the 2.5, but the context is the 2.5. And the setting up by Dane is in the context of the 2.5. So let's go further down. The long, there is what Bevan said there, the longest by him. He says, second last line, towards the end, you want to kill me and all that kind. And then the response by Mr. Nyker, I don't. You want to kill me? I don't. Are you making allegations against me or are you telling me the facts? So when you look at all this in context, he actually did deny the allegations. It's on that basis that I say I take issue with what you say when you say he did not deny.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Commissioner.
I'm saying it's on this basis that I say I take issue with your statement that Mr. Nyker did not deny.
No, fair enough. That's the way it's read.
All
I
right.
accept that.
Chairperson, perhaps one has to understand the context of the issue, whether it's taken with whether it was not Mr. Nyker on the other side, or whether it's a matter of having put a contract on his head. I just think we need to distinguish that for his purposes as well.
I'm just proceeding on the assumption that it was Mr. Nyker. And what I'm addressing is the statement by Mr. Loftus that Mr. Nyker, if it was Mr. Nyker, did not deny the allegation. That's all I'm engaging Mr. Loftus on.
Sure. Chair, can I then take you to file 3? Page 118.
1181.
At the bottom. Perhaps I have to identify what this is as a document entirely. It's an article that was published by the Daily Maverick were on the 29th of April 2023, and it follows the shootout, and we're still going to come to it about the relationship between drugs, tow trucks, and the gangs and the killings and the hits. But for present purposes, I'd like us to go to 1181, which is Clive Nika Speaks. If you turn over, there's a suggestion that Mr. Clive Nika was confronted with this allegation.
Where about at 1182?
I think it's the second, I think for context, I'd like to read the two paragraphs
Which ones are those?
at the top. So it says.
The one
unquote,
starting Daily Maverick.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Just for the purpose of the record, can I ask the witness to read it?
And what is this? What did you?
Well, it's the point about whether Clive Nika denies
Okay.
that it was him on the call. And perhaps the point I'm trying to come across, to put across, is that he doesn't seem to deny that discussion, at least on the media reports. Also,
Please go ahead.
thank you,
Mr.
Chairperson.
Skaka.
Mr. Loftus, would I kindly request that you read that portion just into the record?
Which page is this, Naba?
Page 1182,
82 from the top.
from the top. Thank you.
Daily Maverick approached businessman Clive Nika, who described Bevan Loftus as an evil young man. I've only had 2 or 3 conversations with this evil young man. I don't know him. I have been in the towing industry for 14 years, and I'm chairman of our Towing Industry Association. I have never had a confrontation with Bevan. Earlier this year, Bevan called me saying I wanted to kill him. I said I heard he killed my uncle, the tow trucker Elvis Raju in Asheville, earlier this year. I heard on the street that it was a case of mistaken identity, that I was meant to be the target of the shooting. Bevan ended the conversation with, let's see who dies first.
Thank you. I think I'd like to stop there. Chairperson, it's that evidence that I just want it to be there regarding Mr. Nika's, regarding whether it was him on the other line. And it seems to be consistent with the transcript and what the witness states and what is on the call.
Or which is that it was Mr. Nika.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Or this has nothing to do with whether there was or there wasn't a denial by Mr. Nika. It's just to show that
It's just to show.
it was Mr. Nika on the.
Yes, he confirms that, and he confirms the contents because
Okay,
you'll see where the last, not the last statement, it says, let's see who dies first.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing I want to take with Mr. Loftus.
All right.
For me, it was just to place that before you, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you.
Then I will come back to this, about this article later on after tea, but there is a statement or something that Bevan says when the call ends.
Yes.
And it is, I just don't want to, to rephrase it. It says, the fastest lives the longest. You recall that?
Yes, I
that
recall it.
sentence. What did you understand that to mean?
At first, I didn't know how to take it because I said to Bevan, I actually asked him, what did he mean by that and why did he say that? He offered no explanation. You know, he says he was angry, so he didn't even realize what he was saying, but he didn't offer any explanation.
And I'm just saying, what did you understand of it? That statement.
If I have to put my own interpretation into it, Clive being now the guy that wants to kill him, as he says in the conversation, so I would put it as to the fastest lives the longest, who gets who first. That's how I would interpret it.
Would it be accurate to characterize it as a threat?
You can characterize it as a threat. I can say that.
And you'll see the article, the Daily Maverick article at 1182 that you've just read. Mr. Naika is quoted as having said, Bevan ended the conversation with, let's see who dies first.
Are you asking which one is correct?
No, I'm saying, I'm gonna come to the question. I'm asking whether you see that.
I see that, yes.
And would you say that is I'm not saying it's word for word or it means entirely the same thing, but would it generally be along similar lines?
Yes, you can. I'd say you can equate it.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I see it's 5 to 11, but I would request that we take an adjournment at this opportune time rather.
Can I maybe
Country.
ask two questions on the transcript, page 113? There's two references to what are the numbers, Bali. What does that refer to or relate to? And it's Bevan who's asking this. He says Bali, where are the numbers? And later on, I'm asking you, where are the numbers, Bali?
My own, I don't know I don't know if there's a meaning of it in the street, but if I had to interpret it, it would be, why are you doing this, to that effect? You know, why are you doing this? Yeah, that's how I would interpret it. Yes.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that maybe that would be a follow-up. Now you've triggered it. As to what Bali, the name, what does that mean? Bali,
Okay, Bali means, like they call me Bali, an older person.
older person.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning again. It's 29 minutes past 11. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones, your devices are off on silent. Please stand.
Yes, Mrs. Kakana.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just request an indulgence? The witness requests an opportunity to clarify that telephone recording
Oh,
on certain aspects.
yes. Yes, Mr. Loftus.
Yes, Commissioner. I was listening to that recording on my phone now during the break. And where he says, Clive Nacker says, I don't, or you're making allegations against me, or you're telling me facts. To me, it sounds like he wanted to say something, and then there was that talking over one another. So I just wanted to say what we were saying earlier, that if you listen to it carefully, it sounds like he stopped mid-sentence of wanting to say something. You know? Yeah, so I had the opportunity to listen to it again. It's just a different way I look at it when I heard it. And there's something, I'm trying to find it, where it says, you're putting the carols on me, you're paying the carols. I just want to clarify what the carols mean. The carols mean the police, just for clarity.
Why do you say Keros means police?
It's Durban slang. Yeah. For police, meaning police. Yeah.
Can you proceed, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I think we've gone through paragraph 54, but I think just for context, can you start reading from that? I think it would make sense.
Sorry, I didn't hear it?
54, paragraph 54.
Sorry, changed over. Okay. On the 3rd of February 2023, Captain Dina Governor and his team arrived again at Bevan's premises. I was in his yard assisting the welder in making a gate. I told Bevan that there were police at the gate, and he immediately fled. I just want to add something there. There was a security vehicle, Fidelity security vehicle with them, and they stopped at the gate. And he fled because he was expecting them. He knew that they were there to kill him. He was clothed in sleep shorts with no shoes and no shirt. I told Michigan to go with him because of their visit on the 13th of December 22 when they waterboarded Michigan. Bevan and Michigan managed to flee. The police came in unmarked vehicles, stopped at the gate at Bevan's premises. Captain Dina Governor, Warrant Officer S. Naidu, and a dog unit policeman, Warrant Officer Naika, approached aggressively and said they were here not to arrest Bevan, but to kill him. Because according to Captain Dina Governor, Bevan had threatened to kill the members of the Hawks and Captain Valia of SAPS Brighton Beach Detectives. The police searched my premises and Bevan's home, where Bevan resided. No search warrant was produced, and the bedroom door of the house was damaged. I was arrested by Warrant Officer Naika whilst I was handcuffed on the roadway. While I was handcuffed on the roadway, Captain Dina Governor and Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu and the dog unit policeman, Warrant Officer Naika, repeated that they intended to kill Bevan. I'm not going to mention other names. There's 4 other people involved. They kept insisting that Bevan was at the Bluff Butchery early that day, and that is why the Toyota engine was hot. Captain Dina Governor and Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu said that I must get Bevan's funeral policy up to date because I'm going to bury him, and my wife and I are going to mourn for him. Captain Governor said that Bevan shot his friend, Alan, which is Alan Subramani that I mentioned earlier. He's the Durban South Towing Company owner. He said Bevan shot him in the head. Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu sent...
Sorry, just before you go there, did he pass away?
No, he didn't pass away. Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu sent policemen into 190, into Bevan's premises, into my daughter-in-law's premises, where my daughter-in-law Melissa runs a creche. She protested because of the upset of the children and further because they did not have a warrant. A policewoman was called and she searched together with the premises whilst the children were there, and Melissa was handcuffed and placed in a police vehicle on the road.
Mr. Loftus, just go back to paragraph 57,
Yes.
the second last sentence where you say Captain Dina Govenda and Warrant Officer Naidu. They could not have both said that. Surely it must have been one of them.
Okay, let me clarify that. They did not say it both together. It wasn't a one-off statement that they made. These guys overtalk one another. And they were in an aggressive manner. It was like angering them. So they both said it, but not at the same time. It's like the one was repeating the other. They said it on numerous occasions. It wasn't just clearly we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do that together.
But who said to you, you must get Bevan's funeral policy up to date because I'm going to bury him?
They both said it. Dina Governor said it first, and one of the Naidu, he repeated it. But as I said, it wasn't said once. It was on a number of occasions. They speak fast and they don't stop talking.
And again, why did you not open a case? Because now they're making a direct threat.
I didn't believe that the case would be accepted and that anything would become of it. Because I can say why. I can elaborate because my wife, my daughter-in-law, both daughter-in-laws, went to the police station and they tried to open cases at Brighton Beach. And there was a captain on duty there and he refused to accept the charge. They ended up going to the attorney who took them to IPID. And IPID referred them to Point Road Police Station. And I'm not sure where they eventually opened the case. It was a rigmarole. Nobody wanted to open the case. And this is not an uncommon practice. I've witnessed this before. So people lose interest. So people lose interest and faith in the police.
Just when you say the wife and daughters tried to open a case,
Yes.
Was it in relation to the same incident or a different
No.
incident?
It's a different incident.
And what was that incident about?
My daughter-in-law, Bevan's wife, she opened a case of theft of items and cash from the house.
But was it against the police? Because
Yes, it was against the police. There were cases eventually registered at Brighton Beach. I know my daughter-in-law that runs the creche, her case docket is at IPID. Eckhard, as I said, he was one of the workers of Bevan. He was a driver and a runaround. He opened a case of assault. I was witness to that statement being taken by an IPID policeman in my house. That case is still with IPID. I had opportunity to speak to, in fact, Eckhart phoned me last night. I hadn't spoken to him or seen him in over a year. And I asked him what was the progress on the case. Nobody ever contacted him.
Okay, and then back to paragraph 57. Do you mention this incident in your affidavit?
Yes, I did.
This specific one?
Yes.
And the threat by
Yes.
Captain Gavin?
Yes, I did. Just to go on with that, to complete that, my wife was eventually called to the police station to depose a statement. And the statement was taken by should I not say the name? Was taken by a female captain. But I found it strange that while I was sitting there, she wasn't really interested in what my wife was saying. She started taking a statement from me as to what took place. Then I realized what she's doing. Then one of the policemen whispered in my ear to say, no, she works within the government. I shouldn't be talking to her. Those matters, I think there were 4 cases. Besides the cases at IPID, the cases that were opened at Brighton Beach are filed as undetected and false. Hendrik Nunez's wife also opened a case. I don't know what the charge was. that case is filed as false. Coincidentally, the cases were filed.
Mr. Loftus,
Yes.
I'm going to stop you because you have to be careful. In this commission, when you mention people's names and you make allegations against them, we will have to call them to provide their version. So maybe stick to the question I asked so that we limit ourselves.
Okay,
only
Commissioner.
because if you end up mentioning 15 people,
Okay, I
we
acknowledge
will
that.
have to give them the opportunity to come and give their side of the story. So let's limit ourselves to
Okay, I
the
acknowledge that.
question I asked and only the answer to that question.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Was the shooting of Alan supposed to have taken place at Bluff Butchery?
Was
Or,
the shooting of who, Commissioner? I didn't hear that.
Alan.
No. That was in Durban Central somewhere.
All right. Where you told was supposed to have been shot at Bluff Butchery.
That Bluff Butchery shooting, the alleged Bluff shooting, was supposed to have been Bevan shooting at the police.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you.
Just to follow up on what Commissioner Kumalo is alleging so that we complete it. In relation to the threat in January, now you know the details, you know the person who's allegedly had put a hit on your son, or you both now know. Did you report or take this up as well?
No, I didn't, because we were at a point where opening cases or trying to open cases were futile. I will say this. Brighton Beach Police, a lot of the policemen and detectives and Wentworth, they didn't have time for myself or for Bevan. So it was futile because there's an instance where one of the deceased, Michigan Hippolyte, was shot in an area in Wentworth. At point blank, like very close in the jaw. He survived. He went to the Wentworth police station to open a case and they did not take a statement from him. There was another instance where he was shot in Clarewood, which falls under the Brighton Beach policing area. He went to the police station when he came out of hospital. They refused to take a statement. So no cases exist for those two incidents.
And why is that particularly, it would seem that you are targeted?
It does seem that way. I wasn't popular when I was in the police. I wasn't one of the guys that did anything illegal. So I always tried to do the right thing, and henceforth, unfortunately, you get shunned when you do that because you're seen as working against the grain. Because I spoke out against any injustice that I saw while I was in the police. And a lot of my colleagues didn't like that. I can go further to say that none of them would work with me. When I was in uniform, only my black colleagues would work with me. Nobody else. Because I didn't do what they were doing, I was against what they were doing. As far as Bevan goes, there are policemen at Wentworth and at Brighton Beach that I listened to what Len John said yesterday, that there's certain policemen that would favor certain tow trucking companies. There were instances and certain policemen that did that as well. And Bevan didn't participate with that relationship between policemen. It was purely business. I know that money is exchanged as favors between tow trucking companies and police. When I was in uniform, I witnessed it. That's a fact. So what I'm saying, why against me? I've got no idea. I can just put it to that I'm not part of the team, part of the clique.
Mr. Loftus, you mentioned that you, at some point, you speak to someone from IPID, and then they say to you, you must go and lay a complaint at a police station. Did I?
I wasn't present
Okay.
when this happened.
So you've never have you personally had any dealings with IPID to do with what was going on with you and Bevan?
Let me say this. When the police came in February, and they did what they did because my oldest son was assaulted by police as well. Ekod was assaulted. My wife had a case to open. My daughter-in-law has had a case to open. There was a gentleman from IPID that came to my house. And I assumed that he was on call. That's why he was attending. This was after the cases were open. So he came to follow up further. So at that time, only my one daughter-in-law's case, the one that runs the crash, she had opened the case. So he followed up on that. And he seemed interested because he said they've been watching this group of people doing these kind of things for a long time. So he went a bit further to say they had a little team that was looking into this, where these guys were doing this kind of thing on alleged crime scenes. So from there, he actually interviewed Eckhart, and he took a statement from Eckhart, and he opened the case there. And then he interviewed my son as well, but he didn't end up taking a statement from him. Then there's a guy this incident happened on the 3rd of February. That was a Friday. The Monday was the 6th. There's a guy from Newlands East who I met for the first time, but Bevan knew him. I was liaising with Bevan while he was ducking. So he was liaising with that guy. And that guy was called. This detective from iPod actually said to me, he should come over. He came over and he interviewed him about an assault that he'd been through at the hands of the team. I can't say which policeman it was, and another youngster. So that's the interaction I had. It happened right in my lounge.
And you don't know what has happened with those IPID cases? Because my understanding from other evidence is that when there's been a complaint against or relating to police conduct, IPID then takes over the matter from the police station and then they do the investigation as it falls within their powers. Now, you've not had any report backs, any dealings with IPID about the cases that you say were referred?
My daughter-in-law that runs the crash, I went into hiding, which I'll come to later. While I was away, they followed up on the case of, when I say Bevan, I'm including the other guys that were, they followed up on the case at IPID. And she said she approached that investigator that had her docket, and she asked him what's the progress. And she says that he said to her that he's got much more serious cases. Hers is just assault common. He hasn't got the time to attend to a minor crime.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you. Just while on that, we know that on around 31 March, at least there's some steps that you took against the police.
Yes.
Now, that's a period of, let's say, approximately 3 months. 3 months,
yes,
give or take.
Yeah, approximately, yeah.
And if you trace it back to the telephone call, I think it should comfortably be a matter of 3 months. So or 2 months, let's say we give that period.
Are you referring to the phone call, the time factor between the phone call and...
The phone call.
The phone call would have...
Remember, it's the phone call, and shortly thereafter, you then have this operation on the 3rd of February.
Yes, the phone call, if I can recall correctly, was in January.
Yes.
Yes.
Late January.
Late January. I think it's about the 25th or so.
Correct. I'm trying to just wait for me. In that period, you say you didn't find it prudent to make any action, for example, to take any action rather against what you now see on the 3rd of February. Let's say on your theory, you now see that, look, there are police coming in, they are threatening about updating a policy and all of this. Now, don't you see it prudent to, in any event, register a case and then complain to IPID, or take even the court application earlier?
That's a good point. But as I said, with the history that has been happening with Bevan over time, being harassed by some of the Brighton Beach detectives, because they ultimately end up with it. And there's certain members in the charge office as well that would not take cases. So we reached the point where I was like, it's futile to even try. That's why we went the court way. Yeah.
That aspect. Now, there's an issue, or at least the narrative, that Dina was put up to killing Bevan.
Yes.
Now, what would you say, would it be only Dina or other people as well?
The way I interpreted it is, I just want to go back a while to when they arrived at the premises. One of the first things they said is, "We're going to kill him. We're not here to arrest him." So the way I saw it from my inquiries, there's a small clique in that unit that knows what's going on. The majority of those policemen that work with him, in my opinion, doesn't know what's going on. So to me, it was Dina, Seven, and Nika, because they were very aggressive, and the ones that kept harping on, "We had to kill him. We're not going to arrest him," and especially when they focused on when their friend Alan was shot in the head by Bevan. So I had no doubt in my mind that they were going to do it, having also done some background inquiries on them. So I was convinced that they were intending killing Bevan. There was an instance where, at the premises, where one officer, Nika, he was wanting to search the premises. I did not see a policeman called Pedro Rodriguez arrive. He didn't arrive with them. But being handcuffed, when we came out of the house and went to the side of the house, one officer, Nika of the dog unit, actually said Pedro Rodriguez was there, and he went under. We've got a wooden floor, so we've got an elevated floor. We've got a crawl space under the house. He asked Captain Rodriguez to go under the house and check, and he said, "If he's there, shoot him where he lies." So I was like, these guys were really set to kill Bevan. And if he approached the Brighton Beach guy, detective, I can tell you he wouldn't get joy, because he's had that before, especially Michigan was shot. There was no joy.
So there are three possibilities that I just want to understand. There's the possibility, the main one, which is there was a contract to kill him, but that is irrespective. Then there's the theory or potential theory, which is that, and we'll go to it, they just wanted to kill him, or was this Nika because he shot a friend, or they just wanted to kill him for whatever motive, but unrelated to the hit. Or you then say there's a clique. Are you saying it's the clique? It's just we need to be careful about it. I'm saying that clique was executing a contract.
I do believe that clique was executing contracts. I believe that.
Thank you.
Is it not more likely, though, that if this was a contract killing, the killers would have been discreet about it?
I don't believe that. They are the Hawks. They have power to go where they want to and to do what they want to. When they opened my garage, I just want to relate something. When they opened the garage, it was actually the investigator of my case that they put him back in. It was that gentleman that actually went in and took the pictures. I can't remember who it was. One of them made a call and said, "General, we've got him." And I wondered, why are they making such a fuss over a little thing like this to a general? You know? So to me, there was a narrative that they were targeting us.
I'm not sure that I follow how that answers the question I asked.
It's in my belief that this clique of guys were working for Clive Nika, based on the inquiries that I made. And as I said to you, I found it strange that we'd be pursuing Bevan on futile, what I will call futile cases. Maybe not futile, but on cases where the possibilities of a conviction weren't realistic. Because in my belief, they shouldn't be wasting resources on something like that. And if I go back further, the information that was received while they were doing that, when they started doing that in Belair, when we got in fact, Bevan first got the information. It's a friend of his that told him about these Hawks guys signing for dockets, looking for dockets and signing for dockets at the Belair. he actually told him the case numbers. This is what they're taking from here. And I made further inquiries, and I got to the bottom of it, and I established that these are like futile dockets, because had it been serious, they would have arrested him almost immediately. So I questioned and said, why are they doing this? Straight away, when we started getting further information from inquiries, I realized that this is serious and that guy's got a lot of power. There's someone that I know that is from the Sydenham area that's in the taxi association, because Clive is also a member of the taxi association in Sydenham, with a lot of influence. This guy I know very well. He said to me, be very careful of Clive. He's got a long reach as far as law enforcement is concerned. So that's when I realized, no, they have got an agenda. They are here to kill him. I had no doubt about it. Henceforth, that's why he rather had fled and tried to go through the courts for protection.
Yeah, don't misunderstand me. I'm not putting it beyond the realm of possibility that they might have said this. I'm just engaging you on how likely it is that they would have done so. You've responded. You've given your response.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just before we proceed, can I just request so that because it seems like a critical thing for the record, page 952, which is those photos, but we'll just flight it. File 2, file 3, sorry.
3. 952, you said.
952. So these photos, are these the photos that you were referring to earlier about the bulletproof vest, the handcuffs, and
That is correct. These are the
that were
photos.
taken?
Yes.
Okay. And currently they seized them?
They seized them, yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair, but I don't think it takes matters further. Those are the pictures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe show 57, because on 58, there are 2 items missing there. Photo 57. What is that on the extreme right? It looks like a suit bag, but it's not. What
Okay,
is it?
that's the bag that storage for the bulletproof vest.
It's the storage for the
Yes.
bulletproof vest.
Yes.
Okay. So it could not have been insect infested if it was inside a bag.
No.
You created the impression earlier that it was just hanging in the garage.
Okay, Commissioner, the vest wasn't hanging on the garage. The vest was in the bag hanging on the garage, though the top of the vest where the zip is was folded.
Yeah.
So obviously the insects and the geckos and stuff, their droppings would have landed on that with a lot of dust, with years of accumulated dust.
Got you.
Yes.
So let's then go back to your statement. I think at paragraph 58,
Yes.
or rather it would be 59.
Okay. The other teacher had to try and calm the children down as they were traumatized by what was happening. Before Melissa was placed in the van, she was taken to the granny flat at my premises, where she lives, in the granny flat, right? Her identity card and sorry, let me just say that again, it's not making sense. Okay, the other teacher had to try and calm the children down as they were traumatized by what was happening. Before Melissa was placed in the van, she was taken to the granny flat at my premises where she lives for her identity card, and the premises were searched. She was later released on the instructions of Captain Dina Govender. I was placed in a police vehicle and heard Captain Dina Govender, one of the Sivanide and one of the Naika having the discussion that they would get Bevan's attorney to bring him in. They would book Bevan out for further investigation, shoot him, and Captain Dina would cover it up. The dog unit policeman said he had one more firearm to plant. Captain Govender also said that they were going to sort out the Newlands East boys. This is a reference to the people who live in Sawfish, Newlands East, Sawfish Road in Newlands East, and who were people who grew up in the Wentworth area before being shifted to Newlands East. While I was handcuffed, I also heard one of the policemen, Captain Bevan of the Durban Metro Police, phoning Hendrik Noonans, who was Bevan's manager, and telling him to come to my house. When Hendrik Noonans arrived, he was immediately handcuffed and placed in a police vehicle. He was questioned and taken to his house in Garmouth Road, Bluff, which is about 100 meters from our premises on foot. He returned later with the policeman. He was arrested for possession of an unlicensed firearm, which was allegedly found in his premises. Before we left to go to the police station, Captain Dina Govan told Warrant Officer Naika to remove the Toyota Hilux. He sent other policemen to remove the hard drive of the CCTV footage in Bevan's house. I asked him why he was taking the vehicle which was used in the business, and he said it was used in the commission of a crime. I was taken to the Brighton Beach police station. When we were at the station, I was told by Captain Dina Governor that they were charging Bevan for attempted murder for shooting at the police at the Bluff Meat Supply. These allegations were blatant lies because Bevan was never at Bluff Meat Supply and in fact had not left the premises at our family home that day. The police removed the CCTV hard drive because it was evidence that Bevan did not leave the premises. It is for this reason that in my interdict application, I sought the return of the CCTV hard drive that would prove Bevan's innocence and cover the conspiracy to implicate him falsely. At the Brighton Beach police station,
Mr. Raftis, did you receive the hard drive back? Because
I
you
did
end
not
up
receive the
getting
hard
it.
drive, Commissioner. I have a report in the response, in the police response to my application. There's a statement by the electronics department where the policeman says that he received it, he opened it, and he downloaded footage, but there was no footage for the day of the 3rd of February. He says then at a later date, he was asked again to download it because the relevant policeman handling the case had lost the footage. He says he tried to go into the hard drive, but there was a password on it. He couldn't get in, and he says he found it very strange that happened. But he had a copy of the download on his file, so he took it from there. And then on the 3rd time, policeman came to ask for the footage again. He says, but he couldn't get into it, and he said he found it very strange. So we did not receive the hard drive back. Okay. At the Brighton Beach police station, I was charged under the Communications Act for being in possession of a Chinese-manufactured two-way radio, which the drivers of the tow trucks used to communicate. The radio was handed to Warrant Officer Naika by a white male, which I later established to be a private security that was working with the Hawks, but was employed by Fidelity Guards. He said he found the two-way radio on me. While I was in custody at the Brighton Beach police station on February the 5th, 2023, I was visited by a female police officer by the name of Captain Ellepin, who was the duty officer at Brighton Beach SAPS. We had a discussion about the alleged shooting, and she informed me that no shooting occurred at the Bluff Meat Supply on the 3rd of February, 2023. She further told me that as the duty officer, she would have had to be called out to attend the shooting scene, and none of the members knew about any shooting that had taken place. She acknowledged that no forensic teams, fingerprint experts, or photographers were called out to the alleged shooting scene. I spoke to policemen and detectives, and they all have no knowledge of any shooting. I don't know if I should say that name. I spoke to Anesh Balraj, who was standing for elections to be the Brighton Beach Community Policing Forum chairperson. He is also involved in the security industry in the area about the shooting, and he acknowledged that no shooting took place. Further, Captain Bevan of Durban Metro also confirmed that no shooting took place. Captain Varley allegedly filed a report of the shooting. In my view, the circumstances clearly show that his report was false. Clearly, the intention was to implicate Bevan so that they could get him. I appeared at court on the 6th of February 2023 and was remanded in custody for 7 days pending a formal bail application. I was granted bail after 7 days in custody at the Westfield prison. On Wednesday, the 8th of February 2023, whilst in the court grill waiting to appear for bail application, my attorney Bert Lang, Captain Dina Governor, and Warrant Officer Sivanadi came down to the cells, and in a discussion, Captain Governor said he wanted Bevan to come into his office so he can take him to the SPP to take a warning statement. I asked him which case was it for, and he said for a drive-by shooting of David and Marlon near the stadium. I asked him how did he come to the conclusion that Bevan was involved, and he didn't answer. My attorney then told them that the family was concerned about the safety of Bevan, as the allegations were that the police wanted to kill him, which he denied. My attorney, Madlanga, acted as a High Court judge from the beginning of March 2023, which delayed the matter. He returned to practice on the 27th of March 2023, and it was thereafter that he continued to apply for an interdict against Captain Dina and the SOPs to protect Bevan and return the CCTV hard drive, which the police had removed. The interdict application was issued on Friday, the 31st of March 2023. Whilst we were finalizing the interdict application on Friday, the 31st of March 2023, at Mr. Lang's office, I spoke to Bevan telephonically and told him to come home.
Who called whom?
Just let me read that again, Commissioner. Whilst we were finalizing the interdict application on the 31st of March at Mr. Lang's office, I spoke to Bevan telephonically and I told him to come home. Okay, who phoned whom?
Yeah.
On the day, we were signing the affidavit for the application, and we also had made statements with regard to Bevan having been at home on that day, that he didn't leave the premises and he didn't go to the Bluff Meat Supply. We were indicating that was a false allegation. So we went to sign those statements as well. So in that instance, Michigan Hippolyte and Chase Finn were at the office as well to sign the statement. So my daughter-in-law was on the phone. I don't know if Bevan phoned her or he phoned her or she phoned him. But then the phone was handed to me and I spoke to him. Yeah. So yes, that's when I told him to come home.
Thank you.
He
refused?
He refused because he didn't want the police to return and arrest me falsely again. I did not know where Bevan was. The application was issued on the 31st of March 2023.
Sorry, just before we proceed, and in the interest of time, there's an aspect that I want to address with you, and perhaps you can clarify. And you do mention it at page 7 of your statement at paragraph 26. And I just would request that you go there as well.
So say that again?
Statement, page 7, paragraph 26.
26, okay?
26, 27, and 28.
Okay. There are allegations that Bevan was...
No, don't read it. I just want to sum up what you say.
All right.
One is that you deny that Bevan was involved in drugs.
Yes.
The second thing is that you would have known if he was involved in drugs or killing of people, and then you dispute those allegations.
Yes.
And then you say the narrative that he was involved in drugs was a cover-up to justify him and ultimately killing him. And you'll recall that I said, do you still stand by that? And you said yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want us to go through what appears to have been a reputation for Mr. Bevan.
Yes.
And one that we start with is the issue of the cases that were against him. Whether they were bogus or not, I don't know, but what the evidence is that there are cases, if you go to, to the statements. Sorry, I just took your indulgence, Chairperson. It's file 2, page 866.
Can you just help me? Thanks.
Sorry, it's file 3. It's file 3. 866, starting from 865. This is the Belair case, which is one of the cases that Bevan was sought in connection with. There's a statement at page 865 from a certain Mr. Jonathan David Thomas, right? He relays what transpires, but I would like for you to go to page 866, paragraph 9 of that affidavit or statement. And just for the record, I will read it out. And it says, Bevan and Coupon then threw pistol-typed firearms and started to shoot at me. I immediately tried to hide and open my passenger door and managed to dive out. By then, I noticed that the vehicle was being driven away, but they were still shooting at me. Let me just stop there. Would you dispute that statement?
I can't dispute it because I wasn't there, depending on the date that this happened. If it happened before we had our CCTV in, I could have disputed it because what we had done, we had, every time something happened, we downloaded footage to show that it wasn't him. But I wasn't there, and I don't think we had the CCTV at the time, so I cannot dispute it.
Okay, maybe my question may be slightly different. Would you think that this person may have fabricated these events?
Yes, it's possible that he fabricated it.
It's possible.
Yes,
it's a possibility.
Can I just add to that? This case was, let me see, does it say which month it was in? Does it say which, okay, 2021. Okay.
It was December 2021.
2021, okay. I'm going to talk from experience here, if I may, as a detective. This would be considered a serious case. Now, normally, when you get a docket to investigate, if you have the complainant statement, he would mention witnesses that are relevant that were with him that can verify what took place. If I get a docket as a detective, and all detectives perform in this manner, if there's only an A1, most detectives are not readily willing to just go and arrest, but they do further investigation. But if there was a witness available at the time, and they go to the police station, the complainant opens a case, a statement should be taken from him immediately. So when they came to my house and I heard about these cases, I discussed it with Bevan and a few people that were around. I said, this docket has been laying there so long and nobody made contact. So I would say that there's not enough evidence to make an arrest. I mentioned that from experience, that Captain Governor will fabricate a witness so that he can make an arrest. I made that statement. And I'll elaborate further why I say that. This was now before I spoke to this attorney. There was a stage when Bevan wanted to go see a different attorney. And that attorney happened to say to him, be careful of Captain Dina. He's had a lot of run-ins with him in cases, and in his opinion, he created witnesses. He was adamant on that. He dealt with a serious case where he said, in his opinion, 2 witnesses were placed on the scene, which was suspicious. And he actually questioned how that the conviction happened. So he warned us, he says, this guy will create witnesses. Be cautious.
Just so you would say, you'll see at 868, this statement was taken on 14 December 2021. On your theory, you would say this was backdated and potentially fabricated.
I would say that.
And why would you say that? Just because
of the
Dina had
explanation
a
I gave now.
reputation?
Yes, because of the explanation I gave now and the reputation of Captain Dina, from what information I received
Would you
from the
be
attorney.
able to say that with certainty, or you think that is a possibility?
I think that's a possibility.
Okay. If you then go to page
Let's do
8,
this before you leave. Assume it's not backdated. Assume that the statement was taken in December 2021. In your experience as a former police officer, would it make sense that armed with the statement, the police would wait a year and a couple of months before they want to arrest the suspect?
Not at all. I'll say why. Because when you receive a docket within 48 hours, if I'm not mistaken, it's long since I've been in the police, you have an inspection on progress made by the new dockets you receive. So your commander will actually make instructions before you receive the docket, because he'll read through the docket and he'll see if there's any evidence, and he'll make instructions to execute an arrest.
But even the investigating officers at the original police station, if they had obtained this statement in December 2021, one would expect that they would call him in or they would arrest him.
Correct.
Because there's a witness that says he's the one who fired a weapon at me. So it wouldn't make sense that for the whole of 2022, nothing happens. And in February 2023, he still has not been arrested.
That's correct. I find it strange because based on the witness statement and the complaint, he should have been arrested.
And
almost
this is an
immediately.
eyewitness account.
yes.
The witness says, I saw him pull a firearm and fire shots.
Correct. He should have been arrested immediately or asked to come in,
Or questioned about the incident.
question him about it. And if there was any doubt to the authenticity of the witness statement, at least take a warning statement and discuss it with the SPP.
Can I suggest another possibility? You have testified to your daughter-in-law laying complaints with the police, and those were not investigated, and you say because the police are said to have said we've got much more serious things to deal with, that at least in the realm of possibilities, that may well be the explanation how this was dealt with as well. In the realm of possibilities, that you have an A1, and that's all you have in the docket, that some police officer may well have decided we have much more concrete cases, even against Bevan, if you like, that we are going to deal with. This didn't become a priority, just a possibility. Would you accept that?
I wouldn't accept that.
Yes.
Because like I say, you have your initial inspection, then you have your monthly inspection, where your dockets are perused by your commander. And he will question why the work has not been done and make further instructions. Furthermore, every month or two, I don't know what's their program like, you have what you call a suspect raid, where the whole branch of everybody in the detectives will round up and they'll go out and arrest outstanding suspects. Because they have to satisfy what you call the SFA 6. Because commanders have to account for productivity of their members. So,
but isn't that also true then for your daughter-in-law's case? I'm just trying to see, and I'm not saying there's a logical explanation for it. I'm just, from your earlier evidence about how your complaints to the police have been dealt with, and I must say, I think the public will agree that we hear those kind of stories every day. Your neighbor has got a similar story, that I've been to the police and nothing's happening with my case. So I'm asking from that point that you have the experience about your own cases, your family cases, that are not being investigated. You have an explanation for why they are not investigated, and I'm suggesting that perhaps this is one of them where nothing is done because the investigating officer, even the one that does the inspection, if they did Melissa's inspection docket inspection, you would still ask the question, why did the inspector not raise any issues about no progress in the matter? Similarly here.
I would say, Commissioner, with the iPad matters, I think they focus, I believe that they do focus priority on the serious matters. And being assault common, which was the charge, I believe that's why there wasn't too much focus on that. But in this instance, this is a serious matter, an attempted murder. And this should have been attended to. Because as a detective, that's what I've done at times as well. When you're overburdened with dockets, you tend to focus more on the serious matters. So I believe that IPAD focuses priority on the serious matters, because that's what the investigator said to her.
Thank you.
But I just want to make another comment, if I may. On that very same statement on page 868. I find it strange that a captain commissioned this statement. I do find it strange, because generally when we take statements, a statement, if the witness statement is not taken at the charge office with the complainant, the detective would take the statement and he would commission the statement. I find it strange that a captain has commissioned it. This is to me not normal practice, because generally they don't get involved in the cases to this extent. Because if I'm depositing the state, taking the statement, I'm with him. So I do the prescribed out.
Is there subtext in what you are saying now?
This is some text.
Subtext. Are you suggesting something?
Yes, I'm suggesting that this statement was taken at a later stage and backdated. Because this is not normal.
So are you, sorry, what does it mean? Are you now implicating even the captain who commissioned this, that they're actually part of the scheme?
I wouldn't say implicating. I'm saying that I'm finding it strange that the captain will take time to commission a statement like this here.
The chairperson asked you what is the subtext of what you're saying. I find it strange. You're repeating it.
Okay.
What in
All right,
fact
let
are
me
you saying about it?
All right. I would say that he was involved in the fabrication of the statement.
Thank you.
Can I then take you, and please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying the cases were not utilized for one reason or the other, but I'm just pointing you to certain affidavits, what they say about Bevan and what's your view about it. And it goes to the reputation that is out there versus what you know,
Yeah.
right? And on the same file, if we go to page 1003,
1003, same file?
yes, same.
Yes.
This pertains to Bria case, which is January 2023. This is a statement from Alan Subramani.
Yes.
Sorry,
1003, you said?
1003. Yes.
The
it's
one
flagged.
at the top, Perea?
Yes. Bria, yes. So this would have been right in January 2023. What you then see is at paragraph 5 of that statement, it reads as follows. On 2023, January 05, at about 18 o'clock, I was driving my white Mercedes Benz. As I exited the parking bay opposite Bread Mill Bakery on Problem Mkhize Road, Bria, I was shot at by men with automatic rifles. Paragraph 6, I tried to flee, but I was shot multiple times and collided into a stationary vehicle. The gunman continued shooting at me. I managed to alight from my vehicle and hide in a nearby building. So that's the action. If you turn over, it says, I underwent several surgeries and still have a bullet lodged in my back. I am currently still in recovery and receiving treatment. Importantly, at paragraph 8, it reads, the suspects were in a white Toyota Etios. I recognized the driver, Bevan Loftus, and the front passenger shootist, Ryan Santos. He is known gang member and hitman for Bevan Loftus. The backseat shootist was a black male. Now, that is interestingly commissioned on the 25th of April, 2023. Would you say this event or this narration, you also find it, you wouldn't agree with it?
No, I can agree with it because if he was shot and he was hospitalized in a serious manner, obviously it will take time for him to recover too.
Sorry, just speak up.
Sorry, I wouldn't disagree because if he was shot in January and it took him time to recover, he underwent surgery and etc., it would take time for him to recover and to depose a statement.
Okay, and then the narration of the events or the allegation that Bevan Loftus, one, was a gang member, or no, sorry, that was among the guys that were shooting him.
That's a lie. I can, not because he's my son. On the date, that was came on over social media. On that day, Bevan was at home. I can verify that. In fact, there was footage downloaded from the hard drive because he knew that it's going to come back to him. I'm not sure where that little disk is, that data stick is, where the footage was downloaded. And if they hadn't taken the hard drive on that date, if it wasn't written over or recorded over, you'd see that he was at home.
Okay, thank you. Then,
I'm surprised, Mr. Loftus, that you don't raise the issue with the deponent. One of the things that we almost never get wrong is our names and surnames.
Oh, yes, I see that, yes.
But the deponent here twice gets his name wrong and it has to be corrected.
Yes, I did see that. I didn't think to comment on it. Yeah. I did see it. And they spelled Bevan's name wrong as well.
No, that one is somebody else. I mean, that happens. I can also get your surname wrong, but I never get my surname wrong, ever.
It's a good point. I did see it, but I didn't think to comment on it. Yeah.
But it's someone else might have typed this.
Yeah.
And then when he read through it, he then saw the mistakes or not.
Can I make a comment? Just to go back a bit. This Belair case where this witness statement is now submitted, which I believe is fabricated. I asked the question. They came basically guns blazing for Bevan, stating that they're going to kill him on these two dockets. And we had the information, it was reliable information, that they're getting these dockets solely to get him into custody. And they're going to kill him, which I don't doubt because they've done it. From what has been on air and also from what we hear on the news.
sorry, just backtrack on that. You're saying there's been a similar occurrences.
Yes, it's been. I heard John talk about it yesterday. Len John talk about the one case yesterday. My question is this: they came with those two cases and they didn't get him in December. They took some time to come back. If these cases that they had were so serious, why did they have to fabricate a case of attempted murder, of him shooting at the police at the Bluff Meat Supply, if they already had this serious matter against him where they could arrest him? Because when we got to court on the second time, there was no mention of these cases, he being wanted on these two cases. They focused solely on that attempted murder, which didn't happen. That's my question. Why go to that extent when you already have cases against him?
So, you recall earlier, I'm just probing those things and what the reputation is.
Yes.
And whether those affidavits, you believe those allegations are true or not, and you say you deny them.
It's denied
Those
because I can say with confidence that Bevan was at home on that day, because when the shooting happened, he actually called me from next door and said, look what's taken place here. They're gonna blame me.
Okay,
Then I said to him, go and download the footage that shows that you were in the yard, that you haven't left.
sure.
You say when the shooting in Berea case.
The rear case.
So was it on TV?
No, social media. When he was shot, it went wild on social media. Everybody
When
had it.
this man was shot?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine. If on the same file, and again, this is just simply on the reputation, and I'm not casting any reputation. I'm just dealing with what was reported. It's still on the same file. It's Exhibit CJC 403, but I'm more interested. There are other articles, but the Daily Maverick one.
Where do I find it?
The same file, 1169 on top.
Okay.
Now, just in the interest of time, this article narrates, is written post the shooting, which we'll come to now. But it narrates what has happened, the drug wars, the turf wars around the tow trucks. I think you also, I'm not sure whether you can dispute that. Those that interlink.
Are you saying that there's drug wars?
For example, that, they were, between the tow trucks, there was turf wars, and then there were allegations of, drugs being used via tow trucks.
Okay, when you say turf wars, my understanding of it is for turf war is if someone that from another area would encroach on another area, like in the taxi industry.
Yes, exactly.
No, in my opinion, that didn't happen because everybody that was running in the Devon South area were normally running in that area.
So are you saying there were not turf wars?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay. So these reports about turf wars and the deaths that are there, you're saying they are false?
I'm saying they are false. What I can say, as far as disputes in a particular area, what I can say is that there are disputes amongst tow truck drivers and, if I can say, owners at some stages, where there will be maybe disputes on the accident scene of who arrived first, because how it works is first at the scene picks up the first car, second at the scene picks up the second car. So sometimes there is disputes with that regard. But as far as turf wars, I'm not aware of any turf wars of anybody coming from another area and trying to encroach, which I would say would create a turf war. I'm not aware of anything like that.
So there's just a lot of news reporting around that you would see in the file that they say that, but in any event, you're saying there were no such things.
There were no such things.
Okay. Then at 1169, then it talks about the shooting, but interestingly, at page 1170.
Sorry, I had it on the wrong page. Let me just get that. 1169.
Yeah, but let's go to 1170.
1170. Yes.
There's a report there, and it's just for your comment. It says Bevan Loftus, 34, was a tow truck operator with a mean reputation who died with 4 others in what police described as a violent clash on the afternoon of Saturday, 1 April. Would you say the mean reputation allegation, as it were, is also false?
That's false.
Okay.
He didn't have a mean reputation. If I can elaborate?
Yes, sure.
The towing truck in the taxi industry is a very tough environment. So what if he was put in a situation, for example, I'll use what I said earlier, hypothetically. If he got to an accident scene, which he only did when he started his business, when at later stages he didn't drive, he never driven a tow truck. He wouldn't go to accident scenes. But in the beginning, to establish the business, he didn't drive, but he used to attend accident scenes. So if he got to a scene, for example, and one of the other operators who came after him were trying to take that tow from one of his drivers, he'd step in and dispute that action. When they say tough, I would say that's the kind of tough I would say that it was.
Mr. Loftus, you, without in any way commenting on the circumstances of his death and what you say were the threats that were being made, what you say about the cases that were being pursued against him and the allegations, without me commenting on that, it's fair, is it not fair to say that you were not around the clock with your son, as no parent can ever be around the clock with their child? You have also testified, for example, that because he changed his phone so many times, you didn't even know his telephone number at the time that the police were there, that you really are not in a position to categorically deny the description, for example, that he was mean. He may well have been mean out in the streets, and out of respect for you, would never show that to you. But as a parent who's not around the clock with their son, it seems to me that you may not be in a position to say in every case that allegations are made about him and where he's described in these terms, you may not be in a position to say all of that is lies. You have to make room, at least I think, you would have to make room for, well, I didn't live around the clock with him. So I don't know what exactly he got up to, but the son that I know could not be described as a mean person. Is that not,
I
would
agree
that
with
be
you.
a fair proposition?
I agree that would be a fair proposition.
Okay, thank you.
But what does that mean to what you earlier told us?
Look, as the community says, I'm not with him all the time. From what I know about him and what I hear in my sight and and whatever's on the street with the towing industry, I can vouch for what I said. But as the community says, I'm not with him 24 hours a day. So I agree that I don't know what he would get up to if I'm not with him. But as far as his toughness, yes, he is tough, but I know that he's not a guy that would go and cause trouble unnecessarily. He's not that type of a character. But if someone brought the trouble to him to say he'd do what he had to defend himself, let me put it that way. He had that kind of a tenacity. He's not a pushover. He's the kind of guy that would step up for an underdog, you know?
That's fine, but I just want to understand your answer properly. Are you saying that insofar as you are concerned, insofar as you were with him, you can't say he had a mean reputation or a bad reputation,
No, I can't say that.
but you can't say for instances you were not with him?
To a certain extent, yes. It's obvious because I'm not around to see what he's doing.
All right. Then if you turn to page 1185. And then this is after the shooting. Ecele was, former Police Minister Ecele was interviewed by ENCA. And this is what it says. Well, let me read what it says rather entirely. The third paragraph. Ecele arrived on the scene after the shooting and addressed the media. According to clips from ENCA and the SABC, Ecele says, these guys have been profiled. They've been causing havoc. He continued, the syndicate seems to be much bigger than what we see. It's a group of guys who looked like the nucleus of this nonsense of drug turf wars. Ecele said they went around eliminating their opposition. The stacking thing, Ecele said, was that Loftus had a very long list of cases against him that were withdrawn. Let me just pause there. You would say, based on what we discussed, that insofar as you are concerned and insofar as you've been with Bevan, let me just push it further, you would say this is not true.
Of the cases being withdrawn?
Of what Ecele says, which he says, as the police, they've profiled the Bevan and friends, they are part of a syndicate, this whole thing is part of drug turf wars.
I disagree with that.
You disagree with
I
that?
disagree with that.
Okay. But then if you follow Commissioner Baloi's proposition, which you accepted, in instances where you would not be with him, you can't for sure.
I can say for sure that he wasn't dealing in drugs. I can say that for sure.
Okay. And the other instances, for example, he says they've been profiled, but I suppose you can't comment when they say they've been causing havoc. You
No,
don't know what that
No, I
havoc
can't
is.
comment on that.
All right. And you can't certainly.
What I can say, as I said earlier, a lot of the times when they say Bevan was shooting, the CCTV and the downloads to show that he was at home because he hadn't left the premises for a long period of time because of the heat that was placed on him. Can I comment on the cases?
Sure.
Okay, I'm presuming that if they profiled, I'm presuming that they went to the stations on the system and checked if he's been charged for stuff. Yes, he has been charged. He had been charged for stuff, even before he became a tow truck driver. But cases were withdrawn because they were found to be false in most of the instances. I can't say that I know the contents of it, but he would relate to me if someone charged him, and I can categorically state on a few occasions where he was falsely charged. I can quote the instances. There was a Belair case on one occasion. Okay, he was just newly in the industry. There was a driver that I can't remember which company he was driving for. A case was opened against Bevan for, I can't remember if it's attempted murder or assault GBH, where he said Bevan assaulted him. Bevan was arrested and placed before court with, I think, other people. I don't know how many. The victim or the complainant, his wife, came to court and submitted a statement saying that that was a false case that her husband opened against Bevan because when he came home with an injury on his, I think it was on his forehead, if I recall, she says, she asked her husband what had happened and he said he was in an accident and his head hit the windscreen. The case was subsequently withdrawn. There was another matter.
So sorry, before I think it may be unnecessary to go through those matters. It would seem, let me understand you correctly. Are you saying, or maybe the other way is that you're saying in some cases, Bevan was falsely accused,
I'm saying that, yes.
but not in all the cases?
I don't know them, yes, I don't think he's an angel. I know he had domestic issues with his, well, now who became his wife while she was his girlfriend. I think she charged him that domestic issues and she had applied for the protection or the domestic violence incident, and I think he was convicted on that. And then there were traffic offenses, I think relating to the taxis, where he pleaded guilty, paid a fine. And then I remember there was a matter, I think it was a conviction when he was young, he was an avid fisherman at the Bay area, where they were arrested. I don't know if it was fishing in the wrong area or no license or something to that effect.
Just the essence of it is that he was not involved in violent crime.
No,
That's
it
what
wasn't.
you.
That's what I'm saying.
And
yes.
all these cases are fabricated.
Yes, it was fabricated.
Okay.
I feel I need to speak on the one in particular. He was still a youngster before he got into the towing industry. He was arrested for an attempted murder, allegedly shooting at someone, him and a few others, at the local service station. He was detained, I think, for a long weekend. And the case was not put on the roll because there was no evidence. But we work in the construction industry, so when you go there, they do police clearances on you. I can't remember how I got the knowledge of this, but we were going to travel to Petro SA in Mossel Bay, the refinery, and I knew that they do these background checks on criminal records because you have to make a declaration, and if you lie, obviously you don't get the job. I established that there was a case of attempted murder filed at the Wentworth police station, where Bevan was given a conviction for attempted murder. The docket had never been placed on the roll in court. It was registered on the Criminal Record Center as a conviction for attempted murder. Do you get where I'm going? He didn't appear for a case, but he had a conviction.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Now, I must say I'm finding it rather difficult to accept that. I'm not saying there were no instances, but I'm finding some difficulty with saying all of these cases, including the minister and everyone else, where it would just end the reports would just simply target Bevan and say he was engaged in violent crime. But your contention is that he wasn't. I'm just finding some difficulty with that. but we can move on from that.
Can I just respond to that? When I'm saying he wasn't involved in violent crime, it's because there's no evidence of it. I mean, he wasn't charged. There was the narrative that is involved, it's social media sensationalism, and it's social media WhatsApp communications sensationalism as well. As I'm saying, I'm not saying that he didn't get into fights or stuff like that. As I say, I'm not with him all the time. What I'm speaking on is what is fact. It's in black and white.
Sure. And then you'll recall earlier when we played that video, and he was the one, and you accepted that made a threat to Mr. Naika.
If you interpret that as a threat, which I
Well,
can
you
say it's a
said-
threat, yes, I agree.
Okay. And that threat is about leaving.
Yes.
Okay. Chairperson, can I just request to play a video that deals with the the reputation and what the police have said, and then we'll go to the execution portion of the affidavit. I beg your indulgence. It's quite a lengthy video. It also narrates the turf wars and the killings and also what transpired. So I just request that we flight it.
I'm looking at the warning there. Just pause, please. I'm looking at the warning there. So do we want to play it?
It's not those photos, but I can see the difficulty, but it's not further up. Perhaps what we can do is to edit those in light of what you had proposed and continue and play it thereafter. I think that may make
As long
sense.
as we are
Yes.
not going to see anything gruesome.
Yeah, no. It's not that gruesome as the photos as you would see, but I think it's just a normal warning. It's not necessarily that gruesome, like the photos that
The
you
very
see.
fact that there's a warning, it tells us something.
No, I'm not saying there isn't
Yeah,
any.
okay. Maybe
any-
let's stop and see if the editing process will
Yes, sure.
result in something positive. Let's continue then with
Mr.
Oh.
Loftus,
please remove it. Let's continue with the statement.
okay, please continue to paragraph 72 of your statement.
On the 1st of April 2023, I had been speaking to Bevan telephonically for most part of the day before he was killed. He was anxious about the court order being served. He said he was tired and wanted to come home, but first he was going to fly to Johannesburg to buy Toyota minibus taxis, which are quantums, to add to his taxis in Wentworth, where he is a member of the association. I told him that the summons would be served on Monday, the 3rd of April 2023, and they must stay inside, out of sight, and stay safe and stay alive. I heard him relay the message to his friends in the flat. What seemed like about 10 to 15 minutes later, I received a call that Bevan and them were dead. I cannot remember who called, but he said there were gunshots heard and he couldn't get hold of any of them. I tried calling Bevan myself, but there was no answer. I got the address of the flat where they were and went to the scene. To my shock, it was true that Bevan and his friends had been killed. The forensic teams and others were already on the scene. Whilst I was on the
Sorry,
pavement outside,
Mr. Loftus, you say you then said to him that they must stay inside, out of sight, stay safe and stay alive. You speak in the plural, you say they. How and who did you know him to be with?
it was Ryan's flat. Although the flat had been rented by Bevan through his company for Ryan. It was Ryan, Bevan, Michigan Hippolyte, Chase Finn, and Cecily Zondi. Yes.
They were all hiding, and you knew that they are together and they're all hiding there.
Well, at the stage, Bevan was the focus. To me, Bevan was the focus. And the fact that they were there, that made it plural say, you'll all stay safe. Because at some stage, I know that Din and them were talking about Ryan as well. So that's why I said plural, you'll all stay safe. Because if they had to come there, there's no way they were going to just target one person. That was going on in my mind.
Thank you.
Whilst on the pavement, outside the flat, a warrant officer, Venkatis, whom I know works at Durban Central, SAPS uniform branch as a sector commander, called me and said the captain wants to speak to me. I approached the uniform captain, who was wearing a balaclava on his face, so I could not identify him. He removed it, and I saw that it was Captain Houston, who used to work at Wentwood SAPS. Captain Houston told me that he was on duty in the area when a message came over the radio that there's a shooting at the flat in Percy Osborne Road in Morningside, Durban. He responded that he would attend shortly after his response. After his response, he was informed on the radio that it was not a shooting, it was a domestic issue, and it was sorted out. He said he was close, so he drove by the flat and stopped outside. It was quiet, but he decided to enter the premises. Upon entering, he saw Captain Dina Governor and Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu. He knew Captain Dina Governor and did not know Sivan's name. As he approached, Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu was rude and aggressive and tried to prevent him from going into the flat, but Captain Dina Governor allowed him to pass and to enter the flat so that he could help them identify the 5 deceased. Captain Houston relayed that when he entered the flat, he first saw Cecily Zondo, but at the time he didn't say Cecily, he said a black male. We established it was Cecily Zondo after that. So him laying in the
Zondo or Zondi?
Zondi. He first saw Cecily Zondi laying in the passage in a pool of blood. He then saw 4 more men in the lounge laying side by side. He at first did not recognize any of them, but on a second closer look, he recognized Bevan. They were all laying in blood on the floor. He said that it was one of the worst scenes he had been in. He said, I must not leave it because they were executed.
Sorry, just before you go forward with that, when you say, he said, I must not leave it because they were executed, how did you understand that?
I just want to elaborate. As far as I'm concerned, execution, if you're bound and you've got no form of defense. And if they understand, killing is if basically you're confronted and you've got freedom of movement, etc., and the killing happens. So I understood execution as you had no freedom of movement, you were actually bound. That's how I understood executed.
So
Not necessarily. I mean,
That was my understanding.
You may be executed even if you are not bound. Anyway, let's continue. What was your focus on execution, or was it not leaving it? What was your focus, Mrs. Kakan?
I wanted to get his understanding and also
Of execution or of not leaving it?
Of execution.
Okay, all right.
Then, if Captain Houston were to dispute what you narrate here, what would you say?
If you would what?
If you were to dispute that he said they were executed.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Okay.
That's his choice.
Okay. Please proceed.
I assume that there have been consultations with him.
Captain Houston.
Captain Houston, yeah. Is that what he says?
In his statement, I think he does indicate, he does dispute that he said that.
Okay.
But he'll testify as well.
Okay. I guess, in a sense, we do get what your response would be based on your last response to.
Yeah, as I said, that's my understanding of executed.
Okay, please proceed.
It's no longer about your understanding, it's more about what's being put to you is, he denies that he ever said this. What's your comment?
Well, I won't be able to dispute. If he says he didn't, that's what he's saying, but I know what he said.
All right.
Do I go on?
Yes, please proceed.
While we were on the road, we had already received pictures of Bevan and the other murdered men laying on the floor, dead. Having seen the photos and the bodies laying on the floor as depicted, I was convinced that they were killed. On the 3rd of April 2023, I attended at the Phoenix Government Mortuary to identify Bevan. The post-mortem was done on the 5th of April 2023. The report was compiled on the 10th of May 2023, and I only saw it a few weeks later. I went to the flat on or about the 6th of April, and I looked at the scene carefully to assess what had happened, and particularly if the police reporting was correct. It became clear to me that Bevan and his friends were executed, and there was no shootout. I have tried to understand what happened. From the pictures I have seen and taken and the markings on the walls and the floor in the flat, I do not believe there was a shootout. There is a video which I would refer the commission, which my nephew did based on what we believe happened.
Okay, we'll come to that.
These have been handed to the commission and I believe will form part of the panel exhibit.
No, that's fine. Just on this aspect, before we go to the photos, I want you to explain the scene as you see them. But just to put one issue aside, you say the execution as you understood it would have meant that Bevan and them would have been cable tied
Yes,
and bound. And that's the version you have.
yes.
All right. And I'd like us to go through to file 2.
It's GL2.
When you
Oh,
saw
fine.
when you saw the bodies, did they have cable ties on them?
No, I saw them at the mortuary. They didn't have cable ties on.
They did not.
No.
Or you did not enter the apartment?
No, we weren't allowed into the scene.
Oh,
No.
you were not allowed. Okay. All right. And what do you base your theory on? That is that they were tied.
When I was at the flat on the 6th, I spoke to neighbors. And from their responses, I could surmise that there was no shootout. And if there was no shootout, the normal procedure when you do an action like that, obviously it should be arranged by the detectives or investigators. So they've got specialized units around them, National Intervention Unit, etc., which are trained in house penetration. And their job is to make the area safe, subdue the suspects for the investigators to enter. That's their specialty. They don't do investigations. So when I interviewed neighbors, they said to me that they heard screams, well, shouting, I would say, from the police saying, get down, get down. They clearly heard that, get down, get down, get down. So I'm saying the normal procedure when they enter, that is what they would do. And then the next step, what they would do is subdue the people either with handcuffs or cable ties. That is standard operation procedure because that is even what they did at my house. I can vouch for that. That is the procedure. So the fact that the neighbors could say they heard them say, get down, get down, get down on numerous occasions, and they usually do it in a loud, audible voice to strike fear into somebody. And furthermore, there were other neighbors that said they heard some policemen saying, where's the money on numerous occasions in a loud voice, where's the money?
So the tying is mere surmise on your part?
Yes.
All right. You've answered me. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think just to follow up from the chair, just to clarify, is it correct that you didn't see them at the date that they were shot?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any evidence, direct evidence that they were cable tied?
No, I didn't see any direct
Or any
evidence.
of them? And on your basis to say that they were cable tied is on the basis of is hearsay and what you would expect.
Okay, let me just backtrack a bit when you say I didn't see. Why I also suspected that they're cable ties because the pictures that were sent out of the deceased, I saw that there were marks on, and from the pictures, on especially Chase's hands were red marks around his wrist, and there were like marks around Bevan's arm as well. So, based on what I know of the procedure, and the fact that, in my opinion, they were alive, there was no shootout, they would have been cable tied. So that led me confirmed what I was thinking based on the operation of these guys.
Yeah, thanks. Can I request that we go to file 2? Page 833.
Sorry, which page?
Let's start at page 824.
824.
Rather.
Please, sorry. Or it's as long as there are no pictures.
So this is an autopsy report on Mr. Bevan Anthony Loftus, right?
Yes.
And this report you provided,
To the commission?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
okay, and you took photos of it, it would seem,
Yes.
of the pages.
Yes.
Okay. And can we take it as accurate of what at least you saw?
Yes.
Okay. If we turn to just
Yes.
it's written, there is no evidence or suggestion of any restraint type injury to the wrist. Now, you would dispute that based on,
From what I saw in the pictures and what I understood of the events that took place, I could dispute it. But this pathologist is a private pathologist which we hired specifically to see whether there were restraints or not. That's why we actually hired him to observe, to monitor and observe and to do the report for the postmortem.
I'm not following your answer. Are you saying you dispute this conclusion?
I cannot dispute it because he's a professional.
Okay.
I cannot.
You say this is your own pathologist in the sense that
Yes.
the pathologist was engaged by you.
Yes.
All right. There's one of the deceased that you mentioned by name specifically, and you said you saw marks on the wrists. What was the name again?
His name was Chase Finn.
Chase. Are you able to take us to a similar document, Chase?
Of a similar autopsy? No, I don't have a similar
You don't have
autopsy
that.
report.
Oh,
There's postmortem reports, but
Okay.
we'll go through them. But
okay.
normally they just record the bullet wounds.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Okay. I was at the mortuary on the date of the postmortem. So when the pathologist came out, because I said to him, you must focus on that and see if there was restraints. He said to me, there was no evidence of it, but he says it doesn't rule it out. He told me that verbally. Of course, the report came at a later stage.
Sure. But obviously we have to accept what the report
Yes, but I accept what he's saying.
Yeah, okay. Chair, I see it's just after 1. Can I request that we take the adjournment, the lunch adjournment at this point? I don't see that we'll go that much further after lunch. I might be 30 minutes or so.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2:05.
Thank you.
We said we would resume at 5 past. Please make sure that your cell phones are on silent. Let's resume.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the interest of time, some of the issues that are on the record, I won't pursue them any further. The statement is there. But just, I'd like to finish up the element of, that I was dealing with. Mr. Loftus, in your statement, there's something that I just forgot at page 5. If you go back to page 5, the statement file. Statement file, page 5.
Paragraph.
Paragraph 19. So in that statement, what you are saying, in line with what you were saying, is that Bevan had friends and business associates that were allegedly involved in drugs and other criminal activities. Who were those friends?
Is that not going to take us to the issue that Commissioner Kumalo raised?
Which is,
People get implicated. Are we planning on calling those people or affording them an opportunity to respond? Unless you think it's crucial and it establishes something that we want to consider and decide. Otherwise, in my language, "Sincika ilitye elinembovane." I can't translate this.
no, I do want to press on it a bit, Chair, because I want to just proceed on the issue of gang activities. And perhaps I just want to understand around him who were those and whether he was part of those gangs. And
Can we do it without mentioning names? Because the moment you say Kumalo is a drug dealer, Kumalo is a member of a gang, then you're implicating him and he has to come here to clear his name. Can we not limit it to he was part of a gang and they were involved in criminal activities?
That's fine, Commissioner Kumalo, but it's going to be a related question that I'll ask following from this, but maybe you'll guide me
The
when I
issue is
get.
the names of individuals, because the moment you identify somebody as a drug dealer or as a gangster, then it creates the problems.
That's fine. So you're saying those people, Bevan had friends and business associates that were allegedly involved in drugs and other criminal activities, right? Paragraph 19, right? Now, would that be gangs as in drug gangs? Yeah.
Your mic, Mr. Loftus.
Sorry, I apologize.
And start from
I
the beginning of what you said.
Yeah, I won't mention names because I can't really mention names. But what I was inferring there is that I grew up in the Wentworth area. From young, there have always been gangs in that area, different areas accumulating and giving themselves names, etc. And that, like, when the older guys realize that this is silly, fruitless, then the youngsters that come up, they carry on with that because they are associated with an area that has got a certain gang name. So we grew up in an area called Reiger Road. And from the time I was young, I know what had happened there. Because it's no yards, the youngsters used to accumulate in the corners of the flats or in the park or wherever it was. And eventually they gave themselves a name. I don't know the history of where it came from. That area where I grew up in Reiger Road was known as the Young Destroyers, but that was way back. So other areas likewise also adopted that names for their areas. And there was gang fight, but those days it wasn't shooting, it was running battles with knives, etc., and bush knives, etc. So I am still known, because I grew up there and my mother still lives there. I'm still known. If they talk about me, for example, or anybody else, and they're not familiar with who the person is, the person would actually say, Greg from Destroyers. You understand? Now, Bevan grew up in that area, so he became friends growing up with youngsters from there. Some of them ended up associating with that name, Young Destroyers. Now, from that area, there was drug dealing going on there. The older guys that started it have passed away now, but younger guys have risen to take that place. And there is one, in that area, there is one particular guy that was like a protege to one of the guys, the senior guys, and he's passed on. So he now is the kingpin in that area with the drugs and with the, I can say, violent activity, because he actually got hitmen around him, which have been arrested for killing people, etc. So Bevan knows them all. He went to school with them. He grew up with them, and it came to a stage when they started this cartel story. There was never a name called a cartel in Wentworth. So the guy from that Reich Road area, Young Destroyers, he had, I think, subject to correction, a family member who is now deceased. He came out of prison and he started hanging around in that area. He came up with Simone Jasmine with the name The Cartel. And the thinking was that they will combine all the areas into one unit and name themselves The Cartel. So that's where this cartel came from. And then they actually started the violence. People started getting violently killed after that. So my point I'm making to the question is Bevan knew the majority of them growing up together.
But he was never part of any.
Never part of them. I can go further, can be researched.
No, not the cartel of any gang.
Of any gang. Okay. Now I'm going back to Young Destroyers now.
Yes.
Because Bevan was from there. He played football with them. He hung around with them. He schooled with them. When there was running wars between another flat area, which was, I'd say, about 200-300 meters down the road, they were known as the G section. And it was violent. People died and got injured in those battles. But during that time, with whoever they fought, Bevan could walk freely in any of those areas because they knew that he's not part of any gang. So that's why I'm saying he wasn't.
Is it also not so that one of the, remember 5 people were killed on the 31st of March or the 1st of April? We seem to have different dates depending on who's telling the story. One of the people who was killed was a convicted robber.
I think that would be Ryan. I don't know his background, but what I've heard, I think that's possibly him, because I know that he did serve prison time. But I believe he was a younger guy at the time. Yes, Santos. Yes. I didn't know him personally, but...
So at least to deal with the point, he hung around.
He hung around, yes.
Who had trouble with the law.
Yes. And I'll add on that is because you're from the area in the Wentworth scenario, the guy was charged with GBH for shooting someone, attempted murder, dealing in drugs. But it's people you grew up with and they're from the area, so you still associate with them as normal friends. Understand? Yeah.
Sure. And then can you then just to explain what is sort of publicly reported? So you're saying there is no cartel, as it were, gang?
There was a cartel.
Okay.
Yes, but a lot of the the main role players are now deceased.
Okay.
So you don't hear a lot of activity or that name coming up too often anymore.
Okay, that's fine. And then the Hollywood gang?
The Hollywood gang would be from another area in Woodville and Hime Street area. That's, I don't think they exist anymore because you don't hear about that as well. Since the cartel members and some other role players have died, the activity has kind of simmered down.
So let's say in the beginning of 2023, how was the existence of these gangsters?
There was tension and friction between the cartel and the Hollywood. because cartel being now the whole of the Wentworth area. So basically the fight was with the cartel, which is basically the whole of Wentworth, fighting against these Hollywood guys. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Can I just take you back to your the telephone call between Bevan and Mr. Naik, for example? It's you don't have to go there.
Okay.
It's at page 113. It's an attachment to your first file. You in the call, there's a reference of a Dane.
Yes.
Who's Dane?
Dane is a guy, Bevan was friendly with him. He's from the so-called Hollywood area. He grew up in that area. He's native, if I can say, to that area. Bevan was friendly with him. Yes, they were friends. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of, and I would request to understand, in terms of the competition or turf wars, would have there been any turf wars between these two gangs,
The cartel and
the Hollywood gang?
I wouldn't say that because the Hollywood guys are from a very small area. They were concentrated in a very small area. So whatever they did would happen in that area. The cartel guys were the bigger organization that encompassed all the areas in Wentworth where different gangs were allegedly from. So they combined those, and then they were fighting against those Hollywood guys who were concentrated in a very small area. So I wouldn't say turf because if we're talking drug turf, right?
Yes.
So the the cartel guys basically controlled the whole of Wentworth and obviously outer areas, which I can't confirm. It's just social media that would speak on that.
And in terms of the reports, if I may just ask, and you, with sympathy from your side, where was Bevan associated between the two, if he was?
Okay, I'll go a bit deep with this one. Bevan is from the Reich Road area. When the cartel thing rose up, Bevan, there's an area where in the flats where they would sell the drugs from. It's actually got a carport and a pool table. It's like a little club area. He would go there. When this cartel thing started, he withdrew from going to that area because these cartel guys he could see that what the agenda was. And they were starting to harass people from the area. So he withdrew and he started sitting around. When he did visit there, he would go to my mother's place and sit outside. In fact, we call it the corner of the flat on the gable side. He would sit there with the younger guys, Michigan Chase, etc. So it came a stage when he said to me, the guys that he grew up in school with, when they greeted him, he would say to them, please don't greet me anymore because I don't approve of what you're doing. I'm not your friend anymore. So he didn't break his friendship with Dane. He still remained friendship with Dane and some of the people from the Hollywood area. So I think that because he was friendly with them, they saw him as belonging to them. So I believe that's where this aggression towards him started. And those youngsters, Michigan Chase, to name other few guys. I think that's what it was about.
So on his part, he was not involved with any of, if I'm trying to get this, he was not involved in any of the drugs, and it's just that the people that he was with.
Association, yes.
Okay.
Which is a normal thing.
Yes.
Because I know of cases where youngsters were shot and killed in this whole conflict. That had nothing to do with either side. It's just that a youngster was friendly with maybe a Hollywood guy, and he was seen as part of that, and vice versa. A lot of youngsters died innocently through association.
And obviously, we've seen those reports and those statements,
Yes.
which you dispute.
Yes.
Okay. Chair, can I just request you play that video? I won't pay it too much. The only graphical material is, I suppose, is a car that is shot at, but there is no blood that is there, and perhaps just that nothing too serious, not to sound insensitive at all.
wasn't someone killed as a result of the shooting or not?
Yes, there was people, there were these alleged gangster people that were shot at, and
Okay.
publicly there's been reports about them. And I don't think it's a matter of something that is, it's a public video that has been circulating in the media. I don't think it would be a bit of an issue per se, but I'm in your hands.
Mr. Loftus, I've reflected on what I said a few minutes ago, and I hope I wasn't insensitive, because the date of death of your son, you would remember. Remember, I gave 2 dates.
Yes.
It's because in the other statement of another witness, they said the 1st of April.
That
But yours is, which date did you
It's the
give?
1st of April.
It's the 1st. The
Yes,
other one
2023.
says 31st. So I hope I was not insensitive. by
No,
saying-
not at all. Not at all.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner.
All right, please go ahead.
I do apologize, Chair, but it's just about the reputation, and I leave it there. I'm not, it's too, yes.
This is Wentworth, a large Indian and coloured township located south of Durban. Wentworth is currently facing a severe humanitarian and security crisis. The neighbourhood is trapped in a cycle of extreme poverty, decaying infrastructure, and a ruthless gang war.
Wentworth residents in KwaZulu-Natal are pleading for more help from police after a mass shooting left 7 people injured and 2 others dead. The victims include a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old.
Yes, there was a shooting on Sunday. There's a shooting on Sunday that happened. 3 guys were shot, but they all survived. Then there was a shooting on Tuesday as well. A youngster in our road was shot as well while he was walking. And then yesterday, there was a shooting where nine children were shot. 9 youngsters were shot and 2 were killed, which is Jaden and Leiden.
I want to touch on this. You say that not enough is being done. Are you talking about the manpower on the ground?
We're talking about all resources. We're talking about manpower. We're talking about corrupt officials that need to get out of the station. We are so sick and tired of SEPs playing the blame game with our community. Leakings of files, of dockets going missing, hearing that there's only 1 van to patrol, hearing that there's no resources at the station. We are tired. We are tired of beating our children. We are tired of innocent people getting hurt on the streets. We are tired of that our children can't even sit in classrooms and not hear the ringing of gunshots on our streets.
Most residents in Wentworth live in multi-story municipal housing complexes built during the apartheid era. These buildings are highly dilapidated, with broken windows, leaking sewage pipelines, structural cracks, and no functional security gates. Pervasive unemployment leaves families with 0 financial security. Without legitimate job prospects, local youth face intense peer pressure and economic desperation, viewing the illicit drug trade as their only viable means of financial survival. Drug addiction is deeply embedded in the daily life of Wentworth's most vulnerable areas. The local drug trade revolves heavily around sugars, a cheap, highly addictive cocktail of low-grade heroin mixed with chemical bulking agents. Open-air drug dens operate directly out of the flat stairwells and public pathways. the rampant use of sugars and crack cocaine has fueled severe localized health crises, alongside high rates of petty theft, armed robberies, and domestic violence in Wentworth.
Can you please pause?
The physical layout of the flats makes them ideal
Are we going to get to a point where this becomes relevant to our subject matter, which is the infiltration of law enforcement officers by gangs or syndicates or cartels? Because
Chair,
thus far, I've not seen that.
Chair, I think I see your reluctance. It goes there, but the point that also goes there is around the reputation that we have of Mr. Bevan Loftus and the interplay with drug gangsterism and what Mr. Cele had said earlier on about his reputation, and to show these killings to be gang related and being called in by gangs when they're using police.
Is this video about Mr. Bevan Loftus at some point?
Yes, at some point, yes. But perhaps what we can do, Chair, because can I suggest something, Chair? Perhaps can I suggest that it just be put on the record? You can look at it at your time, and not flight it, so that you have.
Mrs. Kakani, you have obviously viewed this video, so I would expect that you have a time point at which your relevant material is played. Is there a reason that we don't fast forward to that point and then watch from that point instead of looking at this historical account of Wentworth?
No, we can. I'll just ask that we go there at some point.
Why don't we finish the statement so long, please? Yes.
Thank you. I think we're left with one paragraph, literally. Yes. Mr. Loftus, would you please read it on your statement, page 23, paragraph 78?
A few days after Bevan was killed, someone sent me a picture of Brent Thompson's WhatsApp status showing a photo of a tow truck labeled Roadstar with the captions, "The fastest lives the longest," with the hash emoji. A printout of the WhatsApp status is attached as GL3. Brent Thompson is Mr. Clive Nike's friend and associate. One of the last things that Bevan had said to Mr. Clive on the call of January 25th was, "The fastest lives the longest."
Can you then turn to page 114 of that very file? That's annexure GL3.
Yes, I'm here.
Is that what you are referring to?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. And who's Brent Thompson?
Brent Thompson is from the Wentworth area. He was associated with the cartel organization. He was, I would say, one of the main operators in the cartel, because it was known that Clive Nike was the supplier of their drugs. And he was associated with another player called Puffy as well, Brandon Kalicharan. So he was, if I can put it simple, he was the main player for the cartel, the in-between between Clive and the cartel, as far as the drugs are concerned.
Sorry, just repeat that.
So he was the main player between Clive Nike and his organization, the cartel, as far as the drugs were concerned. I can go as far as to say I've spoken to associates of his, and as far as they're concerned, Brent always used to speak about Clive Nyka as his father, and in some instances he would say that that's his king, his role model.
So just to take back what I think Commissioner Kumalo had said, there's a suggestion that we are making, and I just want to make sure that we are correct in it. We are saying that Brent Thompson, Mr. Thompson, was an associate of Mr. Nyka,
That's correct.
but then you are putting drugs in it.
Yes, the association was drug related.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know why he would put this statement, this caption?
Yeah, well, the fact that he did that, it shows his association with the organization Roadstar, which belongs to Clive Nyka. So it shows his association with Clive Nyka, and he's taking joy in the death of Bevan. To me, this is a boasting picture. Yeah. Okay. In other words, the fastest lives the longest. They've got to Bevan and killed him. Not saying him, but the Clive Nykas.
Is the question not, are you not connecting it to the 25 January conversation where your son said to Mr. Nyka, the fastest lives the longest, right?
Yes, I am. That's why I mentioned with the caption, the fastest lives the longest, it's him depicting with pride. In other words, they've won the battle. I'll say a bit more about Brent Thompson, who, I think it was before Bevan was killed. He did an interview on ENCA where he confessed that he's a drug dealer. And he said a lot of things about myself and Bevan. He actually implicated me as the brain behind all the organization, with the drugs and the tow trucks, etc., which I'm not.
Which organization?
The drug organization that Bevan is alleged to be involved in,
which is
the operation of drugs, the selling of drugs and the trading in drugs.
Oh, not the name, not an organization.
No, not as such.
Okay.
But, yeah. He's the guy. If you see, go to ENCA and you Google him. He's the guy with the mask covering his face.
Yes.
And I found that strange because I was wondering, why did the ENCA reporter actually find him, or how did he get on there? Because before Bevan was killed, when we had the information, I thought, let me go to the media and put this out there. Maybe that would cause Dean and him to back off him. But I had no joy. So I thought, how is it that a guy that's a drug dealer gets access to him with such ease? You know, I couldn't understand that. Yeah, but his sole purpose on that interview was to associate us with drugs and gangsterism.
Thank you. Chair, just to complete this now, the video that we are going to play would have depicted these events that he's talking about, of the man with the balaclava and his own interview and what the former Minister Cere had said after the incident of the shooting. And that's where I think the important part that we wanted to contextualize this whole discussion in about being gang-related and the use of law enforcement for this.
So Mr. Loftus has placed that on record himself now. Is that your point?
Yes, I'm just contextualizing.
Meaning we no longer have to play the video, or we still have to?
I think in the issue of time, and what we can stop with the video. It's fine. I'm okay with
all right. Thank you then. Yeah, please continue then.
Chair, in truly in the interest of time and understanding certain dynamics, I would end it here.
Mr. Skakan, perhaps please consider summarizing your own impressions of the video insofar as it relates to Mr. Bevan Loftus and put that to Mr. Loftus Senior for his response.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson, for your guidance. You would have seen the video, I presume. Well, you did an interview. Part of it is the allegation that, well, the allegations are that the late Mr. Bevan Loftus was involved in drugs and was a very ruthless, well, that's what it portrays him as, a ruthless gang member or criminal. And he was involved in eliminating his opposition. And they depict him as a very dangerous man. That's the one thing. And that is from that gentleman, as you say, and also from the Minister of Police's side, right? And your comment, your interview was to dispute that.
Yes.
But we'll get that. That was then. But in line with what the chair is proposing, well, not proposing, is what would be your comment? We've gone through some comments earlier on, but in light of that, if I'm summarizing the video, what would be your comment to that narration about Mr. or your late son?
I would go back and say again, that's new sensationalism and social media, because I don't know where they get that from. So I would dispute that he's a killer and he's a drug dealer. I would dispute that. But having said that, as we said earlier, I'm not with him 24 hours a day. But in the last year or two of his death, he was at home all the time. So I've got no control of what social media and the news says. It depends on who they interview. You know?
Sorry, I do have to take this point. You truly can't say that. I mean, he went into hiding and you're not with him all the time.
Okay, yes, having said that, I wasn't with him during that time. Yeah. That was from February. Okay, the first occasion was from December the 13th to sometime later. I'm not specific because he came home for a short period, and then from February until he's died, I don't know what he did in that period. I can't speak on that.
And prior to that, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't be with him 24/7.
As I said, while he was at home in that period, or when he was at home, I can vouch for it. But obviously, when he's out in the streets, I wouldn't know what he's doing. But if you look at in terms of charges and cases, etc., that besides these alleged shootings, before it led up to that, there were no cases that came forth where police came in and said they arrested him for violent crimes, etc.
Okay, let me just summarize what you are saying and see if I understand it. So your version is that your son was not involved in any activities gang-related. Everyone was wrong about him. He was.
As I say, it depends who you ask.
Okay. All right. Chair, I seriously don't want, there's going to be other witnesses to address other issues and those.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakane.
Commissioners,
Yes.
if we're closing now, there's a few points I'd like to raise, which I think is important, which is not in my statement.
Yeah.
I want it to be known that when I went to the flat, we happened to hire a private ballistics guy as well. I haven't got the report yet for reasons that, right. We did, when he left, I helped him with the investigation there, but there's some items that bothered me. So I went back to the flat and I did a video, a walkthrough of the flat with IOL, with the editor of IOL. And that video was aired where with my knowledge and understanding, I gave a summation of what I think happened. It wasn't long after that was aired. I'm not date specific. I received a call from a member of the police in Dina's office. I will not mention the name. That said to me, pack a bag and disappear because they're coming to kill you. He says, I heard a discussion that you've become a threat to them, which I did. I packed a bag immediately. And I basically, obviously, my whole nervous system went to another mode. I sat down and had a cup of tea. My son came to me and he said, they're coming up the driveway. I grabbed my bag and I jumped over fences. I went to the neighbor's house. So while I was there, my daughter-in-law who lives in my granny cottage, the police went to her. And there was, I think I need to say this policeman's name. Can I say his name? Because he did this, I mean, okay, I won't say his name now. Let me tell the story.
Yes.
And so I fled. While I was at the neighbor's house, my daughter-in-law called me. And she said to me, this policeman he's from organized crime. He wants to speak to me. But she said he had a docket in his hand. And he didn't come alone. I got pictures and a video of how they came. There were a lot of them, a lot of vehicles, etc. So he said to her, he wanted to speak to me. I says, no, I don't want to speak to him. Has he got a case against me? Why are they there? So he says, no, he hasn't got a case, but he needs my help to, I can't remember what he says, identify somebody or locate somebody, because I was in another state at the time. So he said, there's no case against me. He just needs to speak to me. So I said to tell him, I've got nothing to say if there's no cases against me. Then I could hear the conversation. He says, tell him that he can meet me at the police station of his choice and he can bring a lawyer along if he so wishes. So I said to her, if there's no case, I'm not cooperating. I don't want to see them or speak to them. Then he went on further to say, because I was still appearing for these cases that I was charged for, that I can't remember the exact date, but an appearance was coming soon. So he said, okay, it's not a problem. He'll get me at court when I appear. So I managed to get someone to take me somewhere where I went into hiding because I know that I didn't do anything wrong. So when it came to the court appearance, I happened to catch the flu at that time. So I went to a doctor. I was actually under the protection of my pastor. So he took me to the doctor and I got a certificate and I submitted it to the court. On the day, the attorney and friends of Bevan's that were at the court called me and said, you know, you are lucky you didn't come here because these guys came in here guns blazing looking for you. So at that, I was away from home for about 18 months and I didn't hear anything of the case. I approached an attorney who used to be with the DPP, and he's supposed to have followed it up to find out what's happening with the case, and I didn't hear from him. Every time I phoned him, I couldn't get him and go to him. So as time went, there was an ex-policeman that I used to work with. He happens to know the guy. He's a colored guy. He used to live in Wentworth. He approached the guy and he said to him, why are you doing this to them? You know that it's not true, so what has happened? So he says, yes, he was asked to do it by dinner and they were going to help him with a promotion. So further, I was just fortunate. It sounds far-fetched, but I was fortunate. There's an attorney that was at the Durban court when this policeman walked in to the office of the prosecutor. He's not the SPP, but the prosecutor of, it was Court 9. And they had a discussion. This policeman was discussing the case with him, and he said to him, the prosecutor said to him, you can't arrest him. You need to take a warning statement. But earlier, when this ex-policeman said to him, a question about what he's doing, he had said to the policeman, tell him to come to my office and take a warning statement. But I didn't trust him. I thought they had an agenda. Having received the phone call from that policeman, saying that they're going to kill me because a discussion was heard to that effect. So I was gone from home for about 18 months. That's the one point. I've never heard from it again. I don't know the case number, but I did establish that it was an intimidation case, whereby after the shooting, I was gathering and information was coming my way. One of the policemen that were allegedly involved in the shooting is a captain of the Metro Police. I received reliable information that he had booked off on trauma after the shooting. So I discussed the matter with my attorney and I gave him the information. So he said to me, if I can establish the guy's right name, because Captain China sounded like a nickname, and establish which branch he works at, because the Metro has different regions that they work in. So I knew a young man that knew Boyman and myself. So I called him and I said, look, I need help. This is what my attorney has asked me to do. Can you tell me whether this guy's name is Captain China or has he got another name? And if you can say which department he works in, because the attorney needs to correspond with that department. I believe that that was the contents of the intimidation, that youngster open intimidation. There's count 1, and count 2 was Captain China himself. And I established later that the elements of this was that he felt threatened that I asked that information. And I haven't had anything of that case today. That's the one item. So, and then when Bevan was in hiding, and the same IPA policeman that was handling my daughter-in-law's case, he called me the one evening, and he said to me, Greg, do you know where Bevan is? Which I didn't know. So I said, no, I don't know where he is. So he said, can you establish where he is? Because they've got reliable information that Clive is sending guys to kill Bevan. They believe he's in a hotel in Madlanga. So I went to his wife and I asked her to call him, and I gave him the information. He denied it at first, at that time. So I went and I reported back to this policeman, and he said, look, there's nothing they can actually do because they've got their team together, but every scenario that they look at, if they approach, it would result in one of their deaths, so they can't intervene. Later, when I spoke to Bevan, he said to me, yes, he was at the hotel. He didn't say the name of the hotel, but he said when I phoned him and told him that, he left the place. That's number 2, which I think is important. So what I'm saying that is because it would show from the information that there was an intention by Clive to kill him, because the policeman said so, and I believe it's from a source that can't be revealed for identity purposes. Yeah. So that's the second one. The third one I want to say is, earlier I spoke on Captain Varley. I'm saying his name because I already mentioned his name. I'm going to raise this again, or I'm going to mention it again, which to me was important because when these guys came with the Ballet cases, they never mentioned it again after that. They pursued the case of attempted murder, which they say happened at the bluff meet. Captain Varley was, I'm not sure if I said it earlier, Captain Varley was the duty officer. So when the shooting happens, he has to go to the scene and write a report. I believe that report was written in the office under direction of Captain Dina Govender, because he didn't attend the scene, because there was no scene to attend. Then they pursued this youngster based on that attempted murder, because when we were even at the court, they kept saying it to myself and attorney, the attempted murder he's wanted for, which did not happen. So basically they pursued him on that. And then when he was killed, they charged him for that group for 11 cases after he was killed. And the amazing thing is that on the 1st of April they were killed, somebody charged them on the police system. So they were charged for 11 cases after they were dead. So I find it's important because if they had to make a case, create a case, that tells me they didn't have anything on him to arrest him. So I think they didn't want to lose face with Clive that had paid them. So the way I understood it was they had to get him at any cost, then they could do with him what they wanted. I thought I just needed to raise that. Last item. One of the guy that used to drive for Bevan, I didn't mention his name earlier, but I won't mention it now. He attended an accident scene not too long ago, and he called me out of his own, and he said, you know, I got to tell you this. I did mention Captain Bevan's name before because he was part of the team. He's the guy that mentioned to someone previously that this shooting didn't happen because he was with them at the Blue Lagoon when a phone call came through and it's saying Bevan's driving around the bluff, and they rushed through. And thereafter, the shooting incident was created. But at that time, Bevan was at home and the driver, Mr. Eckhart, he had been the driver. And we got video footage of the butchery where Eckhart is going in and out, yes? And they would say, maybe Bevan stayed in the vehicle. But I'm saying that the hard drive was taken because we could have proven that Bevan was at home at the time. In my opinion, they had no reason to remove that hard drive because it wouldn't help any case of theirs. I think it was to hide the evidence that they were acting incorrectly or against the law. So on another occasion, the same Captain Bevan, this guy phoned me, the driver, and he says to me, Captain Bevan met him at the scene. And Captain Bevan, they would discuss the matter, and Captain Bevan said to him for the second time, to a second person, that he was present and there was no shooting that took place. They created that whole crime. So to me, that is key for them pursuing him on that matter. On the same scene, the same driver of the vehicle said there was a policeman of the local station attending, which happened to be Wentworth. Before the time of his death, I think from between January and the time he died, there had been a shooting incident in Wentworth where people drove past in vehicles. It was on social media, and they were shooting at the flat area in what they call the F section area. That was where one of the cartel leaders, who is now deceased, had lived and he was operating. The policeman related to the driver that on the day he was working, there's a picture on social media where one of the police vans had holes in the windscreen where they were shot at by these guys. He said, Dina approached him and said to him that he must say that he saw Bevan shooting him. Now my question was, why I think it is important, if you have solid cases to arrest Bevan, why do you want to create another false case? And I'll leave it there. I thought that had to be known. So that will add to why I say that they were hunting him.
Any questions on what Mr. Loftus has just said, Mrs. Kakani?
No comment.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Loftus.
Thank you.
You are excused. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mosigidi.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Commissioners. Chair, we have a witness.
And you are excused unless you are supporting Mr. Mosigidi.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take that.
Chair, we have a witness, Captain Houston coming. He's just on the other wing, but I've asked them that they bring him down. So perhaps we'll need about 5 minutes just to set him up with the files, Chair.
You'll indicate when you are ready. Let's adjourn.
I'll do so, thank you.
1212. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are on silent or off. Let's not have disturbances. Thank you.
I don't want to take a chance and pronounce your surname because I've heard different versions of the pronunciation. Can you place your full names on record, please?
Good afternoon, Chair. First name is Ashley, second name is Linton, and the surname is Houston.
Houston. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will tell on him. Mr. Loftus pronounced the surname Houston.
That sounds like school. It's like the first name, Chair. If they say Ashley, I know it's receiver of revenue. But I'm Paul Linton at home.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you too. Thank you very much. Will you be swearing or affirming?
I'll be swearing, Chair.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Captain Houston would have been the first respondent to the shooting incident in the Morningside. That is the one that we've been discussing relating to the 5 young men that were deceased, with obviously Bevan Loftus being at the center of that incident, Chair. And his evidence will be confined to that, but also given his experience of 38 years in the police and having worked in Durban, he will share some of his views on the connection between the tow trucks, the drugs, and to some extent the interaction with the police, Chair. Chair, we'll be using 2 files. So there's a file that is written Ashley Linton Houston statement. And then we'll be using file 2. So we concentrate on only those 2 files, Chairperson, for the purpose of this witness. And for now, Chair, let's look at file 1, which, well, it's file 1 in terms of his statement. File 2. Captain, you should have by you, there's a file with your statement inside. You will see that it says, when you open the first page, it says index to statement, and then it says description, statement of Captain Ashley Houston. Do you have that, Captain?
I do.
And then if you flip over, Captain, you'll see the actual statement. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you go to page 12 of that document, Captain, you will see that there is a signature there appended under the name Ashley L. Houston. Do you confirm prepared it's for the commission? It's correct?
I confirm.
And you stand by the contents there too?
I do, Chair.
Thank you. Captain, I want us to go through your statement just to assist the commission on the evidence that you need to give. But do feel free as you go on to give better explanation where necessary. And there might be some questions that are asking for clarity, either from me or the commissioners. I would want you to start with paragraph 1, dealing with the introduction, but please, Captain, don't read out your ID number, and also don't read out your cell phone number there, and also don't read out your home address.
So basically in paragraph 1, you may just say he's a 60-year-old adult. And that's it. So perhaps Captain, you should just move on to your career history. And there I would suggest that you should just highlight what you consider to be salient matters. that is summarized instead of reading the whole. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Then
Chair.
kickstart at paragraph 2 then.
Okay, thanks, Chair. My career history was on the 31st of March, 2026. I retired as a captain of the South African Police Service. Reason being is I had turned 60 on the 26th of March. I had 38 years service and 31 days. So I went on full retirement, Chair. My career history in the SAPS is extensive as a result. I will only highlight a few achievements in my part on the statement, and I will expand where necessary during my oral testimony at the Commission of Inquiry. My career path as a policeman started in 1988, the 9th of February. I completed my training at Bishop Lavis down in the Western Cape, where I completed my basic training. I was placed as a constable after completing my training at Sydenham SAP, KZN Durban.
Sorry, Captain. I see that you are reading from the screen. There is an actual physical file. I don't know if it will make
I can read off
it will be easier. Are you happy to read from the screen?
I can read off the file. I'm good to read off the file, Chair.
Yes. Can you then?
Okay, I just caught my eye. I prefer to read off
Yeah, I
the
don't know.
file.
I saw that your posture that it seems to be struggling from the screen.
Thank you. Thank you. I've always been in an operational environment whilst placed at SAPS, Sydenham. I was promoted 2 years later in 1990 to a full sergeant. The reason why I speak about full sergeant, pre-94 there was a rank in the police as a lance sergeant. You did not require to write any exams, you did an internal assessment, but I was busy at technical and RSA furthering my studies. In 1990, I was thereafter promoted to a warrant officer 4 years after serving as a full sergeant. I continued my studies, my second year studies at technical and RSA. I've served 18 years at SAP Sydenham, which ended in 2004. During my time at Sydenham, I underwent different training courses, including, but not limited, including the detective learning program, which was held in Paarl, Western Cape. I underwent a course there to become accredited detective because I had moved, Chair, from the VISPOL, that's the uniform environment, into the detective. So in that 18 years, I had changed the duties that I was doing at the station. So I became a detective and I underwent a course. I was successful in completing the course and I served at the detective branch for 4 years. That was all within my first 18 years. I there, after 4 years, took a transfer back to the VOSPOL environment where I became a team commander. I went back to an operational environment where I wasn't carrying or doing investigation. I was now working operational as a crime prevention operative with members under my command. In 2004, when South Africa was tendering for the FIFA World Cup, I just want to place emphasis on the year 2004. They may have been tendered in earlier, I'm subject to correction, but it was during that period, I was seconded to a shooting course where I competed at Vietnam shooting range with the top 20 shotters in South Africa. I excelled with all 3 weapons and came up in the top 5. So I was immediately seconded to training. I never went back to the station. My skill was identified that I was a good shotter. I'm breaking my statement down, Mr. Chair. I'm breaking my statement down because I'm going to try and keep it shorter. And if you pick up something, please, you can ask me, take me back. Whilst I was at training, I fell under Durban training, which was coordinated from the provincial office. I underwent courses to become an accredited trainer to the build-up. So I did my assessor examination through a company, Technicon RSA, and I went on to do a moderators as in weapons. The unit standards that I was expertising in or became accredited in training people was firearms within the SEPs. At the same time, I came up to Pretoria and I did a further course, which was with regard to the EDTP at Pretoria College. It was an 8-week accredited course. And due to becoming an assessor and moderator with CETA, I applied because they had a detective course to moderate members that underwent investigation courses. So I became an assessor moderator for anyone who went for that training. Between 2004 and 2010, I attended various training courses. I also became a range officer accredited. I trained down in Edo, and this was my period that I was seconded to training. So I was developed as accredited range officer, and it was a prerequisite because I worked with weapons and I was training people out at the range. That was all members of the SEPs in KZN, especially the Durban area, would undergo from a constable to a general, attended their training, the use of weapons, tactical policing 1 and tactical policing 2, as well as I didn't include their pyrotechs, that you'll be trained with stun grenades and other pyrotechs that we utilize in the police during our duties. Soon after the 2010, to fast forward, I decided to take a transfer. I submitted to the current commissioner of the time was a General Ngidi. My transfer, as there was no growth. I was a warrant officer, and there was no growth as in terms of there was no structure for promotion, and I was questioning my growth in terms of my career path. And I requested to leave, even though I had become developed and trained by the organization or the employer in various departments. I requested to start at Mabel, where he was reluctant at first to sign, but he was going out as onto retirement, and he, with my request on my knees, he signed my transfer to Mabel. So I reported to Mabel, the Vispol environment. As an operational commander, I was appointed by the station commissioner, who was a Colonel Van Zyl at the time. I worked at Mabel for 8 months, and during the 8 months, my name came up on a national list where I was promoted or considered for promotion to a lieutenant. Lieutenant's the old rank. It's the rank which is now equivalent to the captain rank. But I was penning at the time a grievance of where I applied for an operational commander's post in Brighton Beach, a captain rank, and I took up the lieutenant rank. With taking up that rank, I was offered 3 posts, so I had to leave Mabel shortly after 8 months. I reported to the provincial office in Durban, and I was identified. Obviously, management knew and members knew my skills from training and operations, so I was identified to work in operational environment. I was seconded to Durban South, that's to focus mainly on the Wentworth area because gangsterism was rife. So I had to deal with myself and my family in terms of my secondment, and I made requests to management that rather they give me a post out in Wentworth and let me take up a post, which they agreed to. I signed the undertaking and I took up a post at Wentworth. I became the operational commander heading the crime prevention at Wentworth. That happened in 2010, Commissioner. I reported...
Captain, before you move on, would it be fair to say, at least after 2010, as a range officer, would it be an overkill to say that at that time you have become now an expert in the use of firearms and accredited as a trainer.
That is correct. The skills which I was accredited into was the handgun, the shotgun, and the rifle which we used. I did develop and I did become an expert, not only in use, but also in training and facilitating. I would say a marksman in layman's language with the weapon. I would do what you could call, I would train people who are average to medium to a high standard of weapons within the organization. For example, the normal station policeman will do an application shoot where they do a standing shoot onto a target. The dog units will do advanced shooting. The TRT will do advanced shootings. And I'll go on further to mention why the TRT, because the first selection of the TRT, I was part of it in 2010. I'll come back if there's questions arising with regards to training. But my arrival at Wentworth, I arrived there for 1 day. And I was confronted by management, a major. That time the major rank was still like the lieutenant rank there. And I was informed, he was acting station commissioner, that the cluster commander, who was a brigadier Mpete, requested me to report to him immediately at the cluster. Taking you back to my promotion that I was awaiting, there was a post, I remember 1818. It was in 2010, I applied for that very, very same post as operational commander where there were agreements going on. I came up number 1, it was overturned because of equity, and I kept that grievance even though I came up on the national list. So I ended up in that very same post. I reported to the brigadier, and when I arrived there, he said, "This is your team. I know you know what you're doing, and these are the stations you police wider than Wentworth. You will focus on 6 stations which fell under Brighton Beach cluster." So I was stationed at Brighton Beach, overseeing the south. Brighton Beach Station, Wentworth, Montclair, Ambilo, Mayville, and there was one more. Cater Manor. Sorry, I missed that one. I'm not even looking at my statement here, so I'm just trying to take it up forward quicker. I worked at the Brighton Beach as an operational commander. My duties were dealing with gangsterism, drugs. We got terms that we use in the police as contact crimes, trio crimes, and property crimes. Property crimes, for example, business robberies, house robberies where property is taken, common robberies on the road. Police-generated crimes was drug dealing, sale of illegal liquor, unlicensed premises. So that all became a package of mandate to deal with in effect. Illegal liquor, unlicensed premises. So that all became a package of mandate to deal with in affected areas which I had to police in those policing precincts. And in the contact crimes was the more serious ones, as in the carjacking, the trio crimes, carjacking, business robbery, and house robbery. All those married my KPAs and my team that was working with me in those 6 stations. So I went up until 2017. There was a restructuring in the police where they closed clusters down, and they just changed the names to districts. So I was thereafter seconded to, it could have been, sorry, I'm subject to correction, could have been 2015. I had moved on to Chatsworth cluster. The general, at that time, there was a general as a station commissioner, but I reported to the cluster where there was a brigadier. And at that particular station, again, I had to deal with Marineal, it's still on the south, Bayview, Chatsworth, and then those 6 stations that I spoke about. So I had a wider area, but I was operating now from an office in Chatsworth. But as again, there's gangsterism, drugs, there's robberies, as I mentioned earlier. I stayed at that particular office and operational as the operational commander. I worked with a team of about 40 members, which was seconded to me. Right up until 2017, I was identified to lead a team in Pinetown, the Tactical Response Team, that was the TRT. So I was called in by management, and I was told I was identified to deal with or manage a unit as I had the training, and I occupied an office in Pinetown where the helipad is just behind Pinetown Police Station. I had a team of 13 members. It was a small TRT group. That group, during my tour of duty, we would cover all 43 stations in the province. We will deal with the crimes I've mentioned. Additional to that, taxi violence, stretching all the way up to Newcastle, Ladysmith, Quadakuza, Margate, and we can think of the KZN cluster.
Is TRT tactical response?
Tactical response, the ones that we had the parades, Chair. So I headed that unit up until from 2017 to 2019. In 2020, I received a further call up to report to the province. I reported to a Brigadier Carp. At that time, he was a full colonel. He's currently, I think, if he's still there, if he's still within the age group, he was head of operations at the provincial office. I became the lead member or the commander of one of the task teams on the 11th floor. My duties, again, my KPIs was to deal with serious violent crime, as in taxi violence, the drug problems, and anything the station could not handle with the district, then we would handle it from the province. When I say handle it, we'll go out and we'll police it with crime intelligence-driven operations. I will also assist, as far as, like I said, Newcastle with the taxi problems, where there was violence, which was high at the time, where I would meet teams of Durban Pop, that's our crowd control. So they would deal with crowd control, but they be utilized. They had a small section that was selected to deal with taxi violence as people in uniform. I will meet them at the dam outside Newcastle, and we will do our operations if maybe in Newcastle. That's just a small example of this task team that I was dealing with. We were visible, we were in uniform, we were easily identified, but we were a team of close to 30 members there from the province. I worked in this team up until 2021, when, between 2020 and 21, when I contracted COVID. It was the first variant. I had it serious, and I was one of the last in my team of about 35. We were only 11 at work when I collapsed at home, and I ended up in hospital for a while. I was on oxygen for a while in hospital, and I can say by God's grace, I pulled through because there was no medication that was working at the time. So on recovery, I went into the wing because there was slight memory loss. So the doctors needed, although I was not medicated, they needed to observe my cognizance and understanding and memory. And within 3 days after coming out of IKEA, I was discharged. I was a bit, if I would use the terms, paralyzed, as I could not walk. Those who had COVID would understand. They were affected by COVID. I had a quite serious way. Being physically fit at that time, although I was already I was over 50, but I kept myself relatively fit, but gradually I progressed to get myself to my fitness. I decided, because of my love for my job, to report back to the station, and I started where I started in 2010. I went to Wentworth and I had an arrangement with the station commissioner to work 2 or 3 hours a day, and that assisted me with my memory loss, as in terms of what I had forgotten during my illness. Once I had recovered, I received a call-up instruction. I was operationally invented with this gangsterism and this violence that was happening.
Captain, can you just give me a moment? Just give us a moment. Thank you, Captain. We can continue. I think we're just wrapping up paragraph 9, where you're giving an account after you
Yes.
came back from your recovery
Yes.
from COVID. Yes.
Yes, I received a call-up instruction where I had to report to Durban Central, to the district task team. That was a team that I ran previously, but not from Durban, from Chatsworth. On my arrival at the district task team, I was able to speak to the general that is currently there, and I made a request that I do not want to travel wide. I was still on a recovery process physically, and I needed some space, and I preferred to rather go down to Durban Central because crime was extremely high in the city. She agreed, and again there, with consultation with the station commissioner, I was placed as an operational commander where all the operational members, the bike unit, crime prevention members, and the field unit members fell under my direct command, where I was operational with them. In my statement in that paragraph, I mentioned something that we were able in the first year to reduce, where business robberies was extremely high, to reduce with the strategies I implemented jointly with the team, our crime to 43%, by 43%. So we had lots of businesses, chain stores like the Pedros, the Nando's getting robbed, the Top Slickers, and we pursued suspects, brought them to book, and that resulted in a drop of crime in the city during that period. That's basically where I was operative until I was summoned on the 1st of the 23rd. May I proceed with that? Chair?
Yes, we are on page 4.
Page 4.
So you'll start at paragraph 10 under the topic relevant background. Then that will be dealing with the incident of 1st of April 2023.
Before you do that, Captain, and this is really out of interest, in that paragraph 9, you mentioned trio crimes. What is that?
Trio crimes is our serious crimes like carjacking, business robbery, and it's house robbery. Yeah.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, on the 1st of April 2023, I want to say this, Chair. I know I had consulted with the evidence leaders, and there was a back and forth because I'm not at work, I'm retired, with my timelines. So I did not have anything that was accurate, and I don't want to follow any social media. So I had to look into proper timelines because it was a sworn statement I was going to be making. So I want to place emphasis on that. I knew it was where I was on this particular day, and I knew more or less it was mid-afternoon. So I have put there 13:20 p.m., around about then. On the 1st of April, 2023, at 13:20, I was at Reed Road, Bria, when I received the call via our radio control, that's flying squad, of a shooting at 340, the 6th floor Morningside flat, which I immediately proceeded to whilst I was patrolling. To give you timelines of driving normal, I was never a speed driver. I always took a slower vehicle, gave it to the younger people. It would take me under 5 minutes with normal traffic to get there. That's how close I was to this particular scene. After receiving this information, I arrived at the scene. I en route summoned one of my crime prevention vehicles with a senior warrant officer. With his crew, he had 3 members on a double cab. I said, please meet me because I'm responding to a possible shooting, which he did. And upon arrival at this particular address. I drove down a driveway which had boom gates as well as a guardhouse. And in this guardhouse was a Sergeant Zwane, and coincidentally, I knew him for many years as a policeman. He also worked in a short time at Mayville under my command in the crime prevention, so I was able to identify him. He was in the guardhouse with 2 security guards. And I asked him what's going on, because from the road or from the driveway, we could not see anything in that flat. It's a long driveway going down, and then it's L-shaped, you go into the building. And he confirmed that there is an operation and there is a positive shooting.
Captain, sorry to disturb you. Just to be clear, when you received this radio control call, there has been some instances where it was suggested that it was a domestic violence. On your call, can you clarify, it was a shooting, or was it even specific to say it was a police shooting, or what exactly did you, if you can recall?
No, clearly it was a police shooting. I would have not responded to a domestic violence with the type of job I was doing in Durban Central. I would have only responded, but I remember clearly it was a shooting. Nothing about domestic violence came to me.
Thank you.
Just to mention, before I went in, the vehicle that I was driving was a marked double Nissan Navara double cab, registration, Bravo Whiskey Kilo. That's BWK 575B. The 17 must come out there. Sorry, it's 557B. The registration's wrong.
557B.
7B.
So not 5757.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll correct on my statement. You can also
I only
please
picked
say-
it up now, I'm sorry, Chair. The
That's fine.
registration
Thanks.
number.
Yeah.
So it's the incorrect one.
No, you've corrected that.
Okay. I asked Zwane to accompany me into the complex. I drove my van, and I'm sure as seen on TV, those who have seen, there was only one police van that was parked there, marked vehicle in that flat. That was the vehicle I was driving. There was no other police cars where I was parked or police vehicles. It was load shedding, Chair, at the time. So when I got out of the vehicle and tried to maneuver quickly to the lifts to get up, because I was looking up into the building where there's movement of members, the lifts were jammed, so we had to use the staircase to get up. So I had to walk 4 to 5 flights of stairs up, which wasn't a problem, but I walked up. Upon arriving at the flat entrance, the flat is L-shaped, if I should describe it. I walked in the direction that I'm facing, this way, straight down, then I walked L-shaped. The flat was right on the end. When I got there, there were a few members standing outside, plain clothes, faces cladded, and I was approached by Captain Dina Govender, who is now Lieutenant Colonel. I know him, he knows me, because they have also received weapon training from me. I trained them, DPCI, when they were still the Scorpions. They came for the training by me. So I told him I was there because of the shooting. He's aware that I'm the operational command in Durban, and I said I would like to go in just to verify what's actually happening. Whilst we conversed, and he allowed me to walk in.
Sorry,
because-
before you get there, Captain, was it your understanding that at least the first person that approached you, did it appear that he was the leader of the team?
Yes,
Okay,
he was the leader of the team. I knew that team.
okay.
I knew that team.
And when you say there were 5 other members, can you recall their names?
I know the members. There was, I may not know the members off name, the 2 NIU members. There were 2 members from NIU, National Intervention. There was a Captain China that I saw there from Metro. a Warrant Officer Silva, and Warrant Officer Dina. There could have been, I did see Pedro. At that time, I think he was a warrant officer, recently promoted, I think, after this. But I saw him and I saw one white other member, which was unknown to me. But I eventually found out later he was from organized crime, Peter Maritzburg. But they were all up there. Just to indicate the entrance of the flat, I had a little passageway that you needed to get to the door. They had a piece of tape there. And on request to Captain Dina Governor to allow me in, which he did, I was stopped by one of the Silva. He asked me where I'm going to and what am I doing. And not to get into any arguments with him, one of the Dina said, Captain Dina Governor said, it's fine. The captain will be able to identify these people. I think that statement was made because they knew I worked on the South. They knew where I came from training, and I've only been in this province with policing, so it was common course I would know most of the people like they would know me in the Durban area. I walked through.
Captain, just so before you walked into the flat, is it a fair interpretation to say that conversation would have alluded to a suggestion at least that they did not know the identity of the people that were shot?
I would think so. I would think so because it was strange. One of Sedina's body language was like, quick, I let the captain through. You'll be able to identify. I think he tried to justify, this is Captain Dina Governor, tried to justify to one of the civil who was coming out from there, the captain will be able to identify. I think that's the only reason why justified him, say, okay, you can go through. Otherwise, maybe I would have had a problem, but I would have been persistent because I was the first responder there. I was responding to that shooting. So I walked through and led by Captain Dina Governor, as I entered the flat, the door was slightly ajar. As I entered the flat, I saw the C's laying on the floor, and I walked down further, and to the right, which was like blind side of the passage that I entered, there were the other four deceased were laying there. I was able, with a quick glance, a very short while, stay in the flat because I did not want to contaminate anything. I knew it's a scene of crime. I'm just going to confirm, look in, and I'm going to reject. But with that, I had moved my eyes around the flat quickly. Just it's my first time going in here. I looked at it and I then went through. But I made out or identified 2 of the 5 males. I identified the late Bevan Loftus, and I identified the second male, which I knew as Ryan. I don't know his surname. If I hear it, I'll say it is his. I didn't know his surname, but I knew him from social media and from a lot spoken on the streets. I saw a video, Jay, of him shooting on his wedding day with an AK-47 on social media. Just which platform it is it popped up on the TikTok. I'm only on WhatsApp and TikTok. I'm not on Facebook, Instagram, and all these other things. So I wondered, who's this guy? And there's the same guy that was lying in the flat.
In the statement, you say Ryan Santos.
Yeah, I would have confirmed by making my statement because I made my statement recently. But at that time, I only knew him as Ryan.
Yes.
I didn't know him by surname. When I came out...
Before you go out, Captain, you say at paragraph 16, you confirm that 5 males were shot dead. And perhaps it's a pedantic question, but how do you know that they were dead? Did you test them? Did you check the pulse?
The damage done there, there's no way of survival. Everyone had headshots. Leave the body shots. I know exactly the killing spots on your body. So as a weapon expert, I'm saying this as a shotist, test me. I know exactly where to kill you, the killing shot went to. So they all had headshots. So I didn't even scrutinize the bodies. There was no need, whether they were shot 5 times, once or 3 times, but they were deceased. These guys were gone. I got there, Chair, I want to mention, I got there very quickly, and I would say so from my experience in terms of the blood splatter or the spilling or the bleeding of the deceased. It hadn't even settled. The blood was still very fresh. It hadn't even started to dry. So that's how quick I was at that scene. When I say quick, I could have been if I were to use my experience going to shootings in progress in the CBD, which I did cash in transits, I've done shootings in taxi ranks where it's still happening. I can hear the shots. I would have been there within easier than half an hour, the most. In fact, half an hour would have taken me from Durban to Maritzburg driving normal. But I would have been there within minutes after I got the call. So whoever raised the alarm to 10-111 with the complaint, had those shots, that there's a shooting, that is when I immediately said I'm going. And I broke on the radio and called one of my bands to say, back me, we got a positive shooting. So I'm speaking about the blood because you come to a scene and you see blood is starting to dry, it gets a different smell, it gives off a different smell. When I walked in there, I couldn't even smell blood.
From your experience or even information that you may have subsequently obtained, what's your estimation? Are you able to estimate how soon after the shooting incident the call would have come through, the distress call would have come through, and you then end up at the scene? And I ask because the previous witness speaking about task teams said something about often these members of task teams, they take long to inform, to report the incident to IPID, and IPID takes forever. Are you able to give us an estimate?
Chair, I will comment on that because I've been following the commission from day one. Not because of this. I never knew I'd be sitting here one day. But just firstly, to answer the first part of your question, how soon? If a distress call is made on the radio to our control room and then it's relayed to us, I would say that call could have come very soon after that shoot. If it was delayed by 10, 15 minutes, that blood would have started to dry, although it was winter. With regards to where I'm going to now is what do I do after I confirm that there's a positive shooting? I'm not asking one of Sadina questions, who shot? I now need to call all the role players. What I used to do on a state phone is to put an active crime scene, because it becomes a crime scene. But I chose not to do because now I have different units involved here. It's a task team and it's a variety of members. So I liaise with radio control of the radio and I requested they get all the role players. And the role players I called for was the ambulance. The ambulance will do the certification, even though I knew they were deceased. The patrol van to come open a case. The detectives that are in, we got detectives that sit in the charge office, which attend to crime scenes. So you don't need to call a detective from his house 24/7. They're in the station. So as soon as there's a crime scene, they leave the station. They mobilize and leave the station. The duty officer, the station commissioner, and the branch commander. I did not go as far as knowing with ethics, if the provincial commissioner or the district commissioner would be involved, they would be contacted by the station commissioner, who did arrive. But when I arrived there,
What Commissioner Baloy is asking, you were not called by the policemen involved in the shooting.
no, I
You
was called.
received the call via a distress call where a member of the public would have said there has been
There's a shooting. That's correct.
Yes, because the earlier witnesses Commissioner Baloy is referring to, they were criticized because they would take time before they called other teams to come and assist in the scene. So
Chair,
you were not called by the shooters? Or
No,
people
I was
involved
not
in
called by the
shooting?
shooters. I will comment about that with the previous witness, because the role players is also IPID. It's a police shooting, whether it is a discharge or a dispensing of a stun grenade, IPID gets called out. I want to comment on that because I followed it, and you know, sometimes we got all postmortems on what has been said. And I watched this from home yesterday that, firstly, no member that's like me operational with a rifle going to clear a house where there's suspects. No operational member has IPID's number on their phone, speed dial. I carry a state phone, no IPID's number. Even if IPID has contacted me for statements for my members involved with allegations of shooting, assault, corruption, whatever it may be they're investigating. So when you deal with radio control, that controller silences everyone on the radio. That controller extracts your information and makes sure all the role players, they actually go into more detail. What firearm is used? What's the serial number? And then I say, hold the lorry, call me. Because we're speaking where everyone's listening to this. Even if that radio's been scanned, everyone is listening to a shooting scene. So we try and keep it where limited information leaks out where it shouldn't be leaked out, as in terms of who we're calling out, the protocols. So I would say, call me. And I would say, get IPID, get this person, get that person. On the story about not calling IPID, no operative or member, I know all the years in the police, will call IPID out themselves. That has to be done by radio control, or if you got a VOC in your station, and that VOC's monitoring. Because it's a police shooting or incident involving escaping or with the police, they will contact IPID. Now, just to
Somebody mentioned a duty officer. What is the role of the duty officer in that scenario that you've just described?
The duty officer will come and he will verify that all his members are there, and he will do a factual, or she will do a factual report on actually what transpired. So we'll come and interview all the role players that were involved at that scene, not necessarily take their statements, and then when they go back to the station and statements are now being confined and placed into the docket, he will do or she will do a final report because they need to escalate everything.
So I interrupted you. Duty officer does not call IPID. So tell us who calls IPID.
The controllers, because their numbers are right there. In 10-1, if I say now there's a shooting here, accidental discharge, it's a police shooting, radio control here in Pretoria will call IPID immediately, because if there's omission, you deal with radio control, not the shotters.
So if there's a delay in calling IPID, the fault is not the police officers.
It's not the
on
police.
scene. It is radio control.
Yeah, I just want to tell you the flip side of the coin, Chair. Operationally, I went out from a lot of locations where my members or myself was involved with a shoot, where IPID was under-resourced or couldn't get a vehicle into, let's just say, a 4x4, they had a normal sedan, to get into a rural area or a dangerous, volatile area, where we will go and uplift them, meet them halfway in a safe place and bring them to the crime scene. That's also a delay. But realistically speaking, my experiences, and this is the truth, it's gospel, when it comes to IPID, they don't attend all scenes. So when IPID is contacted, it's like contacting fingerprints or forensics. There's a reference number that's given. So if the standby member does not come out because of a logistical problem, because they overslept or they didn't answer their phone, then there's a reference number given. That reference number is given to the duty officer. And it's endorsed in the docket, because when we sit as management the next morning and we're discussing the cases, not just that particular case, we say there was a police shooting. Well, all role players there. Did the detectives go? They must comment. Did LCRC come there? That's a fingerprint, forensic people, yes. How long did the mortuary take? Because they dispatched from Pietermaritzburg to come to Durban. All those things get accounted for. So if IPID didn't come, then it's endorsed in investigation diary. IPID did not attend. They could come 2 days or 3 days later and come sign for the docket and take the docket away.
Thank you, Captain. We've digressed a bit, so maybe you can go back to your statement.
Thanks, sir.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloyi, just on that point, just to wrap it up, is it a fair understanding of your testimony that if there is an expectation or a policy that the shootist ought to call IPID immediately, that is not realistic. And if
That's-
this commission was to consider some of the reforms, is to deal with some of those issues, that it's not what actually happens in reality, that the shootist will be the one who calls IPID to come to attend to the scene. Is that a fair understanding of your?
No. It's not, the onus is not upon the shooters. I stick by that. There are role players at that scene to make sure, but when the distress call goes out to radio control, the transcripts are there. They inform, contact IPID. And if IPID has been delayed, they will reiterate and say, please call IPID out to the scene. The scene cannot, no police shooting, no escaping. IPID has to be there. We'll go without IPID being there.
So in short, that expectation is not correct there.
It's not correct for the shooters to call. Onus is not upon them.
All right, thank you. Captain, I think you dealt with, when you're dealing with Commissioner Baloyi, when it comes to Ryan, can you deal with then paragraph 17 and 18? Because you said you were able to identify Bevan Loftus. Can you then explain to the commission how were you able to identify him? And in those instances, you deal with the incidences where you have met him previously. Can you deal with that, please?
Commissioner, in 2010, when I was based between 2010 and 15 in Durban, in Durban South at Wentworth, the late Bevan Loftus was a notorious figure already. The station commissioner at the time I was serving, coincidentally, was my station commissioner at Mayville when I arrived there for those few months. He was a Colonel Panzale, which was studying his LLB, and once he achieved it, he had taken early pension or resigned. But coincidentally, he got promoted to a full colonel, and he was moved to Wentworth as a station commissioner. So when I had taken up a post, I ended up working under my ex-station commissioner, which I served for 8 months. So there was a relationship. When I arrived, he said immediately, I know you know what you do in Houston. This is your team. Fix this gangsterism thing up that's happening. Fix this problem, that's how we spoke at the management level in absentia of our members. So I would strategize how we would go, either doing road shows or doing proactive policing or reactive policing, whatever we did to improve the situation. But coming back to how I could identify Bevan. Bevan was arrested by me on request of the station commissioner saying there's a case open. I do not have the case number, by the way, where he had threatened to shoot a policeman. The policeman's name was Warrant Officer James. He was working in the one crime prevention unit, but not direct under me. He worked alternative to the group that I was working. And what the station commissioner disclosed to me was that nobody wants to arrest him, as to go for him, because there was a fear. Sorry, I'm just having water too. So I did a patrol with my team. I looked for Bevan. I couldn't find him. I didn't go into the Bluff area, which is like beyond my patrol area when I was at Wentworth. I left it and I said, I'll obviously come across him because he's notorious in the Wentworth area. I was coming from the area which I live. I'm not going to mention it before the panel. On the M4, I was heading, and as I came off the M4 into the Wentworth area, there was a patch, where they called it the patch, where I saw these 3 tow trucks parked. I was going to start duty about 10 o'clock in the morning because I used to work a flexi. I was alone. I always worked alone on my vehicle and my members close in other vehicles. And I saw him. I approached him and he knew who I was because they aliased me Robocop in Wentworth. Obviously, I was fully attired when I worked with equipment. But I approached him and I said to him, you're a person of interest. I know that you carry a firearm. I know that you have a licensed firearm. But I need you to make your firearm safe and hand it to me. I'm taking you in. The detectives need to speak to you. He was standing with about 8 guys there, but it's 3 tow trucks. They were smoking whatever under some form of drugs, could have been dacha. I was not interested in that, I was alone. But I managed to apprehend him, place him in my vehicle, front seat. and I drove him to the police station. But I had his firearm with me. It was a 9mm pistol. When I got to the station, I took him straight upstairs, and I informed the station commissioner at that time to please get hold of the investigating officer. He has access on a computer to see who's carrying that docket, because he's an outstanding suspect for intimidation case where he threatened to kill a policeman, a warrant officer.
Captain, when you're told that he's notorious and no one wants to arrest him, what was his notoriety? What was said that he's notorious for?
With my short arrival, I would say when I arrived in Wentworth, I had a small team. I had to work for a trusted team. When you say a trusted team, I had a small team of 1 female and 4 males. And there was diversity. I had 3 Indian members. I'm going to speak across the race group, young members. I had 1 new constable colored and 1 new female constable. And the 4 were resident Merebank Wentworth. They lived in that community. The female lived in Sydenham. So when I had to familiarize myself with the different territories in Wentworth or the different gangs, they were of much of assistance to me. So I was able to identify quickly which type of gang is operating in which street, because they don't have it's not widespread Durban gang and Maritzburg gang. It's very close. Streets divide the gangs in Wentworth. So just to come back to answer you, Chair, I used to see this guy sitting where the Hollywood gang is, in Woodville Road. Even though I knew that his granny was in Reiger Road, and Reiger Road was where a notorious gang, the Young Destroyers, was from. But he was not sitting with that gang. He was sitting with the Hollywood. And that Hollywood gang was led by a person, I don't know if I should name him, but he's a fugitive at the moment. He's someone that's wanted as a sentenced prisoner. He's sentenced, but he's somewhere on flight. But that's where I would see him sitting, like you'd see these gangsters sitting. And I say, who's this? You look at a face, you say the guy's got an innocent face, but then these young people that say, hey, who's this, Cap? This is so-and-so.
I guess my question is you did listen to the previous witness.
Yes, I did.
His father. And I'm just trying, when you say he was notorious, I'm trying to understand, notorious that he's a gang member, that he's a drug person, that he has serious criminal allegations against him. I'm just trying to understand what were you told he's notorious for?
Chair, the Hollywood gang is not an honorary gang. And I had a previous witness say it's no more. There's no such, it's no more. This gang was dangerous, just like any gang in Wentworth. They were a feared gang. There was 2 gangs that were opposition, and they took each other out. There were funerals every weekend night to police in Wentworth. Sometimes double, sometimes triple funerals, of ages of youngsters of all kinds. And these gangs were policed harshly by us. When I say harshly, there's some media, obviously, they put where we made arrests and that they actually felt we harassed them, both sides. But when I say notorious, he never moved with a friend that he schooled with. He moved with the head of the Hollywood gang, which is somebody that is running for murder, sentenced already.
Thank you.
So was he notorious by association, not because he was wanted for a particular crime? Because there's a difference. If you say he was notorious because he moved with this gang or that gang or that gang, that's different from saying he's a known killer or he's wanted for committing.
Chair, with the place where he's sitting, it's not just sitting where you're sitting and having a social. It's a yard that's got about 6 pit bulls. It's got people with unlicensed guns in there. It's got walls about as high as the ceiling. Every time I did a raid there, we had to breach, as in terms of pass the walls and then pass the pit bulls before we get to them. And drugs are sown live as we sit here. Even if we called someone out to say, just go do a live video with us, it's so live there. So you're not sitting where you're saying you're talking to an ex-gangster or someone's reformed from prison or a school friend. You're sitting right there. So, you know, I don't know if it's correct to say the birds of the feather flock together. How would you label me if I'm sitting in a drug den, if my brother's a drug dealer? You're going to obviously say I'm dealing in drugs. Whether you smoke or you don't, whether you drink or you don't, it's not moving where I say, coincidentally on a sports field, or maybe coming out of a church service or a youth service or a program. You're sitting in a drug den. It's more clearly Hollywood. The shootings happened right there. The killings happened right there. The whole community knows this. Wentworth is crime. But I've seen this thing. It's like nobody wants to speak about what's happening. But that is what's actually happening. But I know this Bevan is late. He's no more. But Bevan associated himself not with two gangs, with one gang. He was part of Hollywood. Just to place emphasis on it. I've learned, during my few months left in the police, I've learned about the west side and the east side. And that west side and the east side goes across KZN, maybe South Africa. But just to take it back home domestically, they belong to the west side. So these gangs have expanded, where they say you're either from the west or the east side. You hear these talks, it's like it loses you. I gotta keep asking the younger people, hey, what's west side? What's this east side story? And then it comes out, they tell you. So you don't hear this Hollywood, cartel, young destroyers, the young Americans, you don't hear that. But you'll hear west side. Then you identified as you, the same kind as me, we're not enemies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. I think you are going to then, because you've dealt extensively with the first encounter, at paragraph 18, you deal with the second encounter with Bevan, where he was a complainant in this instance.
Yes, I went on again. Bevan and his dad, Osama, were in business. But Bevan walked into the station and opened a case of theft of motor vehicle against his dad. It was for a combi, as in a quantum taxi. Again there, this is how we worked as a reaction team from Wentworth. Soon as there's a positive suspect or person of interest, we don't let the case get cold. If the statement is strong, you identified your place of residence, because Wentworth is as small as my fist, if I say this. There's no hiding space. You can't run. We would go bring you in. And like I say, yes, maybe that's why I was aliased in a different way. But I'm saying this, we'll pursue you. Bevan opened a case where his dad was the suspect. And that took me to his house. What took me to his house was, again, the detectives were not following through on the docket. The suspect was outstanding. And they knew they're not going to go take that vehicle from his father, which was an exhibit. I went up and I dealt with the matter. Did not meet his father. The very three houses described are right next to each other like my three fingers. Got a long driveway. You wouldn't be able to say who's staying in which house there. When I was given an address, a mark of where I could find the taxi, I was looking the 1 yard behind the house. I was being told by neighbors, but all three houses are owned by this family. So I was a bit confused. It was in the Brighton Beach area, which is just up across from Wentworth. And I spoke to Bevan's mom. She spoke over the wall. She said, her husband's at work, and what do I want? I said, he's, again, person of interest. Bevan has opened a case. There's a case number. I would like to access the vehicle. I saw the vehicle, but I could not remove it because the dad was at work, allegedly. In the evening, before I could finish the tour of duty, the dad arrived with Bevan in the station, and both attacked me as to why was I there. But he was the complainant. To summarize it, he withdrew the charge against his father. So they most probably sorted the issues out after the visitation by me. Had his dad been there, he would have been arrested by me. And the Kumbi would have been seized as an exhibit and impounded. So that is how the question was, how do I know Bevan or his dad? I don't know his dad from the police. I know him from these occasions. Because on both, when Bevan was arrested the first time, the dad did the same thing. He came to the charge office and he made it personal. And I'll go on to where I met him at the entrance at the main crime scene. What was actually happening there?
Yes, I will deal with that one later. So at paragraph 18, you deal with at least where you associate Bevan with the Hollywood gang in the neighborhood. So I don't think we need to repeat that because you have explained that. And paragraph 19, you have already at least given the commissioners an account of what you did when you went outside, when you called all the role players. Unless if there's anything else you want to emphasize on paragraph 19, when you were activating the role players, then we can move to paragraph 20.
I think we should move to paragraph 20 because I covered it. If there's anything you need to question me on clarity, I will cover it. Thank you, sir. On paragraph 20, I'm going to summarize it. As time went on, it was now going into the mid-afternoon, past 3 o'clock, all role players had arrived. The LCRC, the forensic team arrived, so they took over the scene. So these role players, the task team under Lieutenant Colonel Dina Governor, had now removed themselves from the top of the flat and they went into the basement, which you cannot see from a public eye. I went down myself, and during that time, there was a lot of talk, the ministers arriving and e-news was arriving and communications was arriving. Our provincial commissioner, I remember he came because he was even denied access. One, he didn't know who he was personally. He was denied, so we had to arrange for him to be accessed, but he was accessed, he arrived. He wasn't contacted by me. The station commissioner arrived, the ex-station commissioner. So I did see them, but I did not communicate to them. I did say I was the only police vehicle within the crime scene, besides the LCRC. Again, the proof, not that it's been disputed, is whenever they blow this up on TV, on media, I see the van. My grandson sees, he says, there's your van, Dad. So that van is the only Nissan Navara in Durban. So having this van, I walked down to where this team was, and again, when I met this team, I could confirm now exactly who was there. So they were standing in a group next to a BMW, but the metro car was there, the organized crime constable from Peter Madisburg's unmarked car was there, Captain Chabon, China's car was there, that's a metro dog unit vehicle. One of Sir Pedro was captain today, his car was there. They were standing and they were trying to work out something. So I joined them and then I arrived at a point where they were trying to move the so-called person arrested earlier in the day. And I don't want to mention his name, but that particular person, they needed him moved to Pinetown Police Station. So one who was standing with me at the time, and I offered. I said, I will assist you all because there's no need for me to stay at the scene. I will go with one of your members and we'll transfer him. The place of his movement to Pinetown Police Station was kept secretive because of security, to give the chair a clear understanding what happened on that day. We were running parallel events in Durban. There was rugby and soccer. It was a Saturday. So we had armored vehicles, Nyalas, in the stadiums. I have access as an operational commander where I also oversee events. So I have access to communicating with those commanders that are placed at these events. So I requested, knowing that the road was getting very busy, and by then, I, on my state phone, did get a call from home. I also got a picture which was taken at the scene, sent to me, to say, look what's floating around. And I said to my wife, I called her, I said, please switch off the TV. And I don't want my family to see what's happening here. It wasn't nice, as in terms for people to see that, because I don't know how far on social media this thing is. So I had called before I'd left with the male that was arrested, or the suspect was arrested earlier. I had called for 2 sections of the POP guys to come down to the street to lock it down. The reason, because of that, a picture went viral on social, and that drew people from all walks of life who had interest in this drive-by shootings and these killings that are going on in the Durban area and surrounding. So that road from a quiet road, it got very busy. And I could see it from the flat, and I said it's time we lock down the road. So to give the chair a clearer indication, with any crime scene, you have the inner and you have the outer. If this is a crime scene, I'll cordon this whole scene and I'll cordon outer, so that people don't come in and hear what you're discussing in terms of who's the deceased, whatever, because sometimes you don't need any information to leave until the scene has been sorted. So I locked down using, with the assistance of one of the squires, that's my crime prevention, to place those nyalas. And I said to the commander, I'm going to need them indefinitely placed, because this crime scene doesn't look like it's going to be an hour. It's going to be more than that. And just to sensitize all that, crime scene went on for almost a week. I had to place members to guard it. So even though the bodies were removed early hours of the morning, I know I'm hopping, as skipping part of my statement, we still had to guard that scene for a week. When I say there was work to do at that scene, I was only involved with placing of members. I was no longer involved besides looking what happened there and calling role players.
Captain, before you move on, just give us a better understanding. At paragraph 20, you say that there is this young black male inside Captain Dina Govenda's BMW that is being handed to you.
That is correct.
Did they inform you as to why he was detained?
Yes, I by then already knew, because they were talking. I could hear that this guy was arrested with an AK-47 rifle and he was arrested with drugs. So there was some association with him and the deceased. That's how they arrived there. So he was seated in the BMW, which had tinted windows, and that BM I know the car comes into Durban Central Station. It's driven by Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender. He was in the back seat, so I said I'll transfer him with Zwane, because Zwane was seconded to them at the walks. I said, long as I got a rifleman, we'll take him away from here, because they can't leave the scene. So we loaded this male. This male wasn't handcuffed. He didn't have leg irons or nothing. So I wondered, suspect AK-47, I don't operate like this with suspects. I'll cable tie you same time. But he had treatment like where he was very casual. So I thought, well, they were here before my time. I'm going to have to just treat it the same. So I warned this guy. I said to him, you're a suspect or you're not handcuffed. So don't try anything, you know. So Zwane sat next to him in the van. And I drove out. By the time I drove out, there was a crowd outside this complex. And that crowd was not just the deceased's family. There was other people of interest. So there was opposition. I picked it up in my eye. This is rivals. And I drove out and I said the shortest route for me to get out to Pinetown was, if you know Durban, was to take the M19. Not to go up Spaghetti the long way up the entry like you're heading to Johannesburg. As to go down Quarry Road, past the Macro, Springfield, straight up the M19, and I'll end up in Pinetown. I managed to get to Pinetown, and this is the time frame I want the chair to know. When I reached Pinetown, it was already the change of shift, and now I know this. It's now 1800 hours from the afternoon we arrived. Because a Lieutenant Colonel, which worked with me in Sydenham years ago, was now in charge of the cells. And when I walked in, and he saw us with the suspect, he said, I saw your van, you're involved with a shooting. And then Zwane was wearing a Hawks t-shirt. So I just said to him, we need a quiet space as to hold the suspect until he's detained. He said, no problem, and he gave us an area to wait for the person to come process. Now I'm speaking about time, Chair. The time was now past 6. The shifts had changed, it's night shift that's on. So if you look at time, if I was managing my time, I was like close to 4 hours busy with this same issue. 10 in the scene, speedily, assisting now to remove this guy with transport to Pinetown. When we got to Pinetown, that is where it became a concern. And it gave me opportunity while we were sitting there, which was normal of a policeman, to start talking to a suspect. And I had to explain to him who I was because I was in civilian dress as well. And I managed to speak to him and ask him, where is he from, what he does, and so on. And the indication
Are you now
that
reading from paragraph 29? Have we skipped the other paragraphs?
Yes, he's jumped to paragraph 29 on page 9, where he's dealing with the
The
transportation.
transporting the suspect.
The suspect, yes. So it's 29 and 30.
Continue, Chair?
Yes,
If you need to take me back, what I'm doing, I'm not reading my statement verbatim because I know this thing as far as I remember it. So I had opportunity to even find out his background. What did he do for a living? He said he was an Uber driver, then he became a tow truck driver. Then he was supposed to be transferring a vehicle. The same vehicle was arrested in the same day. There was papers to transfer it onto, I think, Bevan's name, he said. And I didn't realize that that vehicle was a vehicle used in a previous shooting because I hadn't seen the vehicle at the scene. And I was not present when he was arrested. And then I went on further to find out his family background, and it was then he disclosed to me where his mother of his children works, and how many kids he has, and where the police had taken him to, where he had further exhibits which were seized by this unit. So I won't discuss that because I was not part of it, but he confirmed that there was items seized, he was cooperative, and then that's how they ended up in Morningside. So I kept it in the back of my muscle memory that this guy has a landmark where he stays, he has a family, he has a spouse. So should he, let's say, hypothetically escape one day or go missing, I know who to ask questions. And one would ask, why would you say that? The mere fact that I had him in my custody, it was a prerequisite to question him as to who are you? What's your name? Even though I do not remember his surname. To fast forward, when I was dealing with the evidence leaders and I was dealing with IPID previously, it was alleged that they lost this person. But due to what I furnished them with, they were able to locate him. I'm not going to mention who and where. So I was given a phone number.
But before you do that, you say something in that last sentence in paragraph 29. His association with Bevan.
Yes, I did question him. He did say he's a middleman. He only keeps the weapons and he keeps the drugs. On this particular day, he was taking the drugs to Newlands and then he was going to meet with them. He didn't mention that to me.
Thank you.
I did not include names here, but he also mentioned, besides Bevan, another deceased. He wasn't too sure that guy was there. He said that guy's gone on a trip, as on a boat trip, as with the MSC, the trip that takes you out for 3 days. So he was unaware that this guy was in the flat, as basically confirmed normal or deceased.
In simpler terms, Captain, when you say that, because you use the word middleman, what does that mean? He was middleman for Bevan.
Yes, what he says, whenever it comes to moving or storing or keeping on the guns, because he's in an estate, they would leave everything with him. They entrusted him to keep it. That was his role playing. And I still want to associate because I've never seen him in Wentworth, this guy, during my period that I was policing, because even when I moved from Wentworth, I moved to Brighton Beach, I still oversaw Wentworth. When I moved to the provincial task teams, I still oversaw Wentworth, even though it took me wide and far. I never seen this youngster. This gentleman was the first time I've seen him. And I was asking questions of interest, which he was not being forced, but he was talking, because we were very calm. Zwane, as a member, or was a member that was never vocal, very reserved, very professional, and he wouldn't interrogate you by questioning you. That's one. So I was doing most of the talking with him. And what kept me talking to him was we waited for a long time. From when I left that scene, which takes me less than 15 minutes from the scene up to Pinetown, I was sitting in that holding cell area almost till about 8, 8:30, and I was getting agitated. But I had a phone number, because before I left, I said to the Captain Dina Governor, please give me a number so I can phone you, because I don't have their phone numbers. And he gave me a number. So when I phoned him after an hour and said you're sending somebody to come process your suspect. Now he's sitting here, nobody's come here. He did not answer. One of the civil answered. And I'm saying, is that Captain Dina? He says, no, it's civil. I said, I need to speak to the captain. And he sort of like, we come in now. Eventually, after about 2.5 hours, after I made off my state phone several calls to them to say that I am going to leave this guy and I'm going to go home. I'm in the duty off. It's out of my time. I'll drop Zwane and I'll go home. An NIU member, National Intervention member, one member arrived. When he arrived, I was quite happy to see his face, because I identified he's the same one I saw at the scene. I don't know his name. I'm not going to even mention it if it's mentioned. But he said he's there to process the suspect. I was shocked that an NIU member is now going to write a statement. So I looked at him and I looked at the exhibits. He arrived with a rifle and he arrived with a small amount of drugs. And that was like contrary to what was being said before he arrived, what was being seized. So I don't want to even visit that. Because what this arrested person, which was arrested earlier, told me he was arrested for, wasn't speaking to what the NIU member arrived with. So he asked me, Captain, can you assist me with processing the suspect? I said, I'm sorry, I can't. You need to get your crew, or you need to get one of the civil or Dina to come and assist you. I am now leaving you here. And then I said, you alone? He said, no, I'm with a driver. I said, get your driver to come and assist you, because they needed to fill in certain documents and write statements. And that's how I left here. I drove, and I'll never forget, it was close now to 9 o'clock in the evening, about 9:15. Zwane is 100% vegetarian. I know I'm disclosing his eating habits. I know him, he wouldn't even eat egg in a scone. He worked with me for a while, and we were hungry. And I offered to buy a meal, and the only place that was open was the Britannia Hotel. The takeout was closed, but I made arrangements and we bought 2 bunny chows, which we ate, which was vegetable bunnies, broad beans. We ate outside on the bonnet of the car, so we were not in a hurry to get back to that crime scene. We dealt with ourselves first. We hadn't eaten the whole day, so we had something to eat. And I said to Zwane, I'm going back to the scene, but I'm not going to go in. I'm going to park on the road. By then, the ministers and all the high-profile people would have arrived. I was not following anything on social media. I parked my vehicle on the roadside. And that will bring me to where I met the previous witness. And I'm going to say how I met him. The minute I saw the crowd, I pulled my ski mask down. The Zabini, I pulled it down. The reason I did that was, even though people in Durban know I drive that vehicle, some people were unaware that I was now the operational commander in Durban Central. They all still thought I was on the south. So I pulled my mask down, stepped out of my vehicle. Zwane walked down and he went back to his members that he was assigned to. And I heard a conversation taking place between the sector
Captain,
commander.
I might have missed that. Is there a reason why were you wearing a a balaclava all this time.
There were lots of gangsters and unruly people that were there. And being alone on my vehicle, I pulled it down. I was in civilian clothes. I pulled it down and I said, I'll sit on my vehicle. But then eventually I got out of my vehicle and I could hear the previous witness talking to my sector commander. Now, what happened to my sector commander? He used to drive an urban cruiser, a new one. He had his lights on the whole day from when he was there, whenever he arrived, because I wasn't monitoring him. His car switched off, so he needed a boost. So he came to me, hey, can you boost me? And I said, no problem, I'm carrying cables, boosted him. But I heard the conversation. The previous, Mr. Loftus, as in Gregory, was having a small argument with him. That's not Houston. He said, no, that's Captain Houston. He said, no, Captain Houston's in Wentworth. Gregory said, no, Captain Houston, I know is in Wentworth. He's not in Durban Central. This guy says, no, he's in Durban Central. In the meantime, I'm already long in Durban Central. It's over 2 years, but they didn't know my status. So eventually I said, these people already know who I am. And they were closest to the entrance of the driveway. So I rolled up my beanie, but I kept my head on because the dew was falling. I kept my cap on and I approached him. And it was there when I approached him. He said, hey, I can see it is Captain Houston. And I spoke to him. When I spoke to him, he greeted me and he said, hey, it is you. And he mentioned some words which could have upset me, mumbled some words, this was all a planned thing. Because he obviously thought I had something with his son, because I had arrested him previously. Then I sympathized with him. I said to him, Greggs, I'm sympathizing with you because it's now hours later. This is like past 9 in the evening. His family were all standing there, but away at certain intervals away from each other, but he was standing with the sector commander, this one of the Venkates. And I said, your son is no more. I just want to sympathize with you, but you must let whatever's happening be subject to investigation. That was my exact words to him, because I was not here to say what happened, and if you're going to hear anything, it's going to be propaganda, because the only people who knows what happened here are the people inside. And that's how we left it. I did not include in my statement, just to tell you who's one of the Venkates, so you understand how does he get to talk to this one of the Venkates. One of the Venkates, I never knew whilst I was working in Wentworth's daughter, his eldest daughter is a teacher in a school right opposite the police station. She's in a relationship or had a kid from late Bevan's first cousin. His name is Heath Loftus. Heath Loftus is an alleged drug dealer. So Heath and Bevan do not get on. They have the same granny in those flats, Reicher Road flats. That's Mr. Loftus's mother. So what actually happened was they ended up being directed from the charge office personnel into my crime prevention office, where they had a domestic feud, where he was threatening to take the child away from her, and there was a gun threat in her. But I had met Heath that day, and I sort of, in layman's language, cooled him down properly and said, if there's anything that you're saying that you're going to do, you're going to end up being arrested. It'll work against you. Now, why I'm saying this, I never knew that the lady sitting in my office was going to be one day somebody's daughter that's working now under me as a sector commander. That is one of the Venkatesa's daughter. So if you see why Mr. Loftus, Bevan, was talking to, not Bevan, sorry, his dad, was standing with Venkates, it's closer than just standing there. It's unlike standing and talking to me. It's your daughter and my first blood nephew are in a relationship, they have a child. So they know each other very well. So that's why they were having that argument about, who's this Houston here? Is this the same Houston from Wentworth? No, it can't be. And I heard it. It was like on top of their voices because they were upset. He was upset about this whole thing, which was a norm. As a parent, you would have been upset with whatever they're alleging has happened.
Mr. Musikili, at this point, subject to what you have to say, you may have your own plan. but because Captain Houston introduced the topic, Gregory Loftus's paragraph 74. Yes.
Yes, it's up there, Commissioner Kumalo. We want to deal with that directly.
You will deal with it.
Yes.
Yes.
Captain, you would have heard from the previous witness being Mr. Gregory Loftus. At paragraph 73 and 74 of his statement, it's in front of you there. I think you can see it there. He deals with the encounter that he had with you on the pavement of the crime scene. And in particular, at paragraph 74, this is what he says you said to him, and I would like to invite your comment to that. He says at paragraph 74.
Does he have the?
No, I don't. Is that in a second file?
Let me arrange it for you.
Is it in this file? 17.
Page 22.
32.
Paragraph 74. Page 22.
Not this one.
So the file will say Gregory Loftus statement with annexures. Now, I want you to focus on, in particular, paragraph 74, where he makes specific allegations against you as to what happened on the outside while you're waiting outside. He said, at paragraph 74 at the bottom of the page, Captain Houston relates that when he entered the flat, he first saw Sihle Zondi laying in a passage in a pool of blood. He then saw 4 men in the lounge lying side by side. He at first did not recognize any of them, but on a second closer look, he recognized Bevan. They were all lying in blood on the floor. He said that it was one of the worst scenes he had been in. He said, I must not leave it because they were executed.
Chair, that's not my words to him. I deny saying that to him. I would not say something like that. Not to protect anyone's actions, but that is unbecoming on me to say that. About seeing the first person, I didn't even know that person. Up until today, I don't even know. This name is foreign to me. So, with identifying who Bevan was and who the second person, as I said, I didn't know his surname, those were clearly identified. Just with a quick glance at them, I could say who they were. The other 3 deceased, I could not say who they were. And there wasn't a second look. When I went in, because I knew they dialoguing about me being in there, I looked and I extracted myself, I left. I was satisfied that there is a shooting, there are 5 deceased, I need to get people out there ASAP. So with Gregory, I would have not discussed such.
Other than identifying his son, did you tell him about the scene? Did you tell him what you saw when you went into the flat?
No. I'll tell you where he picks that up, where he depicts that. Whilst we were up on the flat, before we even came down, a picture was circulating. And that picture circulated of social media. There was a family member, I'm not too sure, that got hold of me. It was never my wife, because she's also not on this Facebook stories. And then we said, hey, there's a shooting at Roulette where these people have been shot. It was a sensitive picture. And I was upset about it. I had to wrestle with it the whole night, in fact, for a couple of days. As to say, who would do such a thing? Only somebody who was up at the scene. And it was definitely not forensics that will circulate a picture like that. So that picture he already had. Before he even spoken to me, it was, remember, when he testified, it sounded like The shoot took, say, for example, 2 o'clock. He was there 2:30. I only saw him when I came back past 8, almost 8:45 in the evening, standing by the gate. I did not communicate with him prior to that. When Zwan and I returned after depositing the so-called detainee and handing over to NIU, only then people saw me close up and I removed my cap. So my communication was short. Clearly, I did sympathize with him. I would do that even if I'm in a shooting with someone. I would sympathize with parents need to know, hey, what their children are up to. We all defend our kids.
Thank you. So you never said to him that it was an execution?
Never mentioned that.
Okay.
He mentions I went in a second time. I did not go a second time and look. There was no second time.
No, he does not say you went in the second time. He said at first you could not recognize any of them, but on a second closer look, in other words, you went closer. So not that you went in and left and went the second time.
No. I did tell him I identified. I only spoke about his son, that I identified his son. The rest I didn't even discuss who's the deceased, even though I could identify a second person. You must remember, Che, the deceased, the second one that I identified, that I mentioned, his parents didn't even know he was there. They thought he's gone on holiday. That particular detainee that I took to Pinetown didn't even know that that particular individual is no more. And I never disclosed that to him. So when I say I never disclosed, there was no need for me to explain who's now deceased up there. There was procedures taking place. It eventually would have come. Right up until earlier hours, I think it was close to like 2 o'clock in the morning. It's not in my statement, but we had to abseil those bodies down. The body bags were too weak. We had to use search and rescue to bring those bodies down. And the families watched from outer. They counted the amount of bodies that were coming down. And they were like, oh, is that correct count? But like I say, that picture that was taken, and it was taken, and I'm going to say this, it could have only been taken by the people who entered there. And the people who entered there is Captain Dina's team. One of his members took that and sent that out to somebody. And that somebody put it on social media. And I heard Chair say in a previous witness, police have WhatsApp groups. I belong.
It was me.
Yes, I remember. And, you know, I sort of like wanted to reach out to you and say, no, man, touch the screen here, wait. We do have these groups, but why would we, if we're a team of 6, send a picture to each other when we know what's happening there? And if we're going to do that, keep it as a library or keep it as a file, as part of our file of the scene, because we sort of keep transcripts of our scene. Why would we send it to each other? That thing was sent directly to somebody of the public. Whether it was sent to Wentworth, or whether it was sent to Sydenham, or to Marinill, or Newlands, it was sent to somebody who immediately. And I remember that day when I got the call, and I can say this, even though I'm not a computer fundi, I'm still, my grandson's better, I'm going to say it openly. I'm good at weapons, but I'm weak with a computer. I'm saying this, that when it went on Facebook, somebody blocked it. When it went on Instagram, they blocked it because it was sensitive. It was something that was running currently with the other social media platforms. It's a news. So it was a sensitive one. But Mr. Loftus had that already before he even spoke to me. He would have confirmed that that's his son by looking at Bevan name there. And he would have identified, as he says, Bevan's friends. I couldn't identify them. I could only identify Bevan and Ryan.
Thank you, Captain. It's unclear as to why you would attribute those utterances, at least attribute and associate them with you. But I would want us, Captain, to go to page 7 of your statement.
Maybe before you go to page 7, Captain, at paragraph, and maybe just for completeness, at paragraph 34, you actually describe the engagement with Mr. Loftus, what it is. Do you want to speak to that?
Okay, I just want to read it quietly before I respond to you. Yes, I think I designed my statement wording like that, Chair, away from this. You must remember that very same firearm, the license farm I referred to, I seized it in Wentworth. And somehow it went back, obviously, because the policeman's case obviously didn't go to trial. Outcome I did not follow as respect of it. So I think it would have been normal that you would have had a licensed farm with him if it wasn't in his safe at home. And yes, his dad he was mumbling a lot of things at the gate. He was upset and he was saying a lot of things. Because obviously of his history, I heard a little that night, I heard more when he testified. I got texts on my personal phone or maybe even my state phone from him, where eventually I did not just respond to him because he was trying to extract stuff from me. And I think, and I'm not pointing fingers, but I'd say it openly, I think one of the Venkatas was one to furnish my numbers, because nobody has my personal numbers.
Thank you, Captain. Can we then go to page 7? I want us to deal with your observation of the crime scene. And that, it starts at paragraph 21. So we're going back to your, so on your statement, yes.
Okay.
Can you pick it up from paragraph 21, Captain?
I've got it. I'm just reading it before I comment on it. To summarize it, Chair, my opinion, from my experience, not on this particular day, but on a simulation, if I were to simulate coming through a door. My tactical experience doesn't speak to this movement of these members. Because any tactical movement, whether the door is closed or whether the door's ajar or open, person my frame with a bulletproof vest, if I took you, Chair, and we came into a single door, we will bump shoulders with rifles in our shoulders to engage a threat. So I had opportunity to read the statements, and that's for the first time I actually get proper insight as to what actually happened on the inside. But for me, from my experience, tactical movement, firstly, I'm going to comment on Metro. They don't have any tactical movement. They don't know house movement. I would not work with any Metro member, whether he's from the dog unit. He'll end up shooting me from behind.
Shouldn't have been in that room.
What I'm saying, let's start from the entrance to the flat so we get a clear picture.
Captain,
If the threat is inside.
Captain, sorry, can we do this maybe to give better perspective? Because we do mention a statement of Javon Lee China. Perhaps, commissioners, we can go to file number 2. It will give better context to what the witness is trying to explain. So file number 2 on page 420. 420. So, Captain, you'll see there, it says the statement of one Javon Lee China. You will accept that this is one of the statements that you looked at. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And for the purpose of this discussion, I only want you to read into the record and then you can explain paragraph 4 of that statement. Maybe just read that into the record without explaining first.
Sorry, Chair, you want me to read?
Yeah, into the record, just that.
Read the whole paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, paragraph 4 from Javon Lee, China statement, that's the captain from Metro, reads as follows. As we approached the flat, I noticed that the flat door was open. Captain Rodriguez, which is Pedro, was slightly ahead of me. Captain Rodriguez shouted out aloud as we entered that we the police. I also shouted out identifying ourselves as policemen. There was a lot of movement from the occupants of the flat, from the lounge area, away from us, further into the flat. For a few seconds, I lost sight of the suspects. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of gunfire coming from the position of the suspects. The suspects fired at us. Captain Rodriguez returned fire. I saw the suspects firing in our direction. I returned fire as my life or our lives of my colleagues were in imminent danger. I fired 2 rounds from our department LM5 rifle. I'm not going to read the serial number, it's there. My colleagues, one of Munsami, one of Shabalala, and Constable Halford, also returned fire simultaneously. When the gunfire stopped, in a couple of seconds, Captain Rodriguez informed us that he had been shot in the abdomen. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest.
And then before you comment, can you also go to page 405 of the same document? And the statement starts at 404. And can you confirm that is a statement of Matthew Roger Halford? And can you confirm that is one of the statements that we provided to you?
Okay, I get that. Which paragraph would you like me to read?
405, just read into the record, paragraph 7.
404.
405.
405, paragraph 7.
Yes.
Okay, this is the statement of
It will say Harold.
Matthew Roger.
Yes.
He's a constable. This is the member that is from organized crime, Peter Maritzburg. Paragraph 7 states, I further with Captain Rodriguez, Captain China, that's his surname, Metro Police, one of Sumunsami and one of Shabalada, proceeded to the said flat. As we approached the flat, we noticed the front door was ajar. As entry was gained into the flat, we identified our office by shouting verbal warnings at the time. I observed the group of males jump up from the couch and move further into the flat, where we temporarily lost sight of them. At this point, we came under high caliber automatic fire. A stun grenade was thrown into the said flat, and we moved forward into the flat simultaneously firing.
Can you also read paragraph 10 for completion?
Paragraph 10.
10, yes.
Of same 4 or 5?
Yes. It's on the same page, yes.
Paragraph 10 from the same member states, I later established that I had fired 10 rounds with my state-issued rifle, serial number, and I'm not going to mention it.
And then lastly, please go to page 425. That's a statement of Pedro Rodriguez. And again, Captain, can you confirm that this is one of the 5 statements that we provided to you to consider?
Yes, I confirm, Chair, this is a statement that was issued to me to look at.
And then on that statement, please go to the next page. I want you to read into the record paragraph 7, which is the first paragraph.
Okay, this statement, which I'm reading, is one of Sir Pedro's or Captain Pedro of recent promoted. Captain Pedro, paragraph 7 from SEP's dog unit. I, together with Captain China of Metro, one of Sumansami, one of Shabalala, and Constable Alpha proceeded to the said flat. As we approached the flat, I noticed the front door was ajar. As I entered the flat, I identified our presence as police officers shouting verbal warnings. At the time, I observed a group of males jump up from the couch and move further into the flat, where we temporarily lost sight of them. At this stage, high-caliber automatic fire being fired at us. I immediately began to return fire as we moved further into the flat. During this stage, I felt that I had been shot in my lower abdomen area. Simultaneously, a stun grenade was thrown as we continued to advance forward.
And then lastly, on that page, can you read into the record paragraph 10 of that statement?
Paragraph 10 states, I later established that I had fired 12 rounds, meaning 12 shots had been fired with the state firearm or one rifle. I'm not going to read the serial numbers there.
Thank you, Chair. The story continues where the different police office members have given statements of their account, and we had given those statements to the captain to come and make sense of them. Captain, I think then you can explain to the chair what you are trying to explain about the whole formation there. How do you enter the house, at least in that instance?
Okay, Chair, just again, I will speak about my experience of training. Coincidentally, with my training accreditation, I had trained a trainer with Metro. So where China was trained by his trainers, those trainers were trained by me. We do not do tactical movement with them. They do application shoots. To refer to Pedro, the dog unit Rodriguez, he was previously a national intervention member before moving over to the dog unit. So he would have had a bit of experience with house movement or how to enter. DPCI, the constable from Peter Maritzburg, I'm not too sure of his background history. If he was assigned to DPCI straight out of training because he's a constable, or if he belonged to a tech unit. But DPCI, as far as I'm concerned, if you're in a unit, you're a docket carrier, you got no experience. I wouldn't train you tactical police in 1 and 2 movement, house movement. There are 2 NIU members there. Those NIU members do have the experience. There are prerequisites to every house clearance when we're training you. The prerequisite is 7 members to any room. If you got less, we are not to enter. The reason why we're not to enter, if there's a casualty on the state side, then that person leading that group will have to answer. And vice versa. If you look at the amount of rounds the members are counting for what they shot, realistically speaking, if they fired those amounts of rounds in such a small area, then I would describe it as an overkill. I don't have copies, or I was not part of seeing post-mortem reports. I have nothing in front of me. I'm speaking of my experience. I'm going to stick to my experience. Again, I use a chair myself going through a normal house door. There is a tactical movement way in which we cut that door. When you're looking down the passage, we call it you're looking at your 180, straight down. So your threat is either ahead of you or was tucked out of your sight. Now, the way these members are saying in their statements they moved, seemed like they were sucking thumb. If that door was ajar and they managed to set foot inside and I was sitting on that couch, I would have eliminated them. Because I would have had sight on them. Because they should, it's either they had intelligence of the whole setup of this flat. Because if I don't know what's on the side of the lounge, you lost sight of the people. That flat's not very big. So hiding spaces, you're gonna run around the corner, you're only gonna go 2 meters and you can't go anywhere after that. If you ran the balcony, you're 5 floors up. You're gonna jump to your death. So I think it's questionable, or proper accountability should have been done in terms of how they entered, who led this entry. You can see they're all speaking about the stun grenade being thrown over. Stun grenade don't come after you start firing your rifle. The stun grenade, that's what has the name stun grenade. It's a pyrotech we use before you even engage or discharge your fire. You'd see in the statements, and I'm seeing it now not for the first time, well, the statements were said and I read, and I don't want to study it paid for, but when I read the story, I said, it doesn't sit well with me from my training experience. Because if they were to simulate that dry fire where they're going through, and I left a manigan around the corner, or 4 manigans around the corner, and I stood there, I would have tapped them on their heads with their dry guns and said, listen, you failed. You would have put yourself as a casualty. That account doesn't marry what tactical movement's about.
Is it possibly a function of what you say is they lacked tactical experience?
Yes.
They should not have been there.
High-
Some of them, that
highly
may well
trained.
be an
Highly trained,
explanation.
highly trained. I'll reiterate it. There's an indictment. Highly trained. When the national intervention's not working, they're simulating. That's what we do. We're simulating all the time. It's like a fireman. When he's not out extinguishing a fire, he's not sleeping on a bed if he's at work. He's simulating. He's busy. It's training. It's the same with tactical movement. We do the movement continuously every day until we go out for operations when we needed to go out on operation. There's no space for an error, when I say an error, because we will come back with a casualty, if we're coming back. But I'm saying the way these statements are made, there are members that are not tactical. In other words, the blind is leading the blind. Let's hypothetically say Pedro or Rodriguez was tactical. He fired so many rounds of a rifle, a R1. R1's high caliber, you 1 round, you drop an elephant. You're in a space of less than 4 by 4, a room. So many rounds. Something is not speaking to whatever happened there of their statements.
Captain, so you highlighted 2 things. I want to ask you about a third one. You highlighted the composition of the team and the fact that at least the dog unit and the DPCI constable may not have had the experience. And also, I guess, Javon Lee, the Metro police officer. The second issue you highlighted was how they were supposed to enter the room. But something strange here, because what the statements seem to suggest is that these 5 officers were ambushed, as if the people who were in that room were waiting for them and were already carrying their firearms. Because they are all saying as they entered, the people inside started firing at them. That's what the statements seem to suggest. But then what is odd is that only Captain Rodriguez was hit, and he was hit by the vest. And the reason why you say this is improbable, you said if the scene happened as they say it happened, they would have been shot or they would have been hurt.
That's correct. You would have been a casualty because, again, I start at the door. Machi, I start at the door. The movement shoulder to shoulder. Nobody walks in front of somebody unless you know what you're doing. If you're in front of me, I'll demonstrate it to you. My rifle will be on your shoulder. The next person's rifle will be facing the back because you don't know who's coming from the back. And we will cut this place nicely, as in terms of cut our corners tactically. I don't want to demonstrate the whole foot movement, but they will know as tech people what I'm talking about. Even if the doors are ajar, there's a way you go into a door. You don't if the person standing behind the door. So again, what you're saying, you're absolutely right. I'm saying is, even with panic, they would have shot each other up in that narrow space because they fired so many rounds. That means all the shooting happened around the corner.
And Chair has been careful to point out that we are not so much concerned with the shooting and how it happened. The focus of the commission is whether the police have been infiltrated by the gangsters and the drug dealers and other people. So I don't want to go into detail about the shooting itself. But Mr. John, the DPCI officer, when he gave evidence, he talked about the way the victims were lined up. IPID, sorry, did I say DPCI? IPID. The way they were lined up, because you saw them when you entered the flat, what was your impression of how they were lined up? Does it accord with the
The
statement?
4 doesn't speak to the shoot. Even if I took the picture that was circulated, the 4, the C's, leave the one that's laying closer in the picture. The 4 around the corner, that's Loftus, Brian, and the other 2 unknowns to me. It doesn't speak to the shoot. When I say it doesn't speak to the shoot, how does one cut a corner and you find 4 people standing there and you hit them? Now they fired so many rounds. Now if that shots fired missed, they would have hit the walls behind them. Nowhere high up is there one round that missed where there's damage to the walls high up.
Do you still have file 2 next to you?
Yes, I do.
Just have a look at 699. They don't have to flight it.
Sorry, Chair, just repeat the number 6.
699, 699.
Yeah, I got it.
So having read the statements and the description of what happened, when you look at that photo, is it consistent with what the statements say happened?
Never. Can't be. That's as I saw this when I entered for that few seconds. I saw more. The picture's wider than what's here, but it doesn't speak to it. You shoot someone with a rifle, I'm just saying, or even a pistol, close range. The body positions will never be like that. You get shot with a rifle, we simulate it on a shooting range with mannequins. It'll lift you and throw you. Maybe enter and even exit you. There'll be blood splatter all over those walls. So I'm saying on their statements, my opinion is what I read and what I see, for me, it doesn't speak to each other. They need to, whenever, explain how this came about.
Captain, while you are there, can you also go to 767 on the same file, file 2? You let me know once you are there, Captain. 767.
Yeah, I got it.
And then, are you there, Captain?
I got it.
And then I also want you then to move to 771. And then go to 772.
Yeah, I got it.
Captain, maybe in your own words, can you explain what you make of what is depicted on that picture and in relation to paragraph 25 and 26 of your statement in terms of those bullet wounds, those gunshot markings, and some of the blood spatters on the floor.
What page on the statement, Chair?
Now we are on 772.
No, I got those, the statement.
Your statement, page 8.
Oh, my statement.
Yes, I'm saying in relation to what you are saying on your statement. So maybe you can refresh yourself what you say.
Sorry, which paragraph are you referring him to?
24.
25.
We are on 26. 26, paragraph 26.
Thank you.
This is where you say, having refreshed my memory by looking at the photos of the scene, it is observed that most of the blood spatters were on the lower on the lower level on the wall. And it goes on page 9. Do you see that, Captain?
Yes, I see that.
Yes, I've just given you a demonstration of some of the bullets where they landed.
As I said in my statement, Chair, with the statements of the shotters and the pictures taken by the photographer, it does not speak to each other with the statements of the shotters. And my opinion is if anyone try to hide, that they go hiding in a laying position or that they go hiding in a kneeling position, that they stumble on each other. Because it's alleged somebody was firing at the police there. So, or some bodies was firing, that's the allegation. But if you look at all the pictures, the picture they were taken here, these are all low shots. And you can't, a rifle, just to give you the difference between shooting with a pistol and a rifle, if I train a slow learner with a pistol, if they in fear of the sound going off and they don't follow the fundamentals which I would teach them, they will shoot the ground. And from 5 meters, they shoot the ground. But if they follow the fundamentals and they know the weapons, that's why I said this should be advanced units that are doing house clearances. If you're not trained to do it, don't do it, because you'll end up injuring or killing your own member. You're going through a door. Whatever way your rifle is pointing is the direction in which it's going to fire. So there's no way if you got your rifle in your shoulder, it's going to fire on the ground. So the statements,
Unless you point it, it's on your shoulder, nothing stops you from pointing it to the ground.
Let me give you a better simulation, Chair. And it's good you ask this question. It's healthy because not everyone carries rifles. A rifle is about 15 kilos with a magazine in it, 15 kgs. We got tactical belts on these rifles. You don't carry a rifle without a belt. So it supports you at the weight. When you train with a rifle, it's from the safe radio rifles here. But when you engage in a threat, your rifle is here. So the movement is not from your lower hip, 1, 2, 3. By 1, 2, 3, me as a weapon expert, I would double tap you before you do anything. So the rifle will be in the shoulder when you enter in the threat. There's no way when you discharge that rifle, you're gonna hit the ground or you're gonna fire low. So when we do close contact, we say, whatever direction you point your rifle, if you discharge it, that's the way it's gonna fire. So if they went around the corner, for example, and I'm not dealing with what happened there because I was not there, but I'm saying if one goes around the corner, you need to cut with your rifle. So normally the way we would cut, we will drop the rifle, so it's not, the barrel's not seen coming around the corner. Drop the rifle, and as soon as we cut, we lift it up to engage. So you're not firing in a low position. I'm saying from experience, when we dry fire and we simulate, that's the exercise. The movement's never from upward, downward. It's always from here, safe, ready, to your shoulder. It's never up here. Even when we engage in someone that's higher, first floor, second floor. You know, if you're going up the stairs, it's always in your shoulder. It's from there to there. And if the threat's not there, it's immediately here. Because you could have someone innocent that will just bypass or come in front of you. But from their statements, like I say, to the pictures, the pictures of where the walls and the floors are damaged, it's indicating clear that the whole shoot, and I don't want to ponder on it, but from my experience, that whole shoot was a low shoot.
So, Captain, you were not there, but in layman's terms, the story as depicted or as set out in the statements does not add up.
Doesn't add up. Firstly, with the amount of rounds they fired. A human being's body is it's a big target. When we simulate, we shoot on straight pins. We shoot on matchboxes. We shoot on a 9mm cartridge. It's ridiculous.
And perhaps, Captain, to give better context, at paragraph 24 of your statement, maybe read into the record as to how many rounds were shot by each of the 5 members. That's from paragraph 24.1 to 24.5.
According to their statements.
That's
According to their statements, yes.
Yeah. Well, I confirmed this off their statements that Captain Pedro Rodriguez fired 12 rounds with the R1. The magazine capacity there is 20 rounds if it's not an extended mag, but the standard issue is 20 rounds of ammunition. That's a lot of ammunition to be fired. Constable Matthew Roger fired 10 rounds of his rifle. Constable Munsami, the stun grenade. Constable Shabalala, 3 R5 rounds. And Chabon, 2 rounds from the rifle.
Now, I want you to consider, Captain Chair.
Let me take you to 776 and 780. Do we have any idea where those, whether it's the wall or whatever else, where exactly those are supposed to be? And how does that fit in with what you are telling us? I'm not saying it doesn't. I just
The
want
seven-
you to please explain.
Chair, that 776 looks from if you look at 773, that's looking like that's the passage wall, which leads you to the lounge. I could be subject to correction. If you look at 773.
But in terms of what you said, is that low or high?
Perhaps it will help that when you answer that question on 773, look in relation to the green couch and answering that question. Maybe that will assist.
773?
773,
Okay.
yes.
That's low.
Not sure. It's especially the top mark would have been around what head level, in fact, even above head level if someone was sitting on the couch.
That picture, if we entered as we are going towards the threat, there's no way we're going to engage the wall by accidentally shooting it. When I say no way, the policeman had entered.
No, I'm engaging you at the level of low and high. Remember,
Low and high.
Your earlier debate was about the marks being low.
For me,
So, which is why I was asking, is that low or high?
the ones in the passage I classify as high, as reasonably high. That's hip higher. That's hip higher. That's abdomen shot. That's in the passage. 773. You're looking in line with the couch.
Yes.
The others that I
And
saw.
then what in relation to your theory What would you say about this, which you say are not low? Based on your theory about when you enter, this is what you do.
773, you're referring to, Chair?
Yes.
Again, I'm saying that if we're going down the passage where you're sitting, that's the wall. If I'm going down the passage with a rifle, there's no way that I'm gonna accidentally shoot that wall. That wall can only be shot from an opposite 180 direction. And if you're asking for height, I've given it to you, that's higher than hip height. It's hip and higher.
By that, do you mean someone would have had to be facing that wall?
Someone has to be facing that wall, and that's what we call, when you're approaching your 180, you're shooting at 180, straight ahead of you. Even the damage in the wall, hypothetically, if the police shot that wall, the damage wouldn't have looked like that. They would have taken out chunks, big chunks with the caliber. The 223 and the rifle, the R1 rifle, would take big chunks out of that wall.
Have we seen any such big chunks here?
Sorry, Chair?
Have we seen any such big chunks here?
Yeah, if you look at 776.
Yes.
Yeah, 776, that's definitely rifle damage. That won't be 9mm damage.
And I guess because we don't see the ceiling and the floor, you can't tell how high this is.
We can't
That
tell
is
that.
at 776, and I
Yeah.
would imagine at 780 as well. Did you agree that you can't really tell?
I can't really tell you.
Okay.
Especially the way that picture's taken, you wouldn't be able to tell. It's a close-up on the wall.
Did you get to see these bullet marks yourself, or did you just enter briefly, look at the bodies, identify those deceased that you managed to identify?
With my experience, attending a crime scene to confirm, I was led by one of Captain Dina Governor. So he walked me down the passage. I was not even looking kitchen, bathroom. I walked behind him until I saw the deceased. I could see one person name. And then that's when I looked in. I didn't even walk, I would step over them or anything. I don't want to contaminate. So I didn't look for the bullet holes and whatever there. The damages on the walls. And
Captain,
Alright,
in
thank
relation to page 773 that the chair is engaging with you with on, 773, the deceased bodies in relation to that, on which side would that be? Because,
it should be at your quarter past,
or your corner past, yeah.
to the picture.
Yes. So my understanding is that those holes will be on your left as you enter that's the corridor.
That's the left.
Yes. But all the deceased, is it correct at least to say that all the deceased were actually on the opposite side of the wall?
That's correct.
Which also creates a difficulty as to why would the police shoot in the opposite direction if their statement is to be taken
That's correct. That's what I said.
seriously.
Can I just ask a different question about this 773? You say, given that wall, those shootings there, you say, those marks rather, you say if the police had shot at that with this caliber weapons, it would have taken out a big
Big
chunk.
chance. Jay.
Does that then mean that you allow for different guns or firearms were used other than the rifle, whether by the police or by the deceased? Is that what it means?
Say again, sorry, Chair.
If you say, as you have done,
Yeah.
if you say that if the rifles that we see listed in the statement had been used, a big chunk
Yeah,
of that part of the wall would have been taken.
that's correct.
My question is, does that mean therefore that you allow for the possibility that the police officers used different caliber weapons. That's one alternative. The other is that the deceased shot with different caliber weapons.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It is clear that different calibers were used, yeah, but the damage that's photographed, yeah. Just take note here, you know, this is all close contact. Just to emphasize a little bit detail on when you discharge a firearm close up to a wall. You must remember, there's a thing like a ricochet, can come right back at you. We don't carry R1s unless we're working in the rural. It's for far contact, not for house clearance. You discharge that gun, there's 3 people standing in a row, you can take out all 3 people. It's like a 357.
You can even,
Magnum.
with a ricochet, you can even kill
Kill
yourself.
yourself. So I'm saying, I don't know. I was saying yesterday to somebody with security companies, I'm off the topic. The close protectors are carrying these rifles, although they're not automatic. Do they realize that in urban areas where they got principals they're protecting, they can't discharge those firearms? Because if there's a threat and you discharge that firearm, you're going to injure more than one person or kill more than one person. You're going to be arrested. So that's why we have a pistol, because the pistol's for close contact. 80% maximum accuracy with any pistol, from the smallest to the parabellum, which is the biggest. And the rifles only come in for distance. The sights on the rifle set at 300 and 500. Bullseye, I'll let you.
You've been shown quite a number of pages that show markings. Does your answer hold for those markings as well, that you've been looking at?
Yes, I looked at those, even, you know, the one in the ground, I think there's one I saw in the ground.
There's some that
So there's-
look obviously low, and then you've got some on the ground. And my question is it the same reasoning that you apply?
Same
That
reasoning.
if it had been these caliber weapons,
Yeah,
there should have been a
That's
bigger.
reasoning. I also just want to say about the amount of ammunition fired from these rifles. I'm not saying when there's a threat, you stop shooting when you've still been fired at, if that's happening. But the state issues fully automatic weapons. There's high possibilities if you don't know what you're doing, you can put your firearm on automatic. Because it has a double lever, that R5. It has a left-hand user lever, which can engage you into automatic with a soft touch. And it has a right-hand lever on either side of the firearm. If you don't know what you're doing, when I train these people down at the range, fire 20 rounds at your own time on your own target from 30 meters. I'll just hear, within 5 seconds, all 30 rounds is out and the person's not competent. Because when a weapon's on auto, it runs high. So I'm just saying this, I'm not saying that happened there. But I'm saying is if you look at the spread, you look at the grouping, we call it, something's not speaking here to the statements. It must have been a long contact to fire this unless you had your firearm on auto. To fire 12 R1 rounds, it must have been a long gunfight, this, which I don't believe was a long gunfight. Otherwise, the whole of Durban's armed response, as in policing, would have been there. This was a quick, short pass.
Thank you.
Perhaps lastly, can you look at pages 779? That marking there, would you say it accords with, are you there, Captain?
I've got it, 779.
Yes, there's a marking there next to the television. What's your observation of that marking?
Again, there's a low shoot in terms of height. It's a low shoot. So whatever direction the shot was firing is obviously firing at something low. The caliber, I'm not going to be able to tell you because if you look at this building closely, I'm not too sure if it's built out of block as in corrugated block or if it's brick. But from the plaster work there, a 9mm on block can do that damage. But at the same time, I can say a rifle can also do this damage. So it's debatable.
Chair, I think we've made the point on the bullets, that some of them ended on the floor, some on the lower range, and maybe some on the mid to higher range. But the majority of them, we would say by observation, they seem to be on a much lower end on the ground, Chair. But we cannot exclude some of them that are a bit hip higher, Chair. But that's as much as we can canvass with this witness, at least on the bullets that are seen.
Yeah, I cannot claim to have gone through all of them. We'll see when we do that exercise slowly and carefully. And, we'll see what to make of
Indeed, Chair.
them. Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, the exhibit is there, Chair. Captain, what I want to canvass with you while we're dealing with ammunitions is, Chair, I don't intend on going through the postmortem reports, but what I want to canvass with the witness is the diagrams that they show where the bullet ended. And it is not graphic at all, Chairperson. It's the sketches, as it were, Chairperson. So if, for example, Chair, look at page 440, and Chair can give us indication whether that should be flattened or not. Captain, go to page 440.
What are we seeking to establish with it? Because I'm just thinking once you talk that kind of evidence, one would expect that it be what a pathologist who express his views on that, unless perhaps you.
Chair, I would submit that we don't even need to go there. We can deduce from this witness, Chairperson, given the kind of fire, the caliber that was used and the injuries that were sustained. And we're not dealing with each injury, Chairperson. We're not demonstrate just 5 injuries that we say to us, that will say that those on their own should have been fatal.
Okay, and or doesn't the pathologist say something in that regard?
They would be more useful, but not for that purpose. You would want them always tell us the direction of the trajectory, okay, and all of that, and that we're not going to canvass with this witness and the range as to what distance was there. That we're not going to deal with, Chairperson. What we need to demonstrate, Chairperson, it's a simple point, which I think it should be made, Chairperson. I know we're not dealing with extrajudicial killing cases here, but since we've gone this far, we need to at least demonstrate where some of these bullets ended, in line with what we have at least discovered, Chairperson.
Yeah, Mr. Msikidi, I wanted to suggest that, I mean, there's no controversy that these people were killed in that operation by police officers. And without knowing which shot came first and was the fatal shot, is there what is the point that we are seeking? If the discussion is not to say, well, there's a headshot there, that shot would have killed and therefore it wasn't necessary to shoot this person further, what would we be seeking to demonstrate?
Commissioner Balwe, I don't need to go there. But what I want to put to this witness is that what we have, and to an extent that he might want to see, is that when you look at these diagrams in the postmortem reports, they all show that each and every deceased received a headshot wound. And some might have 4 or 5 wounds for the rest of the bodies. And I want to see if you can comment, especially on the calibers used, and accepting that on the facts presented, at least the diagrams presented in the postmortem reports, that there were head wounds that were at least each and every deceased.
I believe I may be wrong. We do know that Captain Houston is an expert in terms of the use of firearms. But I think it's another field of expertise that deals with the wounds that would be on a person, the trajectory, direction. Am I wrong or am I correct? I believe it's a different type of expertise.
Commissioner, I think I must concur with you.
Yes.
I think when it comes to the post-mortem, and no disrespect to our advocate, is that that's expert evidence, and that must come from a ballistic expert and a pathologist. We can all give our opinions based on the vitals and what damage a weapon can do. But I don't think it's going to make any difference with my opinion, which is a killer shot on there. Any shot can be a killer shot, especially with the type of caliber of weapon used there.
I thought so. Mr. Msigi.
Yes, Chair. No, that is not what I was trying to deal with, Chairperson. But I take the point in as far as the limitations that he can provide. Perhaps I can put a proposition to him and see if he can comment without dealing with the diagrams. And he's more than welcome to say he cannot comment, and I'm happy to leave it there. Captain, to an extent that, at least except for a moment, what we have in front of us is that we know that all the police officers that went in there were carrying rifles. And each of the deceased received a headshot wound from these rifles. And you can comment if you may. Is there a likelihood that having received a shot on the head from the rifle, from that configuration of the flat, meaning that almost close range, one would have survived long enough to receive further gunshot wounds on the body? If we say for a moment the gunshot wounds were first, we don't know which one came first. Let's say the gunshot wound on the head were first. Is it plausible that further to that you would survive to receive further wounds on your abdomen and torso as we have here?
There is a possibility, realistically, if a human being has been shot, that there's still life after you've been shot. A person can be decapitated and still have movement. I'm saying that from experience. With regards to this, again, I'm going to reiterate that we cannot say which is the killer shot. But what I do want to add, Mr. Chair, is that if there's any movement with close contact shooting, it can result in burns. When I say burns, residue. Rifle residue from where I'm sitting, the cameraman here can have it on him if I shoot past him. Same with me, it can get onto my body, onto my face and my clothing, because it's close up. That's, I think I must just close there, because the question that's put to me is a difficult one. My finding might be, yes, I can hit you in the artery in your right leg and you're normal. Another one would say hit you a headshot and you're normal. But it's all subject to exactly the scene, what would happen there. I'm not going to be able to give you an accurate answer there.
And I was only limiting it to the headshot wounds, but if that's your final answer, not any other body parts. It was limited to that, to the body part. To the
No,
head.
if it's headshot, if that's a headshot, you got no chance. Not with what I saw there, because that whole head is blown out. There's no chance that you, even if you got life in your heart is still beating, there's no chance you got of survival of a returning fire or anything.
That will do for now, Captain. Thank you. Chair, that will then do away with having to go through the diagrams, because at the point I think it's made, and as to how the rest of the wounds will be explained and which one came first and which one is a fatal wound, that's something that we'll have to deal with when you make submissions to the commission. But at least I'm happy to live with that. No pun intended with that answer from the captain. Captain, can we then deal with paragraph 28, just to sum up this section of your evidence? That will be on page 9. That's when you deal with the presence of the dog unit on the crime scene.
Okay, Chair, I think I included this part in my statement. When you're going for high-profile suspects, if they classified as high-profile, dangerous suspects, and a dog vehicle is utilized. Normally, a dog vehicle has a dog on it, and a dog is normally the first line of defense. You would send a dog in, you get 2 types, or you get various types. I'm just going to stick on the patrol dog. Patrol dog is a biting dog. When you release it, there's a robbery and a suspect's running, the dog will bite and subdue the suspect. If there's housebreaking, I'm just using the examples away from this. You release the dog, you got a positive spore or scent, the dog will find the suspect and flush them out. So a dog vehicle will be utilized for flushing out a suspect. In this case, there were 2 dog vehicles. There are no dogs. That was, when I say I had no dogs, I never saw dogs, but there were dog vehicles. That was Captain Pedro, who belongs to the dog unit, and Metro Captain China, Japan China. He didn't arrive with a dog. I'm not saying the scenario would have been better, but if they parted the team because they're dog handlers, that's what the dog units would be used for.
Can I just find out, Captain? I think Mr. John, the first witness, he spoke about a task team which is led by Colonel Dina Govender. Now, these people that you're describing, including the dog unit and the Metro police officer, are these part of, to your knowledge, are these part of the task team led by Colonel Govender, or on the day these are randomly put together people, are not ordinarily his task team?
I'll answer this 2 ways, if you allow me to, Commissioner. When I worked Western, I ran the TRT, that's 2017 in Pinetown. Pedro worked in my unit as a dog unit, as a dog handler. So we would attend to cash in transit, business robberies, serious crime. I was wearing a beret, I was TRT with my members. He was dog unit, but he was in that team. He would report to me at times, I would even sign his permit when it expired for his rifle. So that was a task team. The task team, I believe that is there as a task team that is self-made up, unless I shortfall of having knowledge that there is a principal who put a multidisciplinary task team. Because when media publishes this, they speak about a multidisciplinary task team like this is a permanent unit. But if you look at this, you can see there's immobilization of certain people only work with certain people. I don't know if that answers you. Again, if it was Lieutenant Colonel Dina, I don't know, but he's a senior person there. Then he's put his team together. So I'm not too sure if his principal, whoever the principal is aware that this is his team. Because if you move in anyway, and from what I've been listening to on the evidence of previous witnesses and what's now come to light, it seems like this team is going all over as a team. So
The same people.
The same people.
Okay, I think that answers my question.
But again, I got a brother at NIU, National Intervention, is a captain there. And those 2 members fall under him. And we talk daily. When NIU or TRT members are utilized, yes, they mobilize sometimes against their working hours, but not every time you have the same people. So I don't know, it's like when you get a task team, you have what we call a SAP 15. We fill in all the members' names so we can account. This captain, that warrant officer, that constable, and at the back it says, you inspected by me, you carrying that firearm, so many rounds of ammunition, and we book you on as a task team. Or if this is a thumbsuck task team, where you just say, hey, we got information, we meet in Bamboti, we meet in Marinil Chol, there's people coming on, cash in transit, then they immobilize and there's excitement.
Maybe just let me make sure that I understand your answer. So whether this is an established task team with someone who created it with authority, or this is a made-up team, you are able to say that, are you able to say that this group of people that are in this incident, they in fact move around together? Is that when they do operations or when they do their work? Yes.
I've seen them based at Durban Central.
Yeah.
I've seen them because one of the service from Durban Central, I think he's on secondment. I don't know if he's placed permanent in the DPCI. Dina reports to Durban Central. I've seen him there in the building. Siobhan belongs to Metro, they're in Old Fort Road. They're about 3-4 kilometers away. Pedro belongs to the dog unit. I don't know if it's Durban South or Durban dog units away. So this trust team don't have an office. They meet in the street. They meet under the light. And like I said, I don't need to have a principal. I haven't looked into the matter to say, Colonel Dina, is this your task team? Who you reporting to?
But they move around together. It's really what I'm trying to
It's
establish.
very evident because I'm not just from previous witnesses, me being operational commander of Durban since 2021. I've seen them.
Okay.
I mean, I could have been lured in with my skills. And I think that's why Dina even allowed me into the scene because he knows I'm the operational commander. I'm not there because of anyone's personal interest. I'm there to see if there's a crime. It came via radio. But I hope I answered that.
No, you have.
There's
you
a
have
big
answered me.
difference, Chair, with task teams. It's task teams either formulated by senior management. You need a multidisciplinary, you need different skills, dog unit, narcotics dog, you know, that type of thing. You need some crowd control, you need tactical people. Then you combine this team and you say, go fix the crime up. But this type of team, it's still questions that's hanging, they must answer that.
I am answered. Thank you.
Can I answer a follow-up question? In your experience, the people you've identified in paragraph 24 of your statement, so you have Rodriguez dog unit, you've got Halford, you said it's a DPCI constable, you have Musami NIU, you have Shabalala NIU, you have Lee China Metro Police. I mean, Metro Police are not subs. And then you've got Hawks, although they are part of the subs, they are a different unit altogether. In your experience, have you ever come across a task team that is made up the way this one looks like it was made up?
No,
Because obviously there would be reporting to different commanders.
I will answer you, Chair. I ran task teams from 2010, as I said, from the Brighton Beach task team, all the way right until I exited. I was the operational commander of a task team. I had a minimum of 40 members always under my command, and I worked operationally. I accounted for them every day. They signed what you call a SAP 15. If one was involved with a shoot, IPA was able to ask me for documents, an OB entry, whatever. Now, these guys book on in different places. I don't even know if they book on. I don't know how they report. You understanding? So, again, to answer you, for me, it's a biryani mix. Is it a team mixed of skills, or is it a team mixed of firepower? And again, I can see error because if I'm a criminal and you're coming through the door and you don't have tactical movement experience, I know from 5 I need to deal with only 2, or I need to deal with 3, because the rest don't have it. You can't be from DPCI and tell me you've been to my range where I trained you how to penetrate a house. You'll stand on the road while the riflemen go in. So I hope I'm answering it. You get a docket carrier. When I ran a task team, I asked the general, please give me 2 detectives where I'm in Richards Bay dealing with a case to sign for those dockets. Our dockets don't get left there. If I'm in Pietermaritzburg, we keep those dockets with our detectives. The detectives will write those dockets up. I will sign it as an officer. It'll go to the respective courts or the magisterial district. There's control and there's command. But now if you have like DPSI and you're wide, obviously there's a docket carrier there. There's a task team leader and the rest are riflemen. So I hope that answers. Like I say, is I don't know how they formed.
Yeah, it does. I had a question unrelated, but it's been bugging me the whole day. In a different stream where we were dealing with drugs and drug busts, certain members of the force, whether they're the Hawks or subs, found themselves at a scene of a bust. And they were questioned about their inquiry number, because it was suggested that for them to be present at that scene, an inquiry must have been opened. I'm trying to understand whether in KZN, and specifically this scene, that would have been a requirement. For a team like this to go to that flat to conduct whatever operation they were conducting, would they have been required to have an inquiry number? Or could they just get a tip-off and go there and do whatever they did?
Let's answer on the drug first one, Chair. On drugs found abandoned or seized, you open an inquiry because it's subject to an investigation to track and trace the person linked to it. The inquiry gets registered like a docket, and the person, if detective, a detective, must be a detective, whether you're the Hawks, DPCI, or a local station detective. You'll be assigned to carry your inquiry. And then you got to pay attention in all the forensics, moving it to the lab to be tested, to see if it's drugs and whatever. With regards to the other part, I haven't heard of an inquiry being opened when you're pursuing suspects allegedly wanted for, let's just say, serious violent crimes. They should have been having dockets, J50s, etc. You cannot act impulsively. Yes, information comes through informer networks, but then once you have the informer's going to Cape Town and he's on a bus, you can still apply for the documents. Because you don't have to walk in physically into the court, you can make a phone call and you can get the necessary documents. So I don't know if that's been followed. I don't accredit whoever's overseeing carrying whatever, or if there's nothing they're carrying, then I think there's questions to answer there.
You have a docket and a docket number, even when there's no identifiable complainant.
No. Unless there's a state case open. The state case means there's a complainant. There'll be state as per Captain Houston, SAPS, Durban Central. Then say I recovered a AK-47. That refers you, Chair, to the inquiry now. So I'm registering it saying, I'm going to do touch DNA on it, and I got an informer saying it belongs to Joe Slovo, and I'm going to start checking him. And after I get all my statements, I apply for J50 and I check Joe Slovo. But there's no docket that can have no complainant, whether the elements of the crime is there. And the complainant themselves doesn't have to be, let's just say, the victim. You can open a case on behalf of a person.
Thank you.
Thank you. Captain, can we then go to the tail end of your statement on page 12, where we deal with comments and closing remarks? And the subtopic there is truck towing, taxi, and drugs. And you can deal with paragraph 35 and 36 together in your summary.
To sum it up, Chair, to be honest, there was much more in my statement which I took out because I do not work on presumption. I like to work on fact, and fact is how I will present it. This is a fact. It's not only in the Durban area, it's throughout